Chapter 134. Great Immortal Ascension Assembly. Now is not the time to talk about some Immortal Ascension Assembly. The topic we should be discussing right now is regarding the issue of our fellow cultivators going missing. Hu Pinggu said somewhat resentfully towards the youth. It's not a problem. Give Brother Wu a proper explanation. Maybe there are others who are unclear of the details about the Immortal Ascension Assembly. Taoist priest Qing Wen said with a smile. But Han Li felt that he was intentionally looking at Han Li. Han Li's heart trembled with fear. Could it be that Taoist priest Qing Wen saw through something? Han Li already tried his best to hide characteristics of a new immortal cultivator and even go as far as to avoid touching certain people. But nowadays, it seemed that it was still unable to be concealed from these certain people's eyes. This Taoist priest Qing Wen's eyes were definitely really fierce. Since Taoist priest Qing Wen said it like that, then I better explain it properly to Brother Wu. Seeing this, He Mu's spirits were lifted and he looked like he had a lot to say. So everyone returned to their original seats once again, except for Fatty Huang Xiaotian. I already know about the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly. I will return to rest first, you guys go ahead. Fatty said with a cold expression. He did not wait for anyone else to speak and left the house, leaving behind a house full of people looking at each other in dismay. Everyone, don't take offense. Brother Huang's cultivation art is a bit weird and he is relatively addicted to sleep. It is not that he intentionally treats people coldly. Qing Wen, with irreproachable manners, hurriedly exonerated Huang Xiaotian on his behalf. The majority of the people in the room who heard this all laughed bitterly. Take offense? Who dared to take offense? That person was a powerful man who had more magic power than the Taoist priest. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat awkward. Brother He Mu, please continue. Wu Jiushi broke the atmosphere as he urged on. He Mu heard it and laughed, then continued to talk about it. When talking about Great Immortal Ascension Assembly, one must mention the Foundation Establishment Pill, the medicine pill that makes all the Qi condensation stage cultivators go mad. In order for a Qi condensation cultivator were to enter Foundation Establishment and become a part of the true cultivating world, aside from cultivating their foundation cultivation techniques to the 7th layer, they still needed to consume the spirit medicine, Foundation Establishment Pill, which only major sects could manufacture. Only then would there be hope of breaking through the bottleneck of that realm and succeed into Foundation Establishment. This contributed to Foundation Establishment Pill's famous name, Immortal Ascension Pill, making those immortal cultivators go mad. Even in the immortal cultivator major factions, the Foundation Establishment Pill was in critically short shortage. Because the Foundation Establishment Pill's raw materials were extremely hard to find, even if all the cultivator sects throughout the entire state of Yu collaborated and acted together to provide materials and great effort every 10 years, they could only hope to make a few new cauldron medicine pills, about 1,000 measly pieces. But even if all these medicine pills were to be divided equally among every faction, there would be no way to satisfy their own needs. As a result, the Foundation Establishment Pill never appeared outside the world of cultivators. However, in the cultivating world of the entire state of Yu, there were still a lot of existing cultivators who practiced their foundation cultivation techniques until the 7th layer. These people were in urgent need of Foundation Establishment Pills to attempt to break through the bottleneck. Thus, on one hand, because of the shortage of Foundation Establishment Pills, the big sects had monopolized the medicine pill. On the other hand, there was an increasing number of rogue immortal cultivators that were in need of Foundation Establishment Pills but could not find a single piece in the outside world. There were already conflicting views from both sides very early on. So much so that at one time, there was deep animosity from short-tempered minor immortal cultivators towards these sections. Those from the major immortal cultivator factions naturally became aware of the poor outlook of the situation, but they couldn't do anything about it for the time being. After all, they didn't have enough Foundation Establishment Pill for themselves, so how could they take out some and give them to outsiders? But in this whole world, there were no difficult problems that couldn't be solved. Eventually in this crisis, there was an unknown genius from a sect who solved it. Unexpectedly, he thought an idea. Every time there were freshly manufactured Foundation Establishment Pills, major sects would pick out outstanding rogue cultivators from the outside world, allow them to join the major sects, and give them the Foundation Establishment Pill to consume. This way, the sects could stem the outflow of Foundation Establishment Pill, thereby preventing manure water from flowing to other fields. This also eliminated the dissatisfaction of minor immortal cultivators. After all, to be able to join one of the major immoral cultivator factions, how could these cultivators not be content? The factions could even pick out disciples who have outstanding aptitudes. It truly was a good situation that could satisfy everyone. TL. Lit. Don't let one's own fertile water flow into others' field, keep the valuables within the family, but the method of selection must be fair and strict to prevent any disputes caused by gossips. If not, there would be an opposite effect. Hence, the sects would choose their elites and use Aaron-style combat to let newcomers strive for the chance to enter their sections. Each of the 7 great sects would take 10 disciples and 10 pieces of foundation establishment pills to award the final victors. Naturally, they would set an age limit. Anyone above 40 years old would not be allowed to enter. Even though these people may have good aptitudes, their future prospects in cultivation would not be good. This was how the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly was born. The majority of the people who were able to obtain victory in the arena were those with profound magic power as well as talented individuals with aptitudes surpassing others, making those immortal cultivator sects very pleased to obtain these excellent quality disciples. All the grievances of the other immortal cultivators disappeared after the establishment of this great assembly. All their attention was focused on the once-in-decade opportunity to make a big break. Thus, the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly was organized in this way. And every time there would be 70 lucky winners who became disciples of the 7 great sects, making other immortal cultivators go even more frantic. At the end, almost all of the immortal cultivators who were of an appropriate age and were in the chi condensation stage felt that they are no weaker than their peers. They would go all out and try a few times to fight on the arena, hoping to gain an unexpected success and transform from a carp into a dragon. But this arena was not easy to beat since magic was not easy to control for these second-rate immortal cultivators. Each assembly would have a lot of dead or injured casualties, which also created intense rancor among the challengers. Heimu spent half a day talking about this. Chu Jiuji, who was listening with keen interest, gained a lot from this. Han Li, who was sitting beside and listening in, benefited even more from this lecture and had a deeper understanding towards the world of cultivators. If I were to succeed, would I also be able to become a disciple of a major sect? After listening, Wu Jiuji's face was full of yearning. Are you dreaming? With your level, you would be dead if you tried to rush and grind even if you weren't injured. Hu Pinggu ridiculed without restraint when she heard Wu Jiuji's words of reverie. Oh, why can't I do it? Although my cultivation art is at the 8th layer, am I still qualifications to get on stage and fight? Wu Jiuji did not get angry this time and instead he consulted with Hu Pinggu. Hu Pinggu was somewhat shocked, but after hesitating for a while he said, Boy Wu, do you know what kind of people were in the 70 winners last time? And how many cultivators who were of similar caliber as yourself were injured or dead? I hope lady who would be so kind as to give me a reply. Wu Jiuji replied rather sincerely. I witnessed the previous Great Immortal Ascension Assembly's entire battle, and there's still some lingering fear when I think about it. It was as if Hu Pinggu remembered something very frightening as her complexion turned paler. When her fully bearded husband saw this, he immediately placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Hu Pinggu turned her head and lovingly looked at her husband, her complexion easing up. Both of us don't want to participate in the single elimination open tournament, only to look. We are prepared to stay in chi condensation forever. Since you all still have ambitious goals, then let me tell you some cruel aspects of the tournament. Otherwise, you will die without ever knowing what happened to you. Hu Pinggu said indifferently. Chapter 135 Frightening News. Chapter 135. Frightening news. First of all, those registering in the competition must have achieved the 7th layer of their 5 elements foundation cultivation technique. This is the minimum requirement to take a foundation establishment pill. Secondly, their age must be less than 40. Those surpassing this age shouldn't even think of slipping through because those in charge of the Great Assembly's registrations are able to use bone observation techniques to look at every participant's true age. TL, 5 elements. And, so long as one follows those 2 conditions, then anyone can register. There are no other restrictions. As a result, however, these open single elimination tournaments become even more desperate. You think that the many people here at Great South Valley are ordinary? The majority of those here actually came here for the Immortal Ascension Assembly. It should be known that the Great South meeting was originally but a trade meet for the local young cultivators of the Lan province. During meetings in previous years, there were only several hundred people. Take a look. As of now, this valley has at least 1,000 people. In addition, people that come from even farther regions will arrive one after another during the last few days. During that time, the business of the Great South meeting will be at its highest level. These people are the reason why we've come to participate in the Great South meeting early. On one hand, we wish to exchange for a few necessary goods. On the other, how could one not want to take advantage of this opportunity? First, one may observe potential opponents of the Immortal Ascension Assembly. It is good to not only know ourselves but also know our enemies. Hu Pinggu added with a bitter smile. When Wu Jiuzhi heard this, his complexion greatly changed and he aghastly said, according to Lady Hu, there were experts in the valley that cultivated to the 10th layer in their cultivation technique. Will they also participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly? What is there to compete in? Aren't those with lower cultivation courting death? This might not be certain. Who said that higher tier experts would always beat those of lower tiers? Even if their magic power is slightly weaker, they can use a somewhat more powerful magic talisman or use some formidable magic tool that they're carrying to beat down those with greater magic power. From those who originally entered the room, He Jin, who had yet to speak, suddenly spoke out boldly, shocking everyone in the room. That's right, what Brother He Jin said makes sense. In a war of cultivators such as ourselves, the slightest deepness or shallowness of one's magic power is not most important. What is most important is one's control of their magic might and its agile usage as well as the power they can draw from items they are carrying. Taoist priest Qing Wen said, completely agreeing. Brother He Jin and Taoist priest Qing Wen's words must indeed hold some truth. Otherwise this great Immortal Ascension Assembly need not convene at all. They would only have to compare the depth of their magic power. Hu Pinggu smiled. After hearing He Jin and the others' words, Wei Jiuzhi still wasn't happy. With a brow of worry and a face on the verge of tears, he incessantly muttered, formidable magic tools, powerful magic talismans. Hu Pinggu didn't take notice of Wu Jiuzhi at this time but instead continued, saying, because there are too many people participating in the single elimination tournament, there will be 7 stages set up at the Immortal Ascension Assembly, representing the 7 great cultivator sects of the state of Yu. Whoever wishes to become that sect's disciple can advance onto the stage to compete. The match selection uses an instant win policy. 2 people will compete, the winner will stay for next stage and the loser will be immediately eliminated. Then another 2 will have a match. This will continue until everyone competes once. Then they will start the next stage of the competition, which will continue until the final 10 remain. These 10 will become the cultivation sect's inner disciples and need not to participate in the sect's greatly intense competition to obtain the qualifications to receive foundation establishment pills. Could be said to have reached the heavens with a single step. The course of the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly Tournament were as such. However, it is not as simple as I have said. In reality, the matches are a desperate sight to behold and are simply indescribable. After Hu Pinggu said this, she let out a sorrowful sigh. I remember that in the fights from the last competition, there were 19 10th layer cultivators who died. Even a couple of 11th layer experts also met the same end by mutually taking one another down. As for 9th and 8th layer cultivators, those who died during the match were much greater in number. No less than 100 had died. After all, in the final several rounds, there would be no one that would lightly renounce their path to become a dragon. The number of dead and injured then would be even more tremendous. Having said this, Hu Pinggu had an expression of regret. When one's foundation cultivation technique reaches the 11th layer, do they still have to go compete in a match? I've heard people say that cultivation sects voluntarily recruit these sort of outstanding talents. Why did those 2 people have to fight in a match as if their life depended on it? A woman's voice suddenly spoke. It was actually the habitually silent young woman vagabond Hong Lian that had spoken. When Hu Pinggu heard her words, she smiled. I also had the same question as young sister Hong Lian during that particular year. I was completely puzzled despite a great amount of pondering. Afterwards, I met an old senior that was a rogue cultivator like us. His explanation allowed me to realize why. Brother Wu and Brother Han, it seems you also have this question. They are not the only ones who don't understand. Us 2 brothers also don't understand. 10th layer geniuses have a well-lit path that they do not walk. Why would they possibly want to insist on walking a small wooden plank? A moment of distraction will cause one's death. He Mu also tensed his brow with a face of puzzlement. I see Taoist priest Qingwen is calm and composed. He probably figured this out already. How about Taoist priest come and explain it to them? Hu Pinggu chuckled several times and lightly threw the question toward the Taoist priest. This somewhat surprised Taoist priest Qingwen, but he immediately and silently conceded. After muttering to himself for a moment, he said, actually, those two were from cultivator clans. Their 11th layer cultivation was the result of consuming many medicinal pills. He shook his head, seemingly disapproving of the two's methods. Is using medical pills to promote their cultivation level not a normal thing? They should still be able to join a cultivation sect. Wu Jiuji widely opened his eyes, somewhat unconvinced. Brother Wu forgot one thing. Those who are above 40 and have practiced to the 11th layer in their cultivation technique may be considered geniuses by us. But those ancient great sects see those people as having merely common talents. They would barely qualify to enter the sect as a reserved disciple. Otherwise, these people would have entered the large cultivation sects at an earlier time when they were younger as official disciples. It's just that their clan members felt that being able to barely enter a cultivation sect as such would have no future prospects. Therefore, they agreed to not compete against those disciples more talented than themselves for the qualifications to obtain foundation establishment pills and simply stayed behind for closed-door cultivation. After several tens of years later, they would simply come out to the Immortal Ascension Assembly to amaze the world in a single feat and immediately acquire the qualifications to obtain a foundation establishment pill through a shortcut. However, their clan hadn't expected that two with the same plan would coincidentally come across one another, resulting in mutual destruction. Were it not for that, their wishes were certain to have been fulfilled. While Taoist priest Qingwen said this, he incessantly sighed. Everyone had attentively listened from the beginning. I've said that recent Immortal Ascension assemblies have grown more and more intense. 11th and 10th layer experts previously unheard of have appeared one after another. He Mu muttered to himself. Young Lady Honglian and Wu Jiuji were shocked silent. It was clear that this information had greatly surprised them. Think about it. On one side there are great experts meticulously nurtured and fully armed by cultivator clans. On the other hand there are us, destitute rogue cultivators. Do you think us rogue cultivators are more likely to succeed? Hu Pinggu's expression was cold with slight self-deprecation. According to what was said, those cultivation sects obtain the disciples they want through the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly. It is an overjoyous yet phony affair. Are we slapping our own face to look big and imposing? Han Li stroked his nose, seemingly in thought. Brother Han isn't wrong. In this world, what is 3 parts completely beautiful and good? Having 2 parts beautiful is good enough. Hu Pinggu threw a glance at He Mu, making him faintly blush. Could it be us rogue cultivators are truly inferior to disciples of cultivator clans? Even those leftovers from the cultivator sects are that much stronger than us common rogue cultivators. Although I don't want to admit it, the odds of a master emerging from us rogue cultivators are far lower than that from the cultivator clans. Let alone a single one of us, all of our manpower and resources cannot be compared to ours. The conditions outside of a sect are far too lacking when compared. Taoist Qingwen added somewhat bitterly. I've also heard from a friend that even if we were to luckily become a disciple of a cultivator sect and consumed a foundation establishment pill, the number of those successful in achieving foundation establishment is far too low. He Mu said dejectedly. Enough, everyone, don't be crestfallen. We are still young. If we are unsuccessful this time, we still have an opportunity in 10 years. Perhaps in the future we will enter a cultivator clan as a disciple. For now, let's talk about how we will gather together after the assembly. After Taoist priest Qingwen let everyone blew off steam, he changed the subject. There is nothing to say. At that time I will leave with everyone. After hearing about how amazing the people of the world of immortal cultivators are, I truly wouldn't dare to travel by myself. Taoist priest Qingwen helplessly shook his head and looked toward vagabond Hong Lian. Chapter 136. Yen Clan, I will also travel with everyone. Vagabond Hong Lian declared quite bluntly. Good. Brother Han, do you also plan go with us as well? Taoist priest Qingwen had a happy appearance and then asked Han Li. When Han Li heard this, he hesitated. It would be reasonable to say that for a young person like him, it would be best to follow this small group. However, he didn't know why, but in his heart he felt that something wasn't right. Had he truly made that decision, he was certain to regret it. I will decide after the conclusion of the trade meet. I am not anxious, Han Li said with a smile. He decided to first wait a bit before making a decision. Han Li's words clearly went against their expectations and shocked everyone. For what reason does Brother Han hesitate? Us rogue cultivators are together so that others can't bully us. What's even more is that Brother Han was able to see through my thieving skills. This little brother has much interest in swapping pointers with you at a later date. Wu Jiuji said, somewhat dissatisfied. After Han Li heard the youth's words, he did not get angry. He only smiled and spoke no more. Brother Han didn't say that he was certain to not get along with us on the journey. He simply said that he wanted to think about it. That too is only natural. Taoist priest Qing Wen immediately mediated. That's right. Taoist priest Qing Wen spoke the words in my mind. I have a few secret problems that are truly somewhat difficult to say. That is why I must be a bit cautious. Han Li seemed to be very grateful towards Taoist priest Qing Wen and gave an expression that he was speaking from his heart. So it turned out I was just being meddlesome. The youth felt as if he had become ostracized and became displeased. Taoist priest Qing Wen helplessly smiled. With the look of an elder brother apologizing for a mischievous little brother, he inwardly apologized to Han Li. Han Li naturally did not take this matter to heart. Since this matter had already been resolved, everyone stood up one after another and took their leave. Han Li looked for an empty room on the second floor to retire for the night. On the second day, except for Han Li and the Buddhist monk, everyone else left the building and went together to the vendor stands. At this moment, the Buddhist monk was in the hall of the first floor meditating and chanting scriptures. Han Li was in his room, lightly stroking a dozen paper talismans and lost in thought. These so-called elementary low-grade paper talismans have a slight flicker of spiritual light. They're largely different from the paper talismans of the secular world, not because the materials are special but rather due to the addition of some kind of magic technique. Han Li thought. Han Li took out the paper talismans which he originally planned to use in order to learn the soul lock technique. However, he suddenly remembered he couldn't seem to draw the soul lock talismans on the bright side. He still needed a writing brush and cinnabar sand, two items that seemed to be sold at vendor stalls. Could it be that these paper talismans couldn't be used in conjunction with secular objects and were limited to items unique to cultivators? With this thought, Han Li could not sit still in the room, so he decided to go find the Buddhist monk. In any case, he wouldn't be able to hide the fact he was a novice cultivator. He may as well calmly and directly ask. Almsgiver's thoughts are correct. To successfully draft a spiritual talisman, apart from having to refine the talisman paper from special materials, you also must use a concoction of demonic beast blood and cinnabar. As for the writing brush, it depends on the situation. After Buddhist monk Ku Sang heard Han Li's question, he peacefully answered. TL. Almsgiver is a title that Buddhist monks traditionally address others by. I came here a bit earlier and already saw the two-headed duck. I also found out that a brother and sister from the Yen clan are participating in the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly's tournament. The cultivator said, proudly showing off. No. The Yen clans sent people to participate in the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly. Previously they never sent anyone. If they did, then wouldn't there definitely be two less spots? That's right. If one were to come across the two from the Yen clan, it would be great misfortune. The complexion of these cultivators were somewhat unsightly and a few even deeply sighed. Han Li coldly looked at the monstrous bird flying into the distance without speaking. After seeing this demonic bird, it was clear this was the monstrous eagle that Shi Tinyu had seen before, and the male and female immortals were the brother and sister from the Yen clan. Han Li grew deep in thought and passed through the rowdy nearby cultivators, going on his way. In the end, he faintly smiled and walked with ease. Currently the people in the plaza were quite numerous. Although it could not compare with yesterday night's liveliness and bustle, it could be considered completely crowded. Han Li groped the pill medicine in his bosom and decided to see whether he could exchange this medicine for some items. As a result, he didn't enter from the entrance he previously used and entered the plaza from the other end. He planned to begin his stroll from the other side. On the way, Han Li occasionally browsed left and right, looking at vendor stalls' various materials and talismans. A few odd and wonderful magic tools also gave him a feast for the eyes. Suddenly, Han Li's footsteps stopped in front of some vendor's stall. He looked at a thin book on display, somewhat lost in thought. The tile showing the book's price noted, Eternal Spring Arts, would attribute Foundation Cultivation Technique. Costs 2 low-grade spirit stones. I want this book. Han Li calmly said to the vendor after he picked up this book and flipped through it. Chapter 137. Golden Sincerity Brush, 2 Spirit Stones. A clear, melodious female voice reached Han Li's ear. Han Li was shocked. He discovered that the vendor sitting across from him with their head buried in a book was actually a sweet and charming young lady. This book doesn't have anything missing? Han Li asked after he recovered. Nothing. First through 13th layer of the Eternal Spring Cultivation Art is completely there, with not a single missing line. The young lady answered with an easygoing manner. Han Li nodded his head. Then he flipped through several pages before closing the book. Would you exchange it for medicine pills? Han Li asked straightforwardly. Medicine pills? The young lady was somewhat stunned, widely opening her beautiful eyes. It depends on the medicine. If it's for healing or illness, it will be extremely costly. The young girl spat out as she stroked her forehead. Hearing this young lady's words, Han Li knew this matter was of great importance and bluntly handed over a bottle of yellow dragon pellets. Consolidation medicine, it can progress one's magic power. Han Li said assuredly. Consolidation medicine? The young woman who was originally calm grew somewhat tense. She moved toward Han Li and lightly took the jade bottle. She tossed out a medicine pill and lowered her head to smell the medicinal quality. Han Li stood above her and clearly saw the young lady's exposed, flawless neck. In addition, because the young woman was too close to him, the scent of a refined clan daughter assailed his nose and caused Han Li's heartbeat to involuntarily speed up. His complexion also grew slightly red. It truly is a medicine pill that can progress one's magic power. A moment after the young woman smelled it, she shouted with pleasant surprise. She raised her head and looked at Han Li with a happy expression, expectantly saying, "Do you still have more of this medicine pill? So I will exchange for how much you have. You can select the things in my stall as you wish. If there is nothing that will do, I can also purchase it with spirit stones." With this said, the young woman tightly held the medicine bottle. Her eyes were unblinkingly fixed onto Han Li, afraid that she would hear him say no. Seeing the charming and gentle young woman suddenly tense up, Han Li found it funny. However, he could not help but think to himself that he had underestimated the value of this medicine pills a bit. In the future he should be a bit more prudent. Young woman, don't be anxious. First let's finish the business before us. Will it be fine to talk about it further then? Han Li originally thought to refuse her. However, when he saw the clear expression in her eyes, he unknowingly recalled his little sister all of a sudden. His heart softened for a moment and those words slipped out. I am truly embarrassed. I've somewhat forgotten my manners. The young woman seemed to have become aware of her lack of manners, and her complexion turned scarlet. This book only requires 2 pills of this kind of medicine, the young lady said after she calmed down. When Han Li heard this, he felt that her price could be regarded as fair, so he agreed. Then his gaze swept across the other goods in her stall. What is this? An unremarkable small gray bag piqued Han Li's interest. This bag was unusual. The bag's opening was bound tightly by a thin red rope, and its interior was bulging. Han Li reached out to grab it. This is a bag of 7-star grass seeds. 7-star grass of 10 years or more is the best material to create paper talismans. The young lady clearly said. Han Li's heart was moved. This would be quite useful. However, he put it down in front of him without the slightest hesitation. The other items seem to be of no use to me. Han Li slowly said after looking through once more. You truly won't select anything else? This cold ice talisman is quite power. There is also this returning spring talisman. It can restore a great portion of your physical strength. The young lady was somewhat resigned and took the initiative to give Han Li recommendations. Having seen the young woman's "you're young and naive so you don't know" appearance, Han Li could not help but laugh. What's so funny? The young woman blushed once more. I actually only wanted to buy cinnabar powder and a brush for drawing talismans. Unfortunately, you have neither here. Han Li spoke the rarely said truth. Cinnabar powder and talisman drawing brush. The young lady wrinkled her brow and exclaimed somewhat hesitantly. She lowered her head and muttered to herself for a moment. It greatly seemed that she had made up her mind. Suddenly she raised her head toward Han Li and said, I don't have cinnabar powder, but I have a top-quality talisman brush made from the neck hair of the demonic beast golden-eyed ape. However, its price is quite high. I don't know if you have enough medicine pills to exchange for it. When Han Li heard this, he was somewhat amazed. However, he kept smiling and said, so long as it is good, I will be able to satisfy young lady with regards to the medicine pills. When the young lady heard this, she felt relieved. She took out a spiritual talisman and used her hand to make several cutting motions over the talismans. She then threw it into the air and it disappeared in a blaze. Your esteemed self, please wait a moment. My elder brother will bring it shortly. The young woman added, somewhat embarrassed. No problem. So long as it is truly a good item, I don't care about waiting for a bit longer. Han Li calmly said. After this, Han Li and the young woman had nothing to say during this time, which caused them feel a rather ambiguous feeling. Han Li actually somewhat indulged in this peculiar feeling and faintly smelled her delicate fragrance as he breathed. The young lady had her head lowered and was looking at the end of her feet. It was unknown what she was thinking. However, when Han Li saw her spotlessly white neck, he blushed a bit. Little sister. A large voice abruptly shattered the subtle atmosphere, causing Han Li to not help but want to ferociously glare at the voice's owner. However, when Han Li turned around, he could not help but start after he clearly saw the figure approaching. He was a large, tall and sturdy man with a stature no less than that of Crooked Soul. He was currently rushing toward them. On the way, he bumped into a few cultivators who swaying side to side. Those cultivators were originally angry. However, after seeing the huge man's far beyond normal stature, they all exposed an expression of shock and hesitated. Without a better option, they pinched their nose and let it go. When the young woman saw the large man's actions, she had a bit of a headache. Her elder brother's behavior was far too rude and careless. Did this not give cause and reason for other cultivators to arouse dislike for him? Chapter 138 The Skill of Creating Talismans. Chapter 138 The Skill of Creating Talismans. Han Li was on the way back to the building, exceptionally happy with the wooden box containing the golden sincerity brush in his pocket. He used 3 bottles of golden dragon pellets and 4 bottles of golden essence pills to exchange for the young woman's treasured item and the bag of 7-star grass seeds. After, he casually bought some cinnabar sand from other vendor stalls and rushed back full of anticipation and joy. After he opened the restriction barrier and entered the small building, Han Li saw the small Buddhist monk meditating and did not disturb him. Instead, he went to the 2nd floor and returned to his room. After Han Li arranged the cinnabar and the talisman paper on the desk, Han Li took out the golden sincerity brush and became absorbed in creating soul lock talismans. According to the soul lock techniques method to create talismans, the steps were: channel spiritual power through right hand and slowly pour it into the brush shaft being held. Then lightly dip the brush tip into the cinnabar and draw the talisman incantation onto a slip of talisman paper. A quarter hour later, Han Li wore a happy expression on his face and stretched his somewhat stiff body. He looked at the spiritual talisman flickering a silver light on the table and could not help but feel elated. From its appearance, this spiritual talisman was exactly the same as the one used by Dr. Imo. Although its spiritual chi was slightly weaker, it was of no matter as it was far better than the false goods Han Li practiced with. After all, those practice materials were only similar in appearance and didn't have the slightest spiritual power. Han Li took the newly created spiritual talisman and excitedly studied it. After he was done, he prepared to attempt the soul lock technique. Unexpectedly though, before he executed the spell, the spiritual power on the paper talisman suddenly grew chaotic and showed signs of violence. Han Li was shocked and reacted instantly, hastily throwing the talisman away. The soul lock talisman suddenly combusted into the air without reason and turned into a ball of fire, reduced to a pile of ash. Han Li blankly looked into the air and remained silent. A while later he sighed. It seemed that talisman was a failure. Han Li felt somewhat dispirited, but he did not yet lose his confidence. After all, he felt that the talisman from a moment ago was quite close to being a success. He believed if he were to exert his strength and create several more, he was certain to have success. For the next half-day, Han Li manufactured soul lock talismans one after another. However, he had continuously failed. The spiritual talismans he created did not combust by themselves but instead suddenly turned into a small explosion when injected with his magic power. Furthermore, there were also spiritual talismans that would rapidly lose their spiritual power and become useless paper. When Han Li saw the last paper talisman he completed explode into shreds with a bang, the typically cool-minded Han Li could not help but raise his head to the roof and abruptly shout curses. "Damned heavens, you're playing with me. A dozen paper talismans, how could I not succeed a single time? This is only an elementary low-rank soul lock talisman. Could it be that today was not a good day?" After these words left Han Li's mouth, he felt his depression with head greatly lightened, and his mood became a bit happier. He tilted his head and pondered. Then he raised his eyebrow and looked at the remaining smaller half left in the small box of cinnabar and the golden sincerity brush. He felt that the cause was not from either of these because his spiritual power poured into the brush shaft very smoothly and the cinnabar boldly imprinted the spiritual chi onto talisman paper. It didn't seem fake. Since Han Li could not find the reason after a moment of careful consideration, he decided to ask the small Buddhist monk and see whether or not he could dispel his doubts. At this moment, Han Li felt that on the path of cultivation, there would be teachers that could give directions. This was truly important. His heart was rather moved at the thought of formally becoming an apprentice to a master. After the small Buddhist monk heard Han Li's complaints over the failure of his talismans, he stared at Han Li with an exceptionally odd gaze as if his face had suddenly sprouted a small white flower. When Han Li saw the Buddhist monk's reaction, his heart was somewhat startled. He didn't know if there was something amiss from the words he had just said, causing the other party to stare at him in this way. "Almsgiver Han Li, I fear you understand too little about creating talismans," the small Buddhist monk eventually said. "Master Kusang is correct. This is the first time I've created talismans," Han Li honestly admitted. "Among us cultivators, those of us who personally create talismans are few. If there is anything requiring the use of a talisman, they would generally purchase or exchange for it at a marketplace. Even if they are from a great clan, they must also do this." "Why?" Han Li was amazed. "It's quite simple. Those masters experienced and specialized in creating talismans are too few. In addition, the cost to nurture a qualified talisman expert is far too great. Only with the strength of those large cultivation clans can they be nurtured." Almsgiver Han felt very vexed after having failed a dozen times in succession, right? The Buddhist monk asked. "That's right. I've used up my materials and money. I purchase enough to make several soul lock talismans," Han Li said, upset. However, does Almsgiver know? For novices beginning to learn to create talismans, failing 100 times in succession is a normal matter. If a person were to have slightly less talent, to persist in having several hundred failures wouldn't be strange. Only after creating over 1,000 talismans would your rate of success possibly gradually increase. This is only with regards to creating a single type of spiritual talisman. If you were to change it to another kind of talisman, even if you are no longer a novice, you would generally fail at the beginning. Nevertheless, those with frightening talent are astonishing to see. As a result, qualified talisman masters cannot be nurtured without the practice of several tens of thousands attempts. However, how many people did Almsgiver Han Li think would succeed with this amount of material? Not cultivator clans but only great cultivation sects can foster a talisman master. In addition, they would only be able to contribute elementary talismans. If they were to practice creating middle-grade talismans, those great sects would likely lose their fortunes. It would be an unbearable burden. After all, the higher grade the talisman, the more costly the talisman creation materials would be. The Buddhist monk said all of this, causing Han Li to be dumbstruck. Then why do vendor stalls still sell cinnabar and talisman paper? Han Li had second thoughts and felt something was wrong. Hee. Cinnabar and talisman paper are sold to cultivators who use talisman techniques. The small Buddhist monk said with a smile. Talisman techniques? Han Li did not understand. It is the same as soul lock technique your esteemed self was practicing. They are magic techniques that require the use of a talisman created in advance. The magic technique would be stored within the talisman paper, allowing the talismans to be used at convenience. A talisman technique's spiritual talismans are incapable of simply being aroused by spiritual power. They require a particular incantation to use. However, they generally aren't complicated and are quite easy to obtain. Because talisman techniques frequently require a corresponding talisman, talisman users feel that buying talismans are too expensive. As a result, they are like almsgiver. They would go and practice drawing talismans. Although the cost of the materials are not small, they would be able to eventually support a single type. That is why if almsgiver truly wishes to practice the soul lock technique, it would be best create one's own talismans in the long term. If this technique is not commonly used, then almsgiver may as well spend some money to buy a few soul lock talismans as reserves. The small Buddhist monk softly preached, eventually giving Han Li a suggestion. Thank you for Master Ku Sang's pointers. Han Li sincerely gave him a deep salute. Almsgiver is too polite. Buddhist monk returned the salute. This small Buddhist monk actually speaks much. In the future, if there is anything hard to understand, I may as well ask him for guidance. Han Li thought to himself as he returned to the room. Currently, closed-door talisman creation practice is impossible. I should find some time to buy a few soul lock talismans for emergency use. My body has long achieved the peak of 8th layer of the eternal spring arts. Now that I've acquired the cultivation method for the last layers, I should be able to break through the bottleneck and enter the 9th layer. In addition, I acquired several new magic techniques to practice. I should wield them a bit sooner and increase my strength. The moment Han Li pushed open the room door, he had already finished pondering about his future plans. Like that, Han Li sat in room in the coming days. During the daytime he would take a great amount of medicine and sit in meditation, refining qi and cultivating the eternal spring arts. At night he would run into a desolate area in the valley and practice his newly learned magic techniques. These were quicksand technique, freezing technique, flight technique, binding technique, sound transmission technique, body concealment technique, fire blossom technique, and the most difficult to practice, earth thrust technique. After 10 days of painstaking cultivation, on the final day of the Great South Meeting he broke through to the 9th layer of eternal spring arts, causing Wu Jiuzhi and company to be dumbstruck. Taoist priest Qing Wen even praised Han Li as a genius amongst rogue cultivators. However, Han Li was well aware that were it not for the 10 bottles of medicine pills he consumed, how else could he have easily overcome the bottleneck? However, he no longer carried many medicine pills on him. It seemed he should take the time to concoct some pills once more. Chapter 139 Destroyed Magic Treasure Fragment. Chapter 139 Destroyed Magic Treasure Fragment. As for the other magic techniques, the body concealment technique and sound transmission technique were auxiliary magic techniques similar to that of the Heaven's Eye technique. So long as one somewhat comprehended magic power, they were able to learn it. As a result, Han Li effortlessly mastered them. Among these, the sound transmission technique was a talisman technique that required a sound transmission talisman, which Han Li had seen being used several times. The body concealment technique was an extremely common magic technique. By attaching spiritual power to one's body, the body becomes enveloped in the environment's colors, causing people to have difficulty perceiving the user. This magic technique, however, holds little value because the Heaven's Eye technique can easily break through it. It fundamentally could not be used to escape the notice of other cultivators. The quicksand technique and freezing technique were magic techniques with areas of effect. The first used magic power to turn the earth in an area into sand. The other could freeze the water in an area into ice. The might of these two magic techniques depended entirely on the deepness of the magic power used and intention. If a deity were to put it to use, turning a 1,000 li of fertile land into desert and the Changjiang River into a glacier would not be impossible. The reason as to why they were classified as elementary low-grade magic techniques was only because these two magic techniques were quite easily learned. Even qi condensation cultivators with few layers were able to easily master them. However, their magic power would be limited and their range would be pathetically small. When Han Li originally practiced these two magic techniques, they were quite power-intensive. However, when he suddenly broke through to the 9th layer, his magic power rapidly increased, allowing him to use his magic techniques as he wished. He could already control an area the size of a tabletop and could turn it to sand or freeze it as he pleased, causing Han Li to be greatly excited. As for the remaining magic techniques, Han Li was unable to grasp them at the moment. He could only helplessly deliberate and study them later in the future. Because the Great South meeting was about to end, the amount of young cultivators that came to do business would reach its peak in its last 2 days. At this moment, Han Li was in the large business plaza that was crowded to the brim with 2,000 cultivators. The amount of vendor stalls were also several times greater than before. For the most part, they wished to grab onto this final opportunity and peddle their leftover goods. In addition, an unknown amount of higher-level cultivators that emerged from long cultivation began to appear one after another, also wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to observe those who could become formidable opponents. Han Li bitterly smiled. Although he had already entered the 9th layer while he was walking amongst the crowd of cultivators, he discovered many people that were above the 9th layer. Currently, Han Li no longer had any spirit stones and his medicine pills were few in number. Since he had no intention of getting rid of his treasures, he simply followed the stream of people from vendor stall to vendor stall. He went simply to hear other cultivators' comments and views on the trades of goods to further his experience and knowledge. Hearing others speak truly broadened Han Li's horizons, causing him to understand quite a bit about magic tools and materials. For example, magic darts that automatically pursued enemies, gourds that could shoot flames, long sabers capable of freezing people with a cut, silver-winged ant eggs that could be used to create medicine, scales of a 100-year-old iron-lined serpents that could be used to craft tools, and so on. Chapter 140 Determination to Win. Chapter 140 Determination to Win. The man seemed to be extremely angry. His 2 hands formed fists and he advanced a step. What? Could it be that you're thinking of forcing the trade? Those of our Yi clan aren't good targets to bully. The vendor turned his eyes and said without a trace of politeness. Humph. The Yi clan is quite impressive. Although the dark man did not apologize, he released his fists. He was clearly afraid of retaliation from the Yi clan. The man was suppressed by the mere mention of the Yi clan and was exceptionally angry. He was a 10th layer expert and was accustomed to others speaking highly of him. Currently he had accepted this embarrassment and had planned to brush his sleeve then ago. However, in his heart he would truly hate to part with this returning wind's alms bowl, as this magic tool was well suited with his cultivation art. If he were able to acquire it, his strength would increase greatly. However, as of current, apart from the destroyed magic treasure fragment, his other possessions were quite useful, and his spirit stones had been used up over the past several days, leaving him in his current predicament. Brother, sell your treasure fragment to me, I will give 10 spirit stones. A gray-clothed man that was watching emerged from the crowd. He sincerely said, cupping his fist in front of the man. I won't sell it. If you want to buy it, then give me 30 spirit stones. The dark man shook his head as if he were beating a drum with it. That price was fundamentally unacceptable. Say, your esteemed self's destroyed magic treasure fragment. If it were only a slightly great price, then it would be worth it. Unfortunately, it is truly too small. The amount of goods it can conceal is too few. The gray-clothed man, having been rejected by the man, exposed an expression of regret and returned into the crowd without further negotiation. Would you sell it for 12 spirit stones? 13. Cultivators from all directions were looking at the destroyed magic treasure fragment with great interest. Even if they couldn't use this item, they could slowly study it. Who knows what they would be able to achieve enlightenment in. Like that, the price rose to 20 after a moment, bidded by a naive-looking round-faced youth. In face of such a high price, others no longer spoke out. They all felt this price was quite high. If the were to grow any higher, it would be far too damaging. After all, to these low-level cultivators, having 10 spirit stones would be regarded as quite well off. In addition, the man from a moment ago was most likely the disciple of a clan. Only they could possibly be that rich. 20. The dark man's expression changed. The bid had reached his minimum. If he were to pair it with a few other objects, he would be able to exchange with the vendor for the returning wind alms bowl. You want to pay 20 spirit stones? The man amiably said toward the round-faced youth. Although nobody knew why, after a moment the youth's face was red. Then after another moment his face turned white and he became extremely frantic. I don't have that many spirit stones. After the round-faced youth stammered these words with frustration and unease, the surrounding spectators were shocked. You don't Then why did you just yell that? Could it be you said it to deliberately amuse me? When the dark man heard this, the man's belly full of anger erupted out from his body, rigidly pressing down onto the youth with formidable grandeur. I simply saw everyone shouting out prices for fun. Without thinking, I also opened my mouth. Brother, please forgive me. The round-faced youth hastily apologized to absolve himself. His brow was beaded with sweat and soybean-sized sweat drops tumbled down. Chapter 141 Writ of Immortal Ascension. Chapter 141 Writ of Immortal Ascension. With a look at this flight talisman, the dark man and the vendor stall owner were visibly moved. Their view of Hanli grew much more serious. After all, those possessing elementary high-grade talismans were unlikely to be a nobody. Good, I will exchange. The dark man was very straightforward. With such an obviously advantageous trade, who wouldn't trade? However, before we trade, I wish to try something you have said before, whether or not this treasure fragment will obstruct a concealed object from absorbing the spiritual chi from the outside world. If it is true, this person will immediately trade for it. If it is not true, this person will not take the loss in trade. When the dark man heard Han Li's words, he was surprised. However, after clearly hearing the content of his words, he smiled. The words I have spoke regarding this object's effects are all true. Please do not hesitate to test it. The dark man confidently spoke. When Han Li heard this, he was not polite. He took out an object resembling a wine cup from his body. He then picked up the cloth and covered it. Waiting until after the wine cup disappeared, Han Li extended his finger and condensed a white ball of spiritual chi the size of a bean. He lightly dropped it on the cloth, resulting in the ball of light completely disappearing as if it were swallowed. When Han Li saw this, his face showed a happy expression. He lightly grabbed the cloth in his hand and removed it. The wine cup appeared, and ball of light that disappeared a moment ago was flowing inside. Not bad. Brother did not speak falsely. I want this destroyed magic treasure fragment. As for this flight talisman, it belongs to your esteemed self. Han Li took the cloth and put it in his cuff. Afterwards, he cupped his fist toward the dark man. Good. Your esteemed self is straightforward. When the dark man heard this, he was exalted and lowered his body to take the flight talisman. After he hastily looked all over it to confirm it wasn't fake, he smiled. Han Li faintly smiled and did not say anything further. He turned around and squeezed through the crowd. However, before he even took a few steps, he heard several comments from the crowd. This man is foolish. To actually trade a high-grade talisman for such a weak item. That's right. That fragment is so small, what use does it have? To exchange for such a thing is fundamentally not worth it. Don't say it like that, maybe he has a clever use for it. When Han Li heard this, he inwardly sneered several times. How could these cultivators know that this object is of immense importance to me? This brother, please wait. Wait for me. Having not walked very far, Han Li heard a voice from behind him, approaching him in a hurry. Han Li was slightly surprised. Could they be yelling him? He could not help but turn his head. He saw a person not too far away, running towards him with a forehead beaded with sweat while calling out to him. It was unexpectedly the round-faced youth who had nearly brought disaster upon himself. Han Li blinked a few times and then stopped. He curiously wanted to know what business this buffoon would have with him to have pursued him at the very end. Brother, I finally caught up to you. The youth chasing him said while gasping for breath. Does this brother have something on his mind? Han Li looked at him with doubt. This is for you. It could be considered thanks for elder brother's help out of the troublesome situation. Without saying anything further, the youth handed Han Li a booklet. Then he bashfully ran back. Han Li was slightly surprised, but he immediately smiled. There was such a simple and honest person among the cultivators. This was truly unexpected. He did not pursue him, and instead he took a look at the book in his hand. Record of Xianxia was the book's title. It didn't seem to be a magic item. Han Li looked through a few pages with interest. Xianxia means Young Creek. It seemed to be the journal of a senior cultivator, Taoist master Xianxia of the state of Yu, who did not like cultivating but instead enjoyed traveling to different places. It contained elusive legends and such with detailed notes. There were also some pages with relevant, vivid and lifelike drawings. Although Han Li only looked through a few pages, he held quite an interest in this item and put the booklet into his bosom. After that, Han Li didn't come across any particular affairs. He felt a bit bored and returned to his residence. Inside his room, Han Li lied down on his bed and looked through the record of Xianxia. Of the contents in the book, a few were Master Xianxia's personal experiences and others were merely gossip. However, not one of them wasn't bizarre. There were rarely heard unusual matters and secrets that cultivator clans would never tell others. It was unknown how Master Xianxia had learned of them. Han Li read with great interest. However, when he reached the final page of the booklet, there were the drawings of 7 distinct command medallions. At the very bottom of the drawings were several lines of words. Writ of Immortal Ascension, created by the 7 great cultivator sects of the state of Yu. It was the each cultivator sect's award for accomplishing tremendous achievements within a cultivator sect. So long as one holds the cultivator's sect command medallion, they would receive the same treatment as the final victor of the Immortal Ascension Assembly. It would bestow the qualifications to become an inner court disciple and receive foundation establishment pills. However, this object had always been handed down within the sect. Common cultivators would have no chance of seeing them. As a result, these portrayals were simply according to their appearances from rumors. At the end, Master Xianxia used somewhat smaller characters to write these words. This writ can be traded between cultivator clans. The age when writs were first issued was a time long ago. As a result, the cultivator clans that issued writs recognized the writs but not the people. So long as someone holds a writ, they would take a step toward the heavens. It could be said to be a low-level cultivator's defiance of the natural order. After Han Li finished reading the explanation below, he took another look at the 7 illustrations and felt his tongue dry up. His heart beat with intensity. Originally, when Han Li heard the words, Great Immortal Ascension Assembly, he faintly made an association with the dwarf's strange command medallion. One side of the command medallion had 2 words engraved, Immortal Ascension. This made Han Li feel as if these 2 things had something in common. After he heard the others talk about the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly in detail, there were no words relating to the writ of Immortal Ascension. Chapter 142. Attack to kill. Han Li was completely ignorant of the Qin clan's situation. However, this did not obstruct his ecstatic mood. While he excitedly walked around the room, he incessantly fiddled with Writ of Immortal Ascension in his hand. In addition, the more he looked at this command medallion, the more pleasing to the eye it became. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Han Li calmed down the excitement in his heart. He began to think of his plans for the future and the feasibility of traveling to Yellow Maple Valley to formally become an apprentice to a master. After a night of restless, difficult sleep for Han Li, the Great South Small Meeting had at last come to an end. From the beginning of the morning of the second day, many cultivators had already begun to leave the valley. The people inside the valley had already been reduced to less than half. During the afternoon, there were several slightly older senior experts who appeared in the plaza. After they said a few encouraging words of praise, they declared the formal termination of the Great South Meeting. That Taoist Master Qinyan was also one of those experts. Suddenly, in groups of 3 or 4 or perhaps like wild geese, the remaining cultivators flew into the sky and floated there. At this moment, Taoist priest Qingwen and the other went to find Han Li, inviting him to journey with them once more. After a moment of silence, Han Li declined their invitation, greatly angering Wu Jiuzhi and the Mo brothers. Even Taoist priest Qingwen's complexion was somewhat unsightly. Since Brother Han is unwilling to travel with us, Qingwen will not force you. Take care of yourself on your journey, brother. After a sigh from Qingwen, he said this with a regretful tone. He then patted Han Li's shoulders and departed the valley with the others. Han Li hadn't discovered that during the second that Taoist priest Qingwen patted Han Li's shoulders, a bit of colorless and formless fine powder left Qingwen's cuff and scattered on Han Li's clothes. In addition, the area sprinkled with dust was slightly unusual, but nothing could be seen. When Wu Jiuzhi and company left the thick fog of the valley, Taoist priest Qingwen had fallen behind them at an unknown time and took advantage of the thoughtlessness of the several people while exposing a sinister appearance. He suddenly raised his cuff and sent a stream of flame toward the sky. It disappeared into the shrubbery at the side. His face then resumed his normal, rightful and strict appearance, as if the actions from a moment ago had not occurred. Han Li did not completely understand what Taoist priest Qingwen just did, but due to his continuous habit of being cautious, He didn't immediately set off from the Great South Valley but rather waited the night inside the valley. When it was early morning with the dew shining brightly, he stealthily slipped away from the valley in a manner that even gods and ghosts could not see. TL? Gods don't know and ghosts don't see. After he left the Great South Valley, Han Li identified the direction. He used the Imperial Flight technique and lightly tapped his foot against the ground, propelling him about 10 meters away. Like that, his clothes fluttered into the distance. Not long after he departed the valley, two people hurriedly rushed over. In front of them was a green ball of light the size of a thumb guiding their way. After they turned to where Han Li was just a moment ago, they followed in the direction that Han Li flew off to. Those two people precisely followed the green light's directions. Han Li did not yet stop on the journey, not even resting after having traveled over 100 li. When he arrived at a small hill, he stopped to sit down and eat a few things, recovering his exhausted body and magic power as well. Han Li did not know that his actions, having not followed common conventions, caused the two pursuing behind him to curse endlessly. This was not surprising. They had set out on their pursuit before the light of day. Had they not marked Han Li's body, they would have probably lost him. However, their original plan to set a trap ahead of him and ambush him had fallen through. What made the two even more incomparably angry was that Han Li's leaps and steps and traversed more than 100 li, causing the two to eat a bellyful of dust. They were so tired they could drop. After all, these two had been cultivators for a long time and were accustomed to living like princes. Having to bitterly rely on their legs to travel a long distance, these two had not experienced this in quite a long time. It was not known how much time had passed since Han Li had sat down cross-legged inside a depression of the hill and shut his eyes, motionless. It appeared he entered a state of selflessness. Apart from the sounds of the hill's wildlife around him, he heard no other noise. It was at this time that somewhere from the nearby earth, the ground broke and emitted several tens of streams of white light directly toward Han Li. The originally motionless Han Li suddenly opened his eyes and saw the cold light. His body suddenly soared into the air without reason, and he lightly landed with both feet on an open space to the side. Poo-poo. Those white lights naturally missed their target. The true identity of the sparkling and half-transparent white lights that had attempted to strike Han Li during meditation was more than 10 incomparably sharp ice alls. When Han Li saw this, his expression became gloomy. He stretched out his right hand and extended his 5 fingers, Salala. After a burst of explosive sounds, 5 small fireballs appeared at his fingertips. These fireballs, compared to the fireballs of the common fireball technique, were smaller by more than half. Your esteemed self should taste this person's fireballs. Han Li shouted awe-inspiringly while gazing at the place where the ice alls flew from. Then he slightly bent his fingers and suddenly shot them. The 5 fireballs flew out in a line. As soon as the fireballs were about to touch the floor, the image of yellow-clothed man suddenly appeared. Then the man flashed and his image appeared elsewhere. He happened to avoid the fireball attack. Bang! The small area where Han Li's fireballs exploded left a few large holes that released a blistering hot air. A few of the places exposed signs of melting from high temperature, causing the man who had dangerously escaped death to break out a cold sweat. At this time, Han Li did not pay attention to the holes but rather firmly stared at the yellow-clothed man who jumped out. He was a slender 30-year-old man with a cunning face. "Why did you ambush me?" Han Li coldly asked. When the yellow-clothed man heard this, he rolled his eyes. He sinisterly laughed several times and said, "You will know in your next life." Soon after, he suddenly yelled with a cold voice, "Go!" Han Li was shocked. Just as he was about to move, he heard 2 slight sounds of ground breaking beneath him. Then 2 large hands twinkling with a yellow radiance emerged from the ground like lightning and firmly grabbed Han Li's legs. It was as if he were immediately bound with steel chains, causing Han Li to be unable to move a single step. "Brat, your death is certain. Your legs can't move. Let's see how you will dodge my icicle technique," the yellow-clothed man proudly said with an evil smile. He raised his 2 hands toward Han Li and began to mutter to himself. As a result, the threatening cold air in front of his hands gradually condensed into white crystals, eventually taking the form of sharp ice alls. Han Li's complexion greatly changed. His hand pressed against his waist. The tinkling of small bells rang and a cold light flashed. He took out a shining long sword and without hesitation he chopped down. Clang! It was as if the sword had struck rock and emitted sparks. In addition, those yellow large hands were unscathed. Han Li was alarmed and angry. When he thought to make another attempt, the yellow-clothed man across from him wildly laughed. Haha, die brat. Han Li's heart sunk and he immediately raised his head. He saw 20 sharp ice awls fiercely shooting toward his entire body, without giving him a method to dodge. When Han Li saw this, his expression became incomparably grave. He took a deep breath and bit down on his teeth. Without moving, his body strangely twisted left and right. Most of the ice awls were unexpectedly dodged by his movements. Only his right shoulder and left leg were incapable of evading and were pierced through with the ice awls. In an instant, blood flowed from the wounds and leaked through his clothes. Han Li threw away the long sword in his hand. With his 10 fingers he sealed the blood vessels near his wounds at a lightning-fast speed, causing the bleeding to suddenly stop. Then the originally complacent yellow-clothed man widely opened his eyes, not believing what he had just seen. Han Li's expression grew dark. He used the strength in his 2 calves and unexpectedly twisted them as if they had no bone. After a burst of popping sounds from the legs, he suddenly shrank his body into a ball while he was still alive, and his whole body suddenly fled upward. His legs were like a slippery fish, slipping out from the stiff grasp of those 2 large hands. He then shot into the air and landed more than 30 meters away, coldly staring at the large hands. Impossible! How did his legs slip out from the grasp of my tremendous strength technique? From the earth below the hands spoke a muffled, angry, and alarmed voice. Then the 2 hands stiffly emerged out from the earth, revealing a burly silhouette covered in a bold yellow light. Chapter 143. Beheading the large man that had just emerged from the ground, and the yellow-clothed man started to chase after Han Li. As they chased him, they were afraid that Han Li would run far away again. After recovering a bit of magic power, they immediately grouped up and planned their next attack. At this time, Han Li felt a scorching pain from his wounded thigh. It seemed that his movements from a moment ago had worsened his injury. However, now was not the time to think about that problem. The large man that had concealed himself in the ground a moment ago took out a long saber covered in black qi and fiercely charged toward Han Li. When Han Li saw his opponent's figures, he observed that although they were quite fast, their movements were stiff. It was clear these people only relied on the support of magic techniques. His heart could not help but slightly relax. It should be known that Han Li's strange and quick movements would prevent them from catching up to him. With that thought, Han Li no longer paid attention to the large overbearing man and placed his attention onto the yellow-clothed man instead, as the man had taken out a dark green gourd. He had pointed the mouth of the gourd toward Han Li, seemingly wanting to cast a magic technique. "Where do you think you're looking? Die." The large man charged next to Han Li with a greatly flourished yellow light on his body. He lifted his demonic long saber and chopped it down toward Han Li. Han Li snorted. His body flashed, appearing outside the reach of the saber. "You were fooled, boy." The large man wildly laughed. A black light from the long saber in his hand flashed and turned into a long black rope. Like a long snake, it closely followed and twisted toward Han Li, neither locking him down nor letting him go. Han Li was startled and his body immediately grew strangely indistinct. One moment he was at the left, then right, then front, then back, as if there were several Han Lis encircling the large man. When the large man saw this, he grew greatly intimidated. However, he immediately protected his body with the earth armor technique, and no longer paid it any attention to Han Li's afterimages. Instead, he hastily moved his flexible black rope and did his utmost to pursue Han Li's true body. Ping ping. Ping ping. Han Li swept past the side of the large man. During that instant he fiercely shot fireballs at the large man with both hands around him. As they hit his body, the yellow light shook for a moment. Unfortunately, it recovered at once. How could this meager fireball technique break through this uncle's defensive technique? The large man's face was savage, and the movement of his hands grew even more rapid. The movements of the black rope didn't relax even the slightest. Han Li felt somewhat anxious. Although the large man's black rope was somewhat slower than him, he was unable to cope with it. He dared not slow down his body's movements, else he was certain to be caught. Although he didn't know what sort of magic tool the black rope was, it was quite troublesome. However, he didn't dare to negligently let it wrap around him. He busily glanced toward the yellow-clothed man and saw that his expression was solemn. The magic tool gourd in his hand started to release a secretive azure light. It was unknown what would about to emerge from within. This won't do. If this continues, I won't be able to survive. If I don't brave a few risks, I will die. Han Li thought to himself, having seen the desperate circumstances. As a result, Han Li rushed to take out the guardian talisman he received from monk Golden Light. This guardian talisman was a type of talisman technique. Its incantation had long been acquired from Buddhist monk Ku Sang. Now he had finally used it. Han Li softly chanted the incantation verses. Because he was in the middle of moving, it sounded somewhat ambiguous. However, the talisman's golden characters started to brighten. When the golden characters were completely shining, Han Li suddenly slapped the talisman onto his body. A golden light suddenly appeared and covered his body with a golden barrier. However, his body suddenly became slower, and the black chain overtook him and wrapped around him. The usage of a guardian talisman caused one's movements to slow. Han Li had already tested this and was well aware. Although the black rope wound around him several times, when it was obstructed by the golden light, he did not panic. He knew that his gamble was correct as the golden barrier protected him against the magic tool's assault. When the large man saw this, he let out a low roar. He charged forward with large strides with obnoxious, dazzling yellow light on his fists. They seemed to be supported by an unknown cultivation technique. Having learned a lesson from last time, Han Li did not let the large man get close. He suddenly crouched and pressed both hands against the floor. Then he muttered an incantation, suddenly causing his hands be slightly enveloped in a yellow light. When the large man saw this, he was slightly startled and hastily stopped. However, it was already too late. The floor below him completely turned into soft and weak quicksand, causing his legs to be deeply buried to his thighs and to become flustered. Strike! A sharp voice entered Han Li's ear. Han Li's heart sunk as he looked toward the yellow-clothed man. With only a single look, Han Li saw 7 to 8 black spheres the size of chicken eggs emerge from the mouth of the black gourd and rush toward him. Han Li's face grew very unsightly and the yellow light in his hands scattered. He then took out a wooden box from his bosom. At this time, the several spheres were already in front of him and ruthless pounded against Han Li's barrier. The barrier was incessantly deformed as if it could break at any moment. Han Li didn't take notice of this crisis and sat down cross-legged, putting the wooden box on his knee. He then rushed an incantation. The sphere's attacks were fierce and didn't cease attacking the golden barrier for even a moment, causing the golden light to gradually dim. It seemed the barrier would break and that death would approach. At this time, Han Li shouted with a roar, "Rise!" With this order, a gray light about 3 meters long shot forth from within the wooden box. This ray of light resembled a flood dragon that had emerged from the water. It flew several circles in all directions, and hacked all of the spheres into two one after another as if they were its nemesis, turning them to dust. Treasure talisman. The yellow-clothed man loudly shouted as if he had seen a ghost. When Han Li heard this, his heart stirred. However, he did not think of it further as the large man had already escaped from the trap. However, after seeing Han Li's gray sword light, his complexion grew deathly white. Not only did he not think to rush toward Han Li, but he also turned around and wildly fled. Thought at this time Han Li was already resolved to kill. How could he let these people leave? He pointed to the large person, and the sword light immediately and fiercely pursued, appearing behind the large man's body. It coiled around the large man's neck and his skull easily tumbled to the ground. It was as if the yellow light protecting his body didn't exist, not affecting it in the slightest. When the yellow-clothed man saw this, he had actually dared to stay there for the moment. He took out a talisman and slapped it onto his body, causing him to spout out a pair of large yellow wings. He lightly flapped them and soared off, flying to a distant place. Han Li then commanded the sword light to pursue, closely following behind the yellow-clothed man. The yellow-clothed man flew even faster, and the gray light was unexpectedly unable to overtake him for a time. Han Li felt slightly anxious and his heart grew fierce. He then used all of the magic power he had without reserve. It was as if that gray streak had immediately consumed a tonic and suddenly sped up, piercing through the chest of the yellow-clothed man and thoroughly bringing peace to Han Li's heart. The yellow-clothed man screamed and fell from the air. Han Li grew greatly cheerful and recalled the gray light. He dashed toward the man, hoping to capture him alive and carefully interrogate him. Unfortunately, when Han Li arrived at the crash site, the yellow-clothed man couldn't possibly be any more dead. He simply fell to his death, causing Han Li to be quite depressed. Since there were no living mouths, he could only search the two bodies and see whether he could find any useful clues. After Han Li impolitely plundered all the items on the two men's bodies, he did not find any relevant items. Even so, he struck it rich. These two men actually had 50 low-grade spirit stones as well as a few talismans and magic tools. Han Li could not make head or tails of their assault and was somewhat puzzled. He also did not know whether or not these two had anything to do with the missing rogue cultivators. However, he didn't dare to stay here too long. After consuming a few medicine pills, he continued on his way. Chapter 144 Dispute over a Foundation Establishment Pill. Chapter 144. Dispute over a Foundation Establishment Pill. The Jian province located in the north of the state of Yu was ranked second amongst the 13 provinces. Its land is comprised of many hills and its population is sparse. It also bordered the state of Yuanwu. The Taiyu mountain range was located at the western part of the province and spanned over several thousands of li. In addition, all sorts of beasts and birds of prey existed in great numbers within the desolate mountain forest. On occasion, even woodcutters and hunters would start rumors of having seen immortals and monsters, further shrouding the location in mystery. Naturally, no common man would have thought that for several thousand years, the center of this mountain range had been the home of one of the 7 great cultivator sects, the Yellow Maple Valley. From the view above, it appeared no different from other mountain ranges. The ridges were steep and the forest was lush. However, it was completely an illusion as it was actually covered in a wondrously large sect-wide formation. Underneath the formation were countless towers and grand halls that had been built long ago. There were even cultivators busily about, flying at low altitudes on top of leaf-shaped petal magic tools. Yellow Maple Valley's current sect master Zhong Lingdao was already 100 years old. However, he still had the middle-aged appearance of having 3 long strands of facial hair, comprising of a mustache and beard. He was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with a calm, natural disposition and was skilled at organization. Within the sect, his prestige was high. The sect elders and his fellow apprentice brothers held much confidence in him. However, this always calm, fully confident sect master Zhong was currently tensing his brow as he sat in the main hall's head seat. He somewhat helplessly watched an intense dispute in front of him between a middle-aged man and an old man. In the great hall, there were more than 10 other cultivators at both sides, each with a different expression. These were the stewards of Yellow Maple Valley. Elder Martial Brother Murong. It is obvious that several months ago, we had already distributed all of the Foundation establishment pills. However, my grandnephew's reservation was actually cancelled and given to a rogue cultivator. This is outrageous. The old man shouted with fury toward the direction of the middle-aged scholar. This was truly astonishing. This old man was undoubtedly much older than the middle-aged person, but he still addressed him as Elder Martial Brother. Junior Martial Brother Yi, this was not an accident. For the first time in several hundred years, someone had entered the sect through the use of a rite of immortal ascension. How could we ignore this? We must give this person a Foundation establishment pill. The middle-aged scholar calmly said with his expression unchanged. However, this person is simply not a person from a cultivator clan and is merely a rogue cultivator. Do we still have to give him a Foundation establishment pill under those circumstances? As I see it, simply letting him enter the sect is enough. With that much, he would regard that as a great fortune. The old man disputed while flushed with anger. Junior Martial Brother Yi, these words should not be uttered. How do you know that his ancestors were not from a cultivator clan? Perhaps his clan simply declined and then he became a rogue cultivator. Moreover, who can guarantee their own clan will not weaken with age? Perhaps one day Junior Martial Brother Ye's Yi clan will also decline. When the moment comes where one of the Yi clan's future generation brings the writ of immortal ascension, will our Yellow Maple Valley not give them a Foundation establishment pill and only have them enter the sect? If Junior Martial Brother dares to swear this poisonous oath in front of all as us, I, Mu Rongshan, will turn around and leave alone the matter of the Foundation establishment pill. The middle-aged man's composed and confident words turned the old man's face white then green, leaving him speechless. How could the old man possibly dare to swear such a troublesome oath? Even if he were to swear it, only he would stand aside and leave the matter. Who knew whether others would step in? However, why must my grandnephew's pill be given away? Are the others out of the question? The old man asked, unreconciled. You must ask why this junior Marshall brother's grandnephew is far too lacking. When tested, his rank was actually near last. The middle-aged man shook his head with the appearance of regret. Seeing the person across from him act in this manner, the roots of the old man's teeth ached with hatred. However, for the benefit of his grandnephew, he couldn't do anything to him. With great resolve, he continued, my grandnephew's ranking is truly a bit poor, but he is not last in the ranking of those that have not yet taken the Foundation Establishment pill. Are there not still 2 others? Junior Marshall brother is correct. There are 2 others that were tested and ranked lower than your grandnephew. However, those 2 circumstances are truly unusual. They simply have grievances toward Junior Marshall brother's grandnephew. The middle-aged man said with a voice of great pity. What is unusual? If you don't give me a convincing reason, I will not swallow the tone of your voice. The old man was nervous and let out fierce words. Such a willful display. What is there not to swallow? Those 2 people are truly unusual. Skipping over these 2, Junior Marshall brother's apprentice was chosen. I had also agreed to this. As for the grounds, Junior Marshall brother need not ask. I can give you an explanation. Zhou Lingdao, having seen the old man unexpectedly say such words, lowered his face and berated him. Seeing Zhou Lingdao speak in such a way, the old man's heart trembled with fear. He only knew that during the test that there should have been 2 behind his grandnephew. As for who, he truly did not know. This left him truly indignant and dissatisfied. Could it be there was truly some sort of exception that caused even the strict and impartial sect master to side with them? Zhou Lingdao waved his hand, gesturing the middle-aged scholar to return to his original seat. He then sighed and said, Junior Marshall brother Yi, I fear that this time I truly must wrong your grandnephew. Of those 2 people, one is Marshal Aunt Hongfu's sole descendant from the secular world. That is why, although the young girl originally did not meet the test standards, I had chosen her to enter the list of those who will receive the Foundation Establishment pill. Surely Junior Marshall disciple doesn't want to take away this person's Foundation Establishment pill? When the old man heard the name Hongfu, he was startled. His complexion immediately undergone a great change and was filled with fear and trepidation. Since it is Marshal Aunt Hongfu's descendant, it is only natural to take care of her. How could this little brother disrespect his elders in this way? This little brother is convinced of this person's arrangement and concedes. The old man spoke with his face somewhat pale. Having seen the old man's expression as such, great sect master Zhong was not at all surprised. After all, she was the sole female descendant of the Yellow Maple Valley's core formation expert, Marshal Aunt Hongfu, whose temper was known to all. If he truly deprived the young girl's qualifications to Foundation Establishment, the old man wouldn't just be out of luck. Perhaps even this sect master would have no good days ahead of him. And the other one? The old man was still unresigned. Although he knew this remaining person was certain to have sufficient justification, he was still asked with a mind grasping for a fluke. As for the remaining one, his body has a strange wind attribute spiritual root. Is this enough justification? Zhou Lingdao unhurriedly answered as he twirled his long beard with his fingers. When the old man heard this, he remained silent. Yellow Maple Valley sect rules had an article that stated, heavenly roots and unusual spiritual roots took precedence in Foundation Establishment. There was nothing he could complain about. However, although his grandnephew was not his grandson by blood, ever since he entered the sect, he dearly looked at his growth since the very first days. He was even more intimate toward him than his very own grandsons. How could he have the heart to tell him that his qualifications for Foundation Establishment had been revoked? Then my grandnephew is truly without hope? It should be known that if he were to wait another 10 years, he would miss the optimal period to reach Foundation Establishment and would lose his chance to enter Foundation Establishment in this lifetime. The old man's words were somewhat bleak, stirring up a burst of whispers among those seated. Junior Marshal brother Yi, there is actually a way. A somewhat gloomy long-faced old man with a hawk nose stood and consoled the old man surnamed Yi. What? Senior Marshal Brother Wu has a method? When Old Man Yi heard this, his spirit shook. Within the sect, this Senior Brother Wu was well known for being resourceful. Perhaps he truly had a method. The old man surnamed Wu slightly smiled and didn't immediately respond. Instead he turned to Zhong Lingdao and saluted to him, asking him with a clear voice, "May I ask, Sect Master, what were the properties of the spiritual roots of the person who brought the writ of immortal ascension? Have you tested him yet? What was his aptitude?" "It seemed to be not particularly good. Junior Marshal Brother Wang, you personally tested him. Why don't you tell us?" Zhong Lingdao asked someone from the left side of the row. "Yes, Elder Marshal Brother, Sect Master." A middle-aged wearing light green clothes stood and indifferently said, "This person's age is not old. He is 18 or 19 years of age. He has reached early 9th layer in a wood attribute foundation cultivation technique. His spiritual roots are the 4 attributes except for metal. They could be classified as false spiritual roots. From judging as a whole, this person's aptitudes are at the bottom. However, he has come across fortuitous encounters and diligently trained. Otherwise, how else could he reach his current state? If he were to have no other strokes of luck in this lifetime, he would at most train to his foundation cultivation technique until the 11th or 12th layer, unable to enter foundation establishment." Chapter 145 The Unexpected Guest. Chapter 145. The Unexpected Guest. That's right. Senior Marshal Brother Wu truly has a good idea. The old man surnamed Ye's 2 eyes shined with excitement. Then he turned his head to Zhong Lingdao and expectantly requested, "Sect Master, could I see the owner of the writ of immortal ascension? I wish to do business with him and exchange something for his voluntary renouncement of the foundation establishment pill." When Zhong Lingdao heard this, he muttered to himself hesitantly before nodding. However, he reminded the old man that he mustn't overstep his boundaries and force the transaction before letting Junior Marshal Brother Wang see the uninvited guest. The old man and Junior Marshal Brother Wang exited the main hall. After stepping on a leaf-shaped magic tool, they immediately soared into the sky toward Yellow Maple Valley's guest welcoming building. In a room of the Yellow Maple Valley's guest welcoming building, a youth was lying on a bed, looking at the roof while lost in thought. He was precisely Han Li, who followed them to Yellow Maple Valley after the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly's conclusion. After Han Li had killed the 2 cultivators who ambushed him with no further external encounters, he hurried to some hidden mountain peak in the Lan province to participate in the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly that was soon to convene and compare what he saw with the desperately fought tournaments described by Hu Pinggu. After the life and death contests, with each stage having a final victor, the 7 great sects' representatives finally emerged. Yellow Maple Valley's representative was that Junior Marshal Brother Wang. After having seen Yellow Maple Valley's representative and taking a moment of careful deliberation, he still resolved himself to take the risk and hand over the writ of immortal ascension for this man to see, causing the representative to be startled. The representative immediately stated that he could bring Han Li back to the sect. As for the specifics towards him and the writ of immortal ascension, it would be the decision of their sect master. After all, regaining the writ of immortal ascension was a matter 400 to 500 years overdue. Han Li was naturally unopposed. Otherwise he would have to find Yellow Maple Valley's mountain entrance by himself. It would be far too exhausting for him. Like that, the other cultivators looked at Han Li with gazes of amazement. He sat on an immense boat-shaped magic tool with 10 victors from the tournament and the representative Junior Marshal Brother Wang. When he returned to Yellow Maple Valley, he was brought here to wait for a reply. As for the other 10, they had parted. It was unknown where they had gone. Han Li waited here for 3 to 4 days and did not leave his room. Aside from an 11 to 12-year-old male servant delivering him food every day on schedule, he did not see anyone else. It wasn't that Han Li was actually obedient and sincere, but after that representative surnamed Wang arranged his living conditions and tested his spiritual root attributes, he immediately told him that because he still wasn't a disciple of Yellow Maple Valley, the room would have a few restrictive techniques. For the time being, he would be unable to leave the room, otherwise he would trigger the restrictive techniques, causing him to be restrained. Having heard the representative surnamed Wang, Han Li naturally did not bring embarrassment upon himself. In addition, after having become aware that he possessed 4 attribute false spiritual roots, Han Li's mood took a turn for the worse. Although Han Li already knew that his own cultivation aptitude was rather poor, after hearing it with his own ears, he became sad and dispirited for an entire day. It seemed that if he wished to remain on his path of cultivation, he would have to rely on the external power of medicine pills and such. However, after he ascended to the 9th layer of the Eternal Spring Arts, he felt the effectiveness of Yellow Dragon Pellet and Golden Essence Pill greatly lessening. They did not aid him as greatly as before. It seemed he must find several other spiritual medicine recipes and concoct some medicine pills truly fit for a cultivator, else the pace of his cultivation would be delayed. Just as Han Li was immersed in thought, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. In addition, it was the sound of not just one person. Han Li roused his spirit. It seemed that after suffering through several days, the information he was waiting for had come. "Young friend, have you become accustomed to living here?" The room's door softly opened and the voice of the representative named Wang spoke. This man soon entered the room, followed by a blushing old man. "Greetings, Immortal Wang." Han Li immediately jumped from the bed and respectfully greeted him. He was fully aware that nobody would find fault with extra courtesy. Were he to humble his attitude a bit, he would only receive benefit and no detriments. "This is?" Han Li glanced at the old man and asked, puzzled. "This is my senior martial brother, surnamed Yi." Junior martial brother Wang smiled and then explained. "Surnamed Yi?" Han Li was startled. Could it be that the matter of having taken the writ after killing monk Golden Light was revealed? Was it the Yi clan member who sought him? However, although this old man's complexion wasn't too good, he did not have the appearance of great anger. It seemed he had some other mysterious reason. Han Li felt apprehensive, though this was not expressed in the slightest on his face. With the same respectful tone, he said, "So it was Immortal Yi." The old man sized up Han Li once through. How could Han Li look and feel so terribly ordinary? There wasn't anything the slightest bit out of the ordinary. He couldn't help but feel uncertain toward his purpose coming here. As a result, after he heard Han Li's greeting, he put on a gracious face and smiled, saying, "Hee hee. Young friend Han need not be overly courteous. Since young friend Han arrived to our Yellow Maple Valley holding the writ of immortal ascension, young friend is already a sect disciple. Calling me martial uncle Yi will suffice. You need not regard yourself as an outsider." After Han Li heard the old man's words, his heart greatly lightened. However, his mind was still somewhat unconvinced. Since the other party had spoken so politely, it seems he did not have a vendetta against him. Though wasn't this level of politely a bit too excessive? How could he be said to not be an outsider? Han Li was at a loss. Young friend Han, senior martial brother Yi did not speak wrongly. The current sect master had already agreed to allow young friend to become a sect disciple. In addition, a foundation establishment pill has been prepared for young friend. Junior martial brother Wang said with a light smile. "Truly." When the always steady and calm Han Li heard those words, he could not help but grow excited. He wished he could dance for joy and vent his feelings. Seeing Han Li act in such a manner, junior martial brother Wang smiled. He did not feel very surprised. It seemed he had already predicted Han Li's reaction. "Junior martial brother Wang, I wish to speak with martial nephew Han alone. Could you withdraw for a moment?" The old man had grown somewhat impatient and finally spoke what he wanted to ever since he entered the room. "Of course, this junior martial brother will return to sect master first. After senior martial brother and martial nephew Han finish speaking, come back together." Junior martial brother Wang inwardly sighed. After giving Han Li a faint glance, he left the room. At this moment, the only two remaining in the room were old man Yi and Han Li. Han Li was stunned at what had happened before him. How could this one surnamed Wang just walk away after being told? The one left along with him, the fellow calling himself martial uncle, what matter does he have to speak with him? Although he didn't know what this senior martial brother Yi was up to, Han Li had a faintly bad premonition. The old man saw that Han Li was uneasy, but he didn't care in the slightest. He was convinced the things he could put forward were certain to cause this youth inexperienced with the world to widely open his eyes and smoothly complete the transaction. "Martial nephew Han, martial uncle is a straightforward person, therefore I will not beat around the bush and openly say it. My business is related to your given foundation establishment pill. I wish to purchase it from martial nephew. What does martial nephew think about it?" The old man got right to the point. He actually wants to purchase my foundation establishment pill. Did he not mishear? How could he sell it to someone else? When Han Li heard this, he was shocked. However, soon after, his complexion greatly changed and became unsightly. Martial nephew Han, do not hesitate to be at ease. I will not offer nothing in exchange for Martial nephew's foundation establishment pill. 7 or 8 mid-grade spirit stones, a few elementary mid to high-grade spiritual talismans, and several kinds of first-rate magic tools. Martial uncle still can bring out more things. If these truly won't do, Martial uncle still has a few magic power progressing medicine pills. Although they are incapable of being compared to a foundation establishment pill, they are spiritual medicines hard to come by even in the sect. The old man hastily explained after clearly seeing Han Li's complexion change. After Han Li heard these words, his complexion was much better. He heard the sincerity in the other party's words. It seemed this martial uncle had no intention of harshly and unreasonably scramble to rob him. Indeed, he truly wished to buy his foundation establishment pill. Chapter 146, Closing a Deal. Chapter 146. Closing a deal. Although I have never seen the foundation establishment pill with my own eyes, I, Han Li, know its value and its importance very clearly. Think about it, at the Tian Wutai Great Immortal Ascension Assembly, nearly thousands of cultivators fought a battle of life and death, and for what? Wasn't it because of the temptation of this foundation establishment pill? And this martial uncle Yi thinks he could just trade it away with some spirit stones and magic tools. Does he really think that I am some youngster who just came from the mountains? Han Li thought to himself while laughing coldly on the inside, but on the outside he appeared respectful, as if he was truly listening carefully to what the martial uncle Yi had to say. The old man surnamed Yi was satisfied with Han Li's response. After all, this future disciple didn't reject him as soon as he brought up the trade for the foundation establishment pill. Seemed like this could go somewhere. He never thought that he could easily trade the foundation establishment pill with the items that were mentioned earlier from the very beginning. Anyone who was not an idiot would know to not trade this precious item for something so cheap. What he said earlier was merely a test. But now, looking at Han Li's attitude, there seemed to be the possibility of negotiation. He was overjoyed. If Han Li was willing to trade, the old man was very confident that he could satisfy Han Li's demands and trade it for the foundation establishment pill. Just thinking about it made the old man surnamed Ye's smile grow even wider. It even felt like Han Li was less of an eyesore than before. Martial nephew Han, I'm sure you know about the attribute of your spiritual roots. To be honest, with martial nephew's aptitude, even by taking the foundation establishment pill, the rate of successfully entering foundation establishment is very low. At most, the foundation establishment pill would boost your magic power, and maybe level up your basic powers 2 or 3 layers. So, taking the foundation establishment pill would be too wasteful. To martial nephew, it would be best to trade it for something more practical and worthy if... The old man started talking endlessly to tempt Han Li. Even though Han Li looked like he was paying close attention to martial uncle Yi, he was already analyzing, calculating the pros and cons in his head. Honestly, he knew very well that what the old man said was true. The chance of attaining foundation establishment after taking merely one foundation establishment pill was almost too low. But if Han Li gave up the foundation establishment pill that easily, he wouldn't forgive himself. Because even if the chances were low, wasn't there still a slight possibility of success? But if he doesn't give up the foundation establishment pill to this martial uncle Yi in front of him, then his life in Yellow Maple Valley would definitely be unenjoyable. It was likely he would cause this person to hold a grudge for no reason. He also seemed to have some power in the Yellow Maple Valley. If that was the case, then it would be troublesome. Martial uncle Yi, may I please ask who you are requesting the foundation establishment pill for? I am sure that martial uncle Yi doesn't need this item anymore. Han Li thought for a while and decided to probe the old man's intentions. Even though the old man was interrupted by Han Li, he did not seem unhappy at all. Hearing Han Li's question, he hesitated a little but still told Han Li, "Since you asked, I, martial uncle, have nothing to hide. I am requesting this foundation establishment pill for someone surnamed Ye's grandnephew. Will martial nephew please fulfill our wish?" Han Li laughed bitterly in his heart after hearing this and thought, grandnephew, I guess that's a tight enough family relationship. If he can make the martial uncle Yi try so hard, and to even ask to trade the foundation establishment pill from a junior, he must be extremely lovable. Looks like if I really don't trade with him, there is 100% chance that I will provoke this old man. After that, I would never be able to settle in the Yellow Maple Valley. I can only swallow my pain and agree to trade. As for how I'm going to achieve foundation establishment, I will have to think of some other ways in the future. I still have that mysterious little bottle, and if I have the recipe in time, what medicine can't I make? After Han Li finished considering the pros and cons, he had made his choice. However, he wanted to get the most out of the trade, so he acted as if he was struggling and having trouble deciding. Martial uncle, it's not that Junior is disrespecting Senior, but the foundation establishment pill is also incredibly important to martial nephew. Even if Junior has low potential, isn't there still a sliver of hope? If I just give up this opportunity to become foundation establishment now, then Junior would really have no chance with the great path. After the old man heard Han Li out, he couldn't help but to scoff in silence. He thought to himself, you can't possibly be considering the higher path with your low qualification. You are completely overestimating your own abilities. But on the surface, the old man was still persuading him patiently from different angles while making a lot of empty promises. He continued to pressure and change Han Li's decision into agreeing to trade the foundation establishment pill. Hearing these empty promises, Han Li laughed coldly in his heart, but he kept on saying words with uncertainty and making himself sound even weaker. This thrilled the old man even more as he continued to bargain with an even higher price. Martial nephew, if you are willing to give up the foundation establishment pill, I can let you choose any chore you want from the chores that the disciples at the valley are required to do. Seeing Han Li was on the edge of agreeing to the deal, he finally played his trump card. Chores. Han Li was really stunned this time. Yes, you should know that the low-level disciples at Yellow Maple Valley must complete an assignment every month. For example, going to a few mines and supervise the miners, be an administrative disciple at a city market owned by our sect, take care of the valley's rare creatures, or growing some wonderful spiritual medicines. Based on how the job was completed, the sect will hand out some low-grade spiritual stones to these disciples as a reward. And I, martial uncle, am responsible for distributing these types of jobs in the valley. So if there are any jobs that martial nephew would like, it would be all up to me, the old man surnamed Yi said proudly, seeming like he truly did have the power and confidence. But having listened to this, Han Li was speechless. Chapter 147 The Particulars Within the Valley. Chapter 147. The particulars within the valley. After Han Li and Old Man Yi finished their business, Han Li was brought to the main hall on a flying magic tool toward the main hall to reply to Yellow Maple Valley's sect master Zhong Lingdao. Not long after, Han Li stood in front of the immense stone palace hall that was several tens of meters tall and was curiously sizing up several Yellow Maple Valley disciples who were standing guard at the gate. These people's magic power was far more profound than Han Li's. At the very least, they had reached the 10th layer or higher of their foundation cultivation technique. Han Li could not help but be inwardly surprised toward this sect's cultivator's strength and impressive appearance. Just a moment ago, when he and Old Man Yi arrived at this place, Old Man Yi had him first stay outside the hall. He was to wait for Sect Master Zhong's summons before going in by himself. This caused Han Li to awkwardly wait outside the palace hall, making him break into a string of silent curses. After a long while, a white-clothed middle-aged man came outside and directly arrived in front of Han Li. He coldly said, "Follow me in. Sect Master summons you." Then, without waiting for a response from Han Li, he returned, paying heed only to himself. Han Li inwardly smiled bitterly. It seemed a 9th-layer qi condensation cultivator such as himself simply could not be put into the person's eyes. He didn't want to say more than a single phrase to him. Although he was discontent toward this person's arrogance, Han Li clearly understood his own importance here and obediently followed after him, entering the main hall. After passing through 3 large gates guarded by disciples, Han Li then saw Yellow Maple Valley's sect master Zhong Lingdao, a middle-aged man with a long 3-strand beard. On the 2 sides of the large hall sat more than 10 people, each differently clothed. When Han Li entered, after he sized up Han Li a moment and saw that his appearance was common and uninteresting, he shifted his vision away, uninterested. In addition, that Old Man Yi and that junior martial brother Wang were also sitting within. "This young fellow is called Han Li?" Sect leader Zhong serenely asked. "That is right. Disciple Han Li meets Sect Master. Han Li appeared to very sincerely step forward and formally salute him. There is no need to be overly polite. Since young friend carries the writ of immortal ascension, this sect master will certainly respect the rules established by our exalted predecessors and have young friend enter the sect. Zhong Lingdao amiably smiled like a blowing spring wind and lightly brushed his sleeve. Just as Han Li was about to lower his body, he felt a soft incorporeal power around his thigh softly supporting him and rendering incapable of continuing to formally pay his respects. This had startled him and he felt some reverence toward the sect master. Not only will young friend enter the sect, but he will also obtain the qualifications to take the Foundation Establishment Pill. I heard Junior Marshal Brother Yi said that young friend renounced his Foundation Establishment Pill and gave it to someone else. Is this true? Sect Master Zhong did not speak much rubbish and directly spoke of the purpose of his summon to the palace hall. That is right, Sect Master. Disciple feels his aptitude is lacking, and taking the Foundation Establishment Pill is truly too extravagant. Instead, I gave this precious item to a senior marshal brother who needed it more. After Han Li uttered these words, he felt his heart faintly ache. As for the sole nascent soul expert in the valley, he was the martial uncle ancestor of Sect Master Zhong and his subordinates. It was said that he was already over 900 years old. Not only was his magic power unfathomably deep and his Taoist techniques thoroughly profound, his nascent soul could exit his body and mentally journey thousands of li away. He was a true immortal on this earth. However, this elder had long left the valley and was no longer within the state of Yu. He had already left to travel to other various countries. Who knows when he would return to the valley? As the Qi condensation disciples were quite numerous in the valley, it was impossible for all of them to consume the Foundation Establishment Pill. Only the most outstanding disciples with the best aptitudes would be able to have this privilege. Therefore, every 10 years, the valley's disciples who were younger than 30 would engage in a series of selections. The competition's fierceness was not at all inferior to the external Great Immortal Ascension Assembly. On the whole, only true cultivation geniuses who practiced their foundation cultivation technique to the 11th or even 12th layer could distinguish themselves and obtain the qualifications for a Foundation Establishment Pill. Of the several hundred best disciples who passed the strict selection, only 20 to 30 would enter Foundation Establishment after taking the Foundation Establishment Pill. The rest would at best advance their magic power a step and reach the peak of their foundation cultivation technique but never pass it. Naturally, the disciples in the valley were divided into 3 levels of hierarchy. The lowest were the disciples who had not yet taken a Foundation Establishment Pill. These people were the most numerous within the valley, and their magic power were the most shallow. These people ordinarily undertook lowly tasks and cultivated for the least amount of time. However, although they may be the lowest ranked in the valley, they had quite a grand name, honored disciples. Till, the honored, in honored disciples also means attendant. With slightly higher positions were those who had taken the Foundation Establishment Pill, but were unable to enter the Foundation Establishment stage. These disciples' foundation cultivation technique had basically reached their peak. Their magic power was far greater than those honored disciples. They were even able to use a few simple mid-grade cultivation techniques. As a result, they assumed the duty of leading and administering these numerous honored disciples. They were commonly called consul disciples. Those with the highest positions were the disciples who had entered Foundation Establishment. They were the favorites of the heavens and were regarded as true immortal cultivators, true experts who had stepped foot on the path of immortal cultivation. After these people succeeded in entering Foundation Establishment, they were permitted to find a region with abundant spiritual qi and create an immortal's cave to cultivate alone. They need not undertake any lowly tasks and only concentrate on cultivating. In addition, every year they would be granted all sorts of uncommon materials and a large amount of spirit stones to support and expedite their cultivation. Their sole duty was to aid the sect when it encountered great enemies. To disobey this order was unacceptable. Apart from the disciples of Yellow Maple Valley, there were the true powers that controlled the sect from within, the many stewards. These stewards were those disciples who, after entering Foundation Establishment, cultivated for an amount of time and were aware that they were unable to enter core formation. They voluntarily renounced their continued cultivation and were willing to enter the Inner Valley's specialized administration, performing various duties. Old Man Yi and those tens of people within the main hall were all these kinds of stewards. Actually, Sect Master Zhong Lingdao was a high-level steward. However, he took charge of the entire sect's overall planning and was the steward of all the stewards. True decisions regarding the life or death of the sect were decided by those reclusive core formation experts. Their mere existence allowed Yellow Maple Valley to be viewed upon as one of the towering 7 great immortal sects, and made it so that evil spirits dared not to cause harm to the sect. Otherwise, Yellow Maple Valley of the 7 great immortal sects would have already been long exterminated countless times from those demons with profound magic power. Naturally, the information mentioned above did not come from this Martial Uncle Wang but was secretly inferred by Han Li from inquiries and Martial Uncle Wang's words. This allowed Han Li to have a clear understanding of his status and environment. This would later be of no small assistance to him when interacting with fellow sect disciples. Chapter 148 Old Man in Grey. Chapter 148. Old Man in Grey. Martial Uncle Wang took Han Li with him on a leaf-shaped magic tool and flew for a couple of hours. They landed on a lush verdant mountain range within an area crowded with flat houses. These shabby houses were built using rocks from the mountain, and there wasn't a single person inside these houses. They seemed like they were all empty, and this puzzled Han Li. Don't be surprised. These houses are truly empty. This place is meant for the new disciples to live in until they improve their magic power, then they will move out and look for somewhere else to live. It happens it is currently the beginning of the 10-year rotational cycle. The new disciples haven't joined the sect yet, so the houses are temporarily empty. Martial Uncle Wang spotted Han Li's confusion and explained softly. This cleared Han Li's bewilderment. Martial Uncle Wang led Han Li the way as they walked among houses, making so many turns that Han Li felt dizzy. Then they finally stopped at a house that was larger than the other normal stone houses. He didn't explain much to Han Li and started yelling loudly. Junior Martial Brother Lin, open the door. I brought a new disciple to pick up the items. As soon as Martial Uncle Wang finished yelling, the door opened outwards automatically in a whoosh. Seeing this, Martial Uncle Wang walked in without any hesitation. Han Li paused a little and followed him into the house. Inside the house it was more spacious than it looked outside. This amazed Han Li, wondering what the house was tempered with. But the specific situation inside the house gave Han Li a certain feeling, and it was the word, messy. All kinds of different items were piled here and there. Some were clothes, some were weapons such as knives and swords. But from the wave of spiritual power the weapons were giving off, they seemed to actually be pretty well-made magic tools. Aside from these things, there were also some other daily items such as shovels and hammers. Those items were also giving off strong spiritual power. It seemed like the items had been refined into something like a magic tool. This broadened Han Li's horizons. What kind of special effect did these tools have? At the center of the house there was an 8-seater square table. Facing the door and sitting behind the table was an old man in gray clothes with fluffy hair. The old man ignored them as the two of them walked in the house, instead being focused on a small shiny knife, carving a yellow wood about the size of his palms that he held in his hands. Martial Uncle Wang saw this. He frowned slightly, but his facial expression turned back to normal immediately. He didn't walk up and interrupt the old man working. Instead he pulled a chair from the corner of the room, sat across the old man, and waited quietly for the old man to finish carving the wood. Han Li blinked his eyes when he saw the situation and stood behind Martial Uncle Wang without saying a word while waiting sensibly with him. The old man in gray was moving his hands fast like the wind while wood chips fell from in between his finger. After merely the time it took to make a cup of tea, a lifelike little monkey appeared within his palms. Junior Martial Brother Lin's carving skills have improved a lot since the last time I saw you. Martial Uncle Wang just then complimented while smiling. It's nothing impressive. I had nothing to do so I was just killing time. How come Martial Brother Wang has the time to come and visit my humble residence? The old man in gray said carelessly, but his eyes were already looking straight at Han Li and seemed to have guessed what the two of them were doing here. It's nothing too important. Just wanted to get the equipments that all new disciples who join the Valley's sect would receive for this martial nephew Han, he smiled and answered. Didn't all the new disciples from the Immortal Ascension Assembly receive their equipments? How come there's another one? And his aptitude is so poor. Did our sect leader Zhong's standards really become that low? He would recruit someone so untalented into the valley. The old man in gray said bluntly right in front of Han Li, making Han Li sound completely useless. From his tone of attitude, it doesn't seem like he respected the sect leader Zhong as much either. Hearing this, Han Li naturally felt extremely awkward, and martial Uncle Wang was also smiling bitterly. He knew that because of what happened back then, this junior martial brother Lin had been holding a grudge against their senior martial brother, the sect leader, ever since. But in front of this junior Han Li, how could he possibly pick on the young? So he coughed a little and changed the topic. Junior martial brother, this martial nephew Han was the one who brought the writ of immortal ascension and joined us in the Yellow Maple Valley. It counts as an exception, so his aptitude is not important. What's important is that the sect needs to keep our promise. The writ of immortal ascension. The old man in gray was very surprised and looked at Han Li once again. Tsk. If you say so, then this fellow must have a lot of luck and he can take a foundation establishment pill? The old man said with a loud voice and looked at him with a look that said, "Fellow, you're truly a lucky B***starred. Hee, normally that would be the case. But martial nephew Han and martial brother Yi made a deal, and he gave up this foundation establishment pill automatically." Martial Uncle Wang smiled and mentioned. Gave up the foundation establishment pill? The old man was startled at first, but for some reason his expression darkened right away, and after a moment of silence he said something that surprised Han Li. It's a good thing he could give it up. The most important thing about being human is knowing your limits. Knowing what to give up and what to take at this young age. This quality is a lot stronger in him than in me. The expression of the old man in gray seemed to be incredibly lonely. The expression in his eyes, which were originally cold, became more kind. But after Han Li heard what the old man said, he was confused and didn't take it to heart. Knowing your limits? That was because I had no choice, so I gave up the precious foundation establishment pill. If it weren't so, who would give it up? Without Han Li mentioning the complaints his heart, the old man suddenly put on a straight face and stood up. He used his hands to lightly and continuously claw at the space around them. An item suddenly appeared in his hand and the items kept increasing. The whole process stunned Han Li. A yellow silk shirt, a azure leaf magic tool, an everyday refinery set, one fierce sun sword and cold moon saber each, and a 10-fold storage pouch. The old man listed all the items in his hands coldly and put them on the table. The items are all here. Chapter 149 Chores. Chapter 149. Chores. After Han Li heard these words, he naturally kept them in mind. Since you've received everything, come with me to see the cultivation guidance disciple. After martial Uncle Wang said this, he brought Han Li to the flying magic tool and flew. On this flight, the distance they traveled was far shorter. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. There was a huge stone building built into the mountain. The stone sign on the front of the building had the words, Cultivation Guidance Pavilion, written in golden characters. It was quite busy with a few young disciples nearby, entering and exiting. Martial Uncle Wang did not say anything this time and just walked in, taking the lead. Han Li closely followed behind. It was clear that a few disciples recognized this martial Uncle Wang. They had continuously saluted and greeted him. Martial Uncle smiled with a nod. It seemed that his reputation in Yellow Maple Valley was truly quite good. After entering the stone building, Han Li unexpectedly discovered that the back half of the Cultivation Guidance Pavilion actually extended into the depths of the mountain. Its interior was extremely vast and had rows of stone doors standing side by side with disciples both entering and exiting through them. Just as Han Li thought to take a good look, martial Uncle Wang pushed open the third room door on the right side and walked in heedlessly. This caused Han Li to hesitate somewhat. He did not know whether he should follow closely behind him. Come in. Martial Uncle Wang did not have Han Li wait long. After a moment he emerged from the doorway and called out to Han Li. There weren't many people in the room. Inside there was a black-clothed disciple about 30 years old. He deferentially stood to the side of martial Uncle Wang. After he saw Han Li enter, he kindly smiled toward him. This is Wu Feng. He is responsible for the cultivation techniques of new disciples. If you have any questions with regards to cultivation techniques in the future, you can ask him for guidance. With regards to understanding elementary cultivation techniques, Wu Feng is of the top 10. Martial Uncle Wang's words held great admiration toward this fellow. I request Senior Martial Brother Wu to give me much guidance in the future. Han Li respectfully saluted. He clearly understood that this person would be his cultivation technique master in the future. How could he slight him? Hee. Martial Uncle praises me too much. In truth, I merely have a superficial, incomplete knowledge of cultivation techniques. I can exchange pointers with Junior Martial Han to gain understanding. This Senior Brother Wu politely added. Martial Nephew Wu, I clearly understand your knowledge on cultivation techniques. There is no need to be too modest. I will hand over the matter of Martial Nephew Han's cultivation technique to you. Currently, I simply brought him so the two of you can be acquainted. After that, I still have to bring him to other places to introduce him. He will not be present here for long. Martial Uncle Wang was quite straightforward. After he said those words, Elder Martial Brother Wu respectfully sent them off. They promptly departed from the room. Next, this Martial Uncle Wang responsibly and diligently brought Han Li to several other essential places and introduced him to many honored disciples. Furthermore, he gave him an explanation of a few everyday matters to take notice of before returning him to the gray-clothed old man's stone house. He had Han Li choose a stone room to live in before leaving Han Li and returning alone. Han Li stood in front of the stone room he chose and sized up the simple and crude residence with a bitter smile. At this moment he already knew that so long as he trained his foundation cultivation technique to the 10th layer, he would be able to leave and move to a residence in a place called the mysterious Earth Mountain. The disciples there would have much more freedom. Not only could they establish their own residence on the mountain, but there were also no restrictions on the style and dimensions of the houses. Han Li could not help but look forward to this. Although his cultivation technique had yet to reach the 10th layer, Han Li did not intend to stay at this stone house for long. Afterwards he lightly smiled and suddenly took out the Flight Azure Leaf magic tool from his storage pouch. Then he poured magic power into the magic tool and tossed himself to the sky. Initially Han Li was unfamiliar with this object and he flew abruptly from left to right, high to low. It wasn't smooth in the least. However, not long after he easily mastered it and could fly similarly to Martial Uncle Wang, confidently and freely with his hands behind his back. Although this magic tool was easy to master and simple to control, it was obvious that it wasn't very fast. It was only a bit faster than a steed. This was not surprising as the disciples in the valley only had so much power. Although the Azure Leaf magic tool was a bit lacking, it was still Han Li's first time flying. Hence he exhilaratingly amused himself for quite a while. Hee. After a hearty laugh, Han Li satisfied his craving for flight and directed the magic tool toward a certain direction. On the way he brushed past several other disciples who were similarly flying. Perhaps it was because Han Li's face was quite unfamiliar, but the majority of these people looked at Han Li with several gazes of curiosity. However, when they saw that his cultivation technique was merely of the 9th layer, they disdainfully kept away. Although Han Li saw these people's actions, he did not show anything in his face. Even so, he inwardly released a bitter laugh several times. It seemed that these so-called great sect cultivators were not any different from mortals of the secular world. They were just as snobbish. Just as this thought passed through Han Li's mind, he arrived in front of a large building complex. Then with large strides he walked into a large hall with a sign that hung 100 Opportunities Hall. Inside the hall was a middle-aged honored disciple. When he saw Han Li enter he was somewhat surprised. He could not help but ask, Junior Martial Brother Han, how did you return so quickly? What about Martial Uncle Wang? This was a place Martial Uncle Wang had just hurriedly visited with Han Li. This was an honored disciple Han Li had just met. That was why when he saw Han Li return he was greatly surprised. Senior Martial Brother Yu, when I arrived here a moment ago, I heard this was the place where one could receive chores work, right? That's right. Could it be that Junior Martial Brother wants to receive an assignment so quickly? Junior Martial Brother Han is a new disciple. How about it? You should change to another assignment. Although this task's rewards are quite generous, it isn't something an ordinary disciple can accomplish. Martial Uncle Yi said with great concern. After Han Li heard those words he muttered to himself for a moment. He firmly shook his head. Many thanks to Martial Uncle Yi. However, this task is much to my liking. I don't need to switch to another assignment because I am picking it. When the old man heard the determination in Han Li's words, he felt somewhat amazed. However, he said nothing else and nodded, giving his consent. He then immediately brought Han Li out of the room. After a moment of hesitation, he somewhat unnaturally added, "Martial nephew Han, with regards to the goods agreed from our deal with the Foundation Establishment Pill, could their delivery be slightly postponed? Martial uncle has been recently wanting to refine a qi gathering pill. What I have at hand is truly rather limited. I fear it wouldn't be too convenient for me. However, martial nephew, please feel at ease. I will be able to repay my debt in full within a year." When Han Li heard these words, he was surprised for a moment. However, he immediately smiled. "What is martial uncle Yi saying? Since it is inconvenient for martial uncle, I can give as much time as he needs. There is no need to bring up the matter of repayment in the future. This could be considered filial respect given to martial uncle from the younger generation." Han Li felt that currently he was acting truly falsely. His heart was undoubtedly depressed and he loathed the other party's breach of their promise. However, his face wore a smiling expression and said the words that would make the other party happy. This is probably brought about by the young one's grief. Old man Yi bitterly thought. What meaning do martial nephew's words hold? Could it be that you believe this elder is one who breaks his promises and doesn't keep his words? This elder won't cheat martial nephew of the promised items even the slightest. When old man Yi heard Han Li's words, not only was he unhappy, he had also stiffened his face and wore an expression of honor. His appearance expressed that he wouldn't do such actions of lowly character. Hearing this, Han Li's reluctant smile nearly fell apart. This elder's face was quite thick. He obviously intended to renege on the majority of goods. Even so, he insisted on keeping up the false appearance of uprightly keeping his promise. He was truly a typical hypocrite. Han Li repeatedly restrained himself and incessantly cursed inwardly. However, his face's smile was slightly delayed. He changed his expression to one of sincerity, and used a tone of voice even he found sickening to say, "Martial uncle is blaming this younger generation wrongly." Actually, martial nephew thought that since martial nephew had just entered the sect, the promised items were far too extravagant for this junior. As a result, martial uncle would temporarily withhold the majority of goods so that this junior would not waste them. After hearing Han Li's empty words, old man Ye's expression was eased. He faintly nodded his head and said, "Martial nephew Han's words truly have some sense. If a newly admitted disciple became too dependent on these mere worldly possessions, it would truly hinder his cultivation. Then let us act according to your words. The majority of the goods will temporarily be left with me. If you have a need for them in the future, do not hesitate to come take them." "Then thank you for your trouble, martial uncle." Han Li wore a strong smile and consoled his heart repeatedly. These were merely worldly possessions. He couldn't afford to offend the old man in front of him. Later, when there was an opportunity, he would definitely return to collect both principal and interest. "Hee, this is nothing. Let us go." The old man's mood seemed to turn for the better. The following matter was much easier. With this martial uncle Ye's assistance, Han Li smoothly went through all the formalities and took the jade medallion, representing his assignment. Then he was enthusiastically led by an honored disciple to the Azure Stone Mountain Range's 100 Medicine Garden. Old man Yi stood at the entrance of the 100 Opportunities Hall and saw Han Li's figure gradually fly off to the distance. His complexion was gloomy as he remained silent. It seemed he was thinking of something. Has junior martial brother Ye's heart gone soft? A deep voice suddenly came from behind him. It is not a question of whether my heart has gone soft. Rather, using these methods to deal with a disciple that had just entered the sect feels somewhat improper. Not only does this martial nephew Han say one thing, he inwardly thinks another. He may report this to sect master. The old man didn't say anything else, but his words carried a faint unease. He report? The person behind him sneered. What? Is senior martial brother Wu not uneasy? Old man Yi eventually turned around, saying these words to a somber senior martial brother Wu. What is there to worry about? This boy is not aware of the arrangements we made beforehand. Say that the goods were left with you. Don't say that you won't give it to him but that they were temporarily in your care. What reason would there to be to report? Martial brother Wu said, having thought it out. However, I quite admire this boy. His age is young, Yet he understands when to advance or retreat. This is remarkable. If he didn't have such poor aptitude with his false spiritual roots, I would have truly felt the notion to have him enter the sect. Martial Brother Wu continued, his face exposing an appearance of regret. Luckily, this person doesn't have a rigid way of thinking, otherwise we would have to use a different trick. That would be far more inconvenient. Old Man Yi said leisurely. Enough, these is nothing to be uneasy about this boy. Us two will pinch our noses and think of him like we would think of an ant. Junior Martial Brother Yi need not waste so much money. However, don't forget what we agreed on in advance. Senior Martial Brother Wu suddenly changed the topic. His words also held some hidden meaning. I will not forget. I will give you half of this newly refined qi gathering pill. To tell the truth, if my grandnephew wasn't in the middle of becoming foundation establishment and required the assistance of large quantities of precious medicine pills, I truly would not have such thick face to trick a junior in this way. Old Man Yi lightly shook his head, looking like he lost his integrity with age. When Old Man Wu heard these words, he smiled and did not speak. With great satisfaction, he thought to himself, since this junior Martial Brother Yi has just committed an underhanded act, it could be considered something I could use to handle him. I don't have to worry about discussing business with him in the future. He will not oppose me. Chapter 151. 100 Medicine Garden. Even though Han Li didn't know what Martial Uncle Yi and the Old Man Wu talked about after he left, he felt extremely upset. Ever since he went through with what happened with Dr. Mo, it was the first time he encountered a situation where he knew there would be trouble ahead but had no choice but to jump into the mess. This made Han Li very annoyed, but also reinforced his opinion that the weak were also the prey to the strong in the cultivating world. If you have a need for them in the future, do not hesitate to come and collect them. The thought of this made Han Li laugh coldly. In the future he would make sure to let Martial Uncle Yi know that his belongings would not be taken away that easily. He stood on the ground and looked afar as the honored disciple turned to the 100 Opportunities Hall. Because the 100 Medicine Garden was not far ahead, the owner of the medicine garden set up some small restrictive formations on the small valley in between the two hills to keep outsiders from intruding. Han Li came across some of the nearby restrictions after walking for a small distance. His path was blocked by a white light. However, he didn't panic. Instead, he raised a piece of jade tablet and shined it in front of him. A green light immediately shot out from the tablet and into the restrictions. Han Li then waited patiently. Come in. A dry voice came from inside, but it sounded if the source was right by Han Li's ears. Then the restrictions in front of him all disappeared, melted away like snow. Seeing this, Han Li didn't dare to linger and walked inside with haste. Following the small path in front of him, Han Li stopped at a courtyard with a plaque that read, 100 Medicine Garden. The courtyard was at least a few acres large. Before he even entered the courtyard, a thick smell of medicinal herbs came from inside and aroused Han Li's spirit. What are you doing standing outside like an idiot? Hurry up and come inside, I still need to go out for errands. Han Li was startled but immediately followed the order and walked in. Standing inside, Han Li was then able to clearly see the situation inside the garden. In the center of the garden stood a few cottages built from hay and bamboo. The garden itself was surrounded by trenches that were squared out evenly. Each field were filled with greens, and there were many medicinal herbs that Han Li knew of or was familiar with, and some that looks like strangely shaped plants, making the entire garden's spiritual qi overflow. Even when a cultivator like Han Li took a deep breath, it felt extremely refreshing. Come into the house. The owner of the voice saw him dawdling and seemed to become a little impatient. Han Li smiled lightly and didn't take it to heart as he walked into the cottage. Inside the cottage stood a short, skinny old man. He looked at Han Li, who had just come in, with dissatisfaction. From the old man's looks, he seemed to be around 50 years old. He had a withered and yellow small mustache and a pair of cloudy small eyes that were rolling around. At first glance, he truly looked like a big rat that had successfully become human. You're the disciple that the 100 Opportunities Hall sent to take care of the garden? You're too young and your skills are too poor. Is the fellow surnamed you brushing me off? How come the people he sent are worse and worse every time? The small, skinny old man's face darkened when he saw Han Li's appearance and he started ranting. Disciple Han Li greets Senior Martial Elder Ma. Han Li already knew from the records about the small old man's strange temper, so he wasn't too surprised about it and immediately went up and bowed. Do you know how serious you will be punished if you cannot complete your mission? It's not too late to go back and tell my junior martial brother to send another person. The small old man rolled his eyes and snapped. Chapter 152 2 years later. Chapter 152. 2 years later, this was the first time Han Li had seen mid-grade spirit stones. One was a fire attribute spirit stone with a sparkling red light. Another was a dark yellow earth attribute spirit stone. These were the most commonly seen mid-grade spirit stones. They looked to be entirely different from the faint attributes of those low-grade spirit stones. It wasn't their luster that was different, but rather that their spiritual ripples were much stronger. It was impossible for one to be mistaken as low-grade. In addition, those 3 magic tools were quite good. Naturally, the goods refined by a Foundation establishment expert did not lose to the low-quality goods Han Li had seen at the Great South meeting. Indeed, they were far more powerful. One of them seemed to be a ring made of fine steel. When casting it, it would automatically fly out and bind an enemy. Within a certain distance, it could freely change its size. Han Li became interested in it and poured all the magic power in his body into the ring. The ring actually emitted a faint yellow light and expanded to the size of the inside of the cottage, causing Han Li to be speechless. Another magic tool was a pitch-black pole with a small triangular flag. This magic tool was not simple to use. So long as spiritual power was poured into the flag with a wave, it would immediately turn into a cloud of black fog, causing the enemy's spiritual sight to fail and conceal the tracks of the user. It was a great defensive magic tool. These 2 magic tools were first-rate goods rarely seen in the outside world. Although this caused Han Li to initially be wild with joy, he still had the final auxiliary-type magic tool. It was a brass bottle that prevented the spiritual power of any object it stored from dissipating. When Han Li held this bottle magic tool, he immediately thought of his problem with preserving the mysterious green liquid. Ever since Han Li found out about the existence of spiritual power, he had long suspected that the small bottle absorbed and condensed the natural spiritual chi of heaven and earth during the night. Previously, he hadn't any appropriate means to confirm this, so he could only bury these assumptions in the depths of his heart. With the appearance of this yellow bottle magic tool, he could finally had a method of confirming his assumptions. As a result, on that evening he stored the condensed green liquid into the brass bottle to test whether the brass bottle could retain the green liquid. However, the result left him greatly disappointed. The brass bottle could only preserve the green liquid for a time, extending its use from its original quarter hour to a full day. Past this time limit, the green liquid in the bottle would disappear without a trace. It seemed this liquid was not at all so simple as spiritual chi condensed from heavens and earth. There was certain to be something more complicated mixed within. After this test, Han Li knew more about his present situation, but he was unable to easily answer this riddle at his current stage. Thus, he no longer troubled himself to think of this question and intended to drift with the waves in the future, letting nature take its course. In any case, the present function of this small bottle would give Han Li endless benefits. Having let go of the matter that was gnawing at his mind, Han Li began to efficiently use the green liquid and produced batches of yellow dragon pellets and gold essence pills. He prepared these medicine pills, which had previously lost much of their effectiveness, while trying to find the recipes of more spiritually potent medicine pills within the valley. However, Han Li clearly understood that this matter was not urgent. If a new disciple that had just entered the sect were to go asking about for medicine pill recipes so conspicuously, he would undoubtedly be telling others that he was hiding something. He mustn't arouse the suspicions of others, thereby bringing about his own misfortune. As a result, Han Li prepared to take a true years-long secluded cultivation until he thoroughly understood the inner affairs of the sect. When he was no longer a newcomer to Yellow Maple Valley and no one would pay notice of him, he would reconsider the problem of acquiring recipes. As for the medicine ingredients Han Li must hand over regularly, he need not worry. With the assistance of the diluted green liquid, how could the medicinal herbs not ripen overnight? This was a completely trivial matter. He had already intended to live in the medicine garden for a long time. Surely that martial elder Ma wouldn't have anything against it. Thus, every day Han Li busily attended his regular affairs. During the day after he finished looking through the small old man's notes, he would diligently run towards the cultivation guidance disciple, Wu Feng, and learn quite a few incantations for practical elementary magic techniques. In addition, Han Li would eat large amounts of those yellow dragon pellets and gold essence pills on a daily basis as if they were sweets. According to Han Li's thoughts, since quality is out of the question, he would have to offset this by relying on quantity. If these medicinal pills were like little drops creating an ocean, there would be results. Like that, time passed by. Unwittingly, Han Li became a member of one of the 7 great cultivator sects, Yellow Maple Valley, and remained there for 2 years. Within these 2 years, many things had happened. The sect's 10-year recruitment period began not long after Han Li's secluded cultivation. From noteworthy cultivator clans of all sizes, over 1,000 youths with acceptable spiritual roots entered the Yellow Maple Valley sect. There were even 2 siblings among them that both possessed mutated spiritual roots. In addition, these mutated spiritual roots were thunder spiritual roots, which were widely known for their destructive power. When these 2 brothers appeared, they greatly attracted the attention of the valley's upper echelon. Even a core formation expert who had long secluded himself made an exception to leave and observe their bones. He publicly declared that so long as these 2 were capable of reached foundation establishment, he would stop his seclusion to personally instruct these 2 brothers. When this was stated, their fellow martial brothers were greatly envious. However, aside from those 2, there were also several other disciples who were geniuses with rare aptitudes. For example, a youth from a small clan surnamed Li had unexpectedly reached the peak of the 9th layer in his foundation cultivation technique at the age of 12 without having previously taken any medicine pills. Could be said he improved surprisingly fast. He wasn't at all inferior to those who possessed mutated spiritual roots. A different, 8-year-old boy surnamed Wang was even more extreme. Not only was he a direct descendant of the great Wang clan, his innate, profound Yin eyes could actually cultivate the long-lost eyes imposing deity's light. Could restrain all ghosts and phantoms in the entire world. Of course, apart from those 2, there were also several other outstanding talents that were far greater than ordinary disciples. With the recruitment of these top disciples, it could be considered a grand harvest, causing sect master Zhong to be unable to conceal his happiness for several days. Many individuals believed that the sect had caught the heavens' attention and was being placed above the other sects. However, when others came to the valley, they found that the strongest of the 7 great sects, the Masked Moon sect, had actually received a young woman with heavenly spiritual roots. This caused the recently proud great sect Master Zhong to become speechless for half a day. However, regardless of what was said, this batch of newly accepted disciples attracted the attention of many within the sect. The low-level disciples who had been accepted slightly earlier talked about their talented martial juniors every day. When their foundation cultivation technique improved, who knew what they were capable of? Thus, underneath these many dazzling rays of light, Han Li, who entered the sect with the writ of immortal ascension, was thoroughly forgotten by sect master Zhong and all the other stewards. Having also spent his entire day running around the medicine garden without going out of his way to see others, a pitifully few amount of disciples recognized him. Perhaps only that cultivation guidance disciple Wu Feng and the 100 Opportunities Hall's honored disciple Yu occasionally remembered Han Li. After all, those 2 met him when he asked for guidance toward cultivation techniques or when he received spirit stones each month. Regardless of how others regarded him, Han Li was currently very satisfied with cultivating in half-seclusion. In addition, the small old man who collected medicine ingredients every several months was very pleased. After all, Han Li was able to hand over the required goods on time. Where else could he find a garden caretaker that wouldn't fall behind on his payments? Thus, in order to hold on to this genius garden caretaker Han Li, the old man gave greater and greater spirit stone rewards. From the original 2 low-grade spirit stones, he eventually rose to a monthly 5 spirit stones, causing Han Li to become a large earner among low-level disciples. It should be known that the average income of ordinary disciples was only 3 spirit stones per month. This further greatened Han Li's impression of Martial Senior Ma. As for that reneging Great Hall Master Yi, who embezzled more than half of his goods, rumors had it that the grandnephew whom he put his hopes into was not able to achieve foundation establishment after taking the foundation establishment pill. his grandnephew helplessly stayed at the peak of qi condensation, greatly vexing him. When Han Li heard of this, he inwardly laughed and immediately felt his mood improve considerably. Furthermore, after pushing down countless medicine pills, Han Li's eternal spring arts tenaciously broke through 2 layers in succession, finally entering the 11th layer and causing him to obtain a medium rank among low-level disciples in the valley. Also, the yellow dragon pellet and gold essence pill had completely lost their effectiveness. Although he consumed many of them, there were no more results. With this, Han Li had no choice but to advance his plan and find other medicine pills. Fortunately, at this moment, there wasn't anybody in the valley that was interested in a nobody like him. So long as he was a bit careful, his actions would not attract attention. Chapter 153. Yulu Hall. Han Li stood on a stone platform halfway up the Great Shaman's Mountain. About 10 meters wide, the stone platform was a huge immortal's abode entirely covered by a spell formation, Yulu Hall. TL. Yulu of Yulu Hall means the base of a tall mountain. This Yulu Hall was the Yellow Maple Valley's specialized storage for magic tools, medicine pill recipes and secret technique manuals. In addition, it offered all sorts of assistance for pill and magic tool refining as well as a few common raw materials. Could be regarded as one of the most important places in the sect. Thus, not only was it covered in many layers of spell formations, but it was also patrolled by over 100 disciples in case outside enemies invaded. It was also said that there was a core formation martial ancestor secluded within, keeping watch all year in case other great experts were to invade this place. After Han Li went over the relevant information in his mind, he calmly walked forward. Just as he landed, there were several gazes that sized him up from a secret location. However, upon seeing Han Li's magic power was ordinary, they quickly vanished. Even if it were merely that, Han Li was secretly startled. Since Han Li was unable to respond to these people, they demonstrated that they either had first-rate concealment magic tools or their magic power was truly above his, which meant that they were elite disciples of the 12th layer or above. How could this not cause Han Li to be even more cautious? After walking forward several steps, he stopped. Then he softly chanted several verses and raised his hand, releasing a stream of red light toward the seemingly empty space in front of him. As a result, the empty space fluctuated for a moment, and a wall of light appeared with a flash of red light, blocking him. Immediately after, 2 disciples wearing red clothes appeared behind the wall of light. "Were you the one who triggered the restrictive spell?" A red-clothed disciple coldly asked. "This one is Han Li. Do we care who you are? Since you haven't reached Foundation establishment, you need a sponsor. Bring out the token of trust of one who vouches for you," the disciple explained, impatiently interrupting Han Li. After Han Li heard those impolite words, he did not angry. He took out a jade talisman from his bosom and set it down on the ground in front of the wall of light. At this time, the cold-mouthed red-clothed disciple held his hand against wall of light. A hole the size of a hand appeared in the wall. The other red-clothed disciple who had yet to speak lightly waved his hand, causing Han Li's jade talisman to fly like a small wing through the hole and into his hand. "Senior Martial Brother Ma is your sponsor?" The red-clothed disciple who looked at the jade talisman exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "It truly is a token of trust that Martial Senior Ma has given to my humble self," Han Li honestly replied. However, he was shocked from his heart. The age of these 2 red-clothed men weren't very old. However, they were actually Foundation establishment experts. This had greatly shocked him. It should be known that in a cultivation sect, status was not determined by seniority. Status was determined by the depths of their cultivation. After all, the path of cultivation could only be tread by the strong. That Senior Brother Ma who is obsessed with refining pills all day? The red-clothed disciple at the side asked in surprise. "That's right, he even vouches for people? This is truly shocking. Are you his personal disciple or a blood relative or something else entirely?" The red-clothed disciple holding the jade talisman repeatedly asked with curiosity. "No, this junior simply takes care of his medicine garden on Martial Senior Ma's behalf. For this token of trust, this disciple has agreed to look after the garden for free for a year." Han Li currently didn't dare to slight them and respectfully replied with a bitter smile. What he said was completely true. Actually, when Han Li began to plan to acquire pill recipes, He thought that because this martial senior Ma planted so many medicinal herbs, he would have conducted a great amount of research on pill concoction. He was certain to have many medicine pill recipes on hand. That was why several months before, Han Li took advantage of the period when the small old man arrived to take the medicine ingredients and made a few indirect inquiries. The result caused Han Li's eyes to become foolish-eyed. When the small old man heard these words, he immediately shook his head as if he were beating a drum with it. Regardless of what Han Li said, he was rejected. According to this martial senior Ma, his pill recipes were the results of the experience of a pill refining master's countless failures. How could he possibly give them to others that casually? It was unconditionally impossible. However, when Han Li earnestly explained that he only wanted those original unaltered pill recipes, the small old man looked at him and impatiently told Han Li in a blunt manner to go to Yulu Hall and find them himself. Why should he be inconvenienced in such a way to help him? Like that, Han Li was forced to work a year for free in exchange for the small old man's token of trust and was able to presently come to Yulu Hall. Turned out to be like that. I was under the impression of the rumor that senior brother Ma's temper suddenly changed. After the two red-clothed men listened, they looked at each other with a smile. These words were spoken with a snicker by the one holding the jade talisman. All right, you may enter. The red-clothed men simultaneously cast a spell on the wall of light, causing the wall of light to rigidly squeeze open a 3-meter-wide passage. It was just enough for one person to pass through. When Han Li saw this, he hesitated for a moment. Then his figure immediately flashed and he was within the wall. After he entered the wall of light, something caused him to become greatly surprised. When he was outside, because of the red wall of light's obstruction, Han Li was not able to see the interior. Now that he was inside, apart from a small circular spell formation, he saw that the mountain was unexpectedly bare. There weren't any buildings at all, causing Han Li to be incomparably puzzled. Take care of this jade talisman. Every time you come here there will be a routine inspection. That is the rule here. After they released their spell on the wall of light, the person who examined the token of trust returned the jade talisman to Han Li. Many thanks to these two martial uncles. Han Li withdrew his curious glances and saluted as respectfully as he could. He hoped to give these two men a good impression of him. After all, he would be returning here often in the future. And follow me. It was obvious Han Li's inclination was not in vain. These two's expressions grew much more mild. After all, the majority of those who came here were disciples of the same generation. Naturally, they wouldn't be as overly courteous as Han Li, causing the two to have a favorable impression towards Han Li. However, martial nephew Han, why did you want to come to this Yulu Hall? Regardless of whether one is starting to refine pills or magic tools, it would be best to wait until one is foundation establishment. You've come here a bit too early. One of the red-clothed men asked. At this time, these two men were bringing Han Li towards the circular spell formation. This junior simply witnessed martial senior Ma refine many pills. He also saved a few raw materials while caring for the garden. That was why he wished to test his luck and see whether or not he may find a suitable recipe to refine a few medicine pills to progress his cultivation. After all, martial nephew's aptitude is truly poor and can only rely on external power. Han Li replied half-truthfully, deliberately falling behind the two people half a step. So it's like that. However, martial nephew shouldn't be too hopeful. After you enter, you will understand my meaning. The other man lightly shook his head, not very optimistic of Han Li's goal. At this time, the three had already walked in front the circular spell formation. Then a red-clothed person indicated Han Li to stand in the middle of the spell formation. The two stood to the left and right of the spell formation. Usually, the use of this transportation formation requires the payment of a low-grade spirit stone. However, since it is martial nephew's first time, we will exempt you this time. Next time, however, we will be completely acting in accordance to the rules. One of the men said with a weak smile. Just as those words were uttered, the two men each released a stream of red light toward the spell formation in an extremely practiced manner. Then the several spirit stones embedded in the formation shined brightly. Without having the chance to thank the two, he suddenly felt the sky spin and saw his surround scenery to become indistinct. Then a brilliant light flashed and Han Li arrived in an unfamiliar hall. He was currently standing in a spell formation exactly like the one he had used before. So this was the rumored transportation formation. Truly wonderful, Han Li inwardly exclaimed in astonishment. After his feelings of discomfort from the formation faded away, he swept his gaze across the large, extraordinary hall. Chapter 154. Elder Su and the scripture storage. The hall Han Li stood in was very peculiar. The cylindrical-shaped, enormous room was roughly over 100 meters wide and about 15 meters tall. The green stone wall surrounding the area had light red crystals embedded within, and on the floor there was a thin layer of white sand, which made the whole hall seem clean and tidy. But if someone were to look up, they would be stunned to find white stalactites hanging down everywhere from the ceiling. This place was actually a stalactite cave, and it was slightly transformed by people into how it looked like today. Surrounding the hall were 3 evenly spaced tunnels. 2 of the tunnels were marked with the character tool and the character pill. There was nothing carved on the last tunnel, nor were there any labels nearby. Since there was no one in the hall at the moment, Han Li swept his eyes across the room, hesitated a little, and went to the tunnel with the character pill carved at its entrance. The tunnel wasn't long. After more than 10 steps and a turn, a slightly larger house appeared at the end of the tunnel. In the house there was a long table, and an old man with his face glowing stood beside the table as he looked at Han Li with a big grin. And behind the table there were several old worn-out shelves against the wall, the tops covered with cauldron furnaces, raw materials, and some other random strange items that Han Li had never heard of before. The old man, smiling broadly, spoke before Han Li could say anything. "Young friend, you look unfamiliar. It's your first time here, isn't it? Less and less new faces are coming to this damned place. An old fellow like me is already tired of all these stiff old faces here. It's great to see a younger, new face." The old man shook his head and said with a welcoming tone. Han Li already realized that the Heaven Eyes technique didn't work on the old man. He couldn't tell the depth of the old man's cultivation, which meant that the old man was another expert of Foundation establishment. How could Han Li dare to ignore him? And so he immediately paid his respects and said, "Junior greets Senior Martial Uncle. This is Martial Nephew's first time here at Yulu Hall. Senior Martial Uncle, please point me in the right direction." Han Li humbled himself before this senior. "Young friend, if you have any questions, just ask. Also, I am surnamed Su. Call me Senior Uncle Su or Elder Su. Don't call me Senior Martial Uncle. An old fellow like me doesn't like hearing that." The elder immediately corrected his title to Han Li. It seemed like he cared about it considerably. "Junior will obey." Han Li hesitated and agreed since it wasn't a big deal. He felt that the old man was strange. "That's right, now let's talk about why you're here." The old man surnamed Su continued in satisfaction. "Junior wants to look for formulas related to medicine pills, read some books and research the methods for refining pills." Han Li tried his best to speak subtly and indirectly. He didn't wish to draw people's attention. Books about refining pills and formulas? Just follow the stairs straight up. What surprised Han Li was that the elder didn't seem like he was going to ask at all. After he casually took out a black command medallion and casted a spell, a flight of stone stairs leading towards the ceiling appeared out of nowhere into the empty space next to the shelves. Han Li was overjoyed. He immediately hastened towards the stairs, but just as he was about to go up, this elder Su suddenly made a sly expression. "Reading in the library on the 2nd floor will cost you 1 low-grade spirit stone every 2 hours. You are not allowed to take the original from this place, and if you want to copy the contents, there will be a fee of 10 spirit stones for each copied document." Han Li hadn't even stepped onto the foot of the stairs when Elder Su, who was behind him, spoke the rules in a tone that was neither too fast nor too slow. Han Li's steps stuttered and he almost cursed out loud. The fee was too expensive. Not to mention the copying fee of 10 low-grade spirit stones, the reading fee for 2 hours of spirit stones alone would stop a lot of poor disciples. A low-level disciple could only earn about 20 to 30 spirit stones each year through their respective jobs. But after their cultivation and daily expenses, only a few spirit stones could be saved in reality. Hence, this type of fee was definitely unethical. Han Li's impression of this elder immediately made a 180-degree turn. What a profiteer. Even though Han Li's face now shows an unusual expression, he didn't stop because of what the elder said. Instead, he threw a low-grade spirit stone into the elder's hands without looking back and headed to the second floor in a hurry. Interesting. I can't believe this kind of fee didn't scare him away. Looks like he is someone with some money. Hehe. Looks like I will be able to gain some wealth. Seeing Han Li going up the stairs so forthright, this person who called himself Elder Su couldn't help it but smile until his eyes resembled half-moons. He rubbed the spirit stone on the corner of his clothes and examined it closely in front of his eyes. He exposed his stingy cheapskate side and was completely different than the approachable expression he had when Han Li first met him. Han Li struggled to suppress how upset he was. After he calmed down, he carefully examined what was on the second floor. The room was different than what was in his imagination. Wide, bright, with countless books and bamboo slips filling the big room. Even though the room on the second floor wasn't small, the items that were there were so few that it was truly disheartening. 2 dusty bookshelves, a dirty table and a broken chair. These was all the furniture in the room. Of course there was also 20 to 30 old yellow books on the bookshelves, a few worn-out bamboo slips on the table, and 2 jade cylinders that had lost their original color. This shabby? Did I walk to a wrong place? What kind of a major cultivation sect's secret library is this? This place looks like some poor student's run-down study room. Han Li was hit hard by what appeared before him in the room. If it weren't because he was hesitant due to Elder Su's hidden power, he would have almost certainly rushed downstairs, grabbed his collar and questioned him. After taking a deep breath, Han Li calmly walked in front of a bookshelf, randomly picked out an old book and read it carefully. 5 phases of heaven and earth corresponds to the 5 viscera, the location where the acupuncture needle strikes can change one's life essence. He only read the first few lines of this book, immediately felt surprised and closed the book to look at the cover. Hua Clan's secret acupuncture technique. These 5 words appeared in front of Han Li's eyes. Han Li's facial expression immediately darkened, but not because the book wasn't exceptional. The records in this book described the rare method of acupuncture, which could even cure patients who were on the edge of dying and stimulate the patient's potential. But what did acupuncture techniques have to do with refining pills? What was even more staggering was that he had already read this book countless of times back when he under Dr. Mo's tutelage. He even memorized it by heart. This was supposed to be a medical book in the secular world. Why would it be here? A series of questions popped into Han Li's mind, and it made him lock his eyebrows in confusion. But when his eyes landed on the rest of the books on the bookshelves, he had an even more ominous feeling about it. Han Li went through the rest of the old books in a hustle. After going through every single book, his face darkened a little more. And after he went through all the books on another bookshelf, Han Li's expression was as dark as the sky before a storm was about to hit. None of the 20 books were about refining pills. They were either methods used to save patients or home remedy for strange and complicated diseases. The most absurd thing was that there was even a poison expert's narration about ways to use poison. They were all books used in the secular world. 2 hours are up. Keep reading and there will be additional fee of spirit stones. Suddenly, Elder Su yelled from downstairs. Hearing this, Han Li was speechless. These trashy books were worth spirit stones? But when he turned and looked at the items on the table, he felt doubtful, took out another spirit stone and threw it down to the foot of the stairs. I received the spirit stones, young friend. Keep reading. This elder will stop interrupting. Elder Su grinned and spoke from downstairs. Han Li stopped paying attention to the elder because he knew clearly that to the old man who didn't hide his desires, whether or not he paid his respects wasn't important. What was important was that Han Li kept giving him more spirit stones and letting him make a profit. But Han Li didn't plan on wasting another spirit stone, so this time he moved faster when going through the bamboo slips on the table with a speed that was obviously faster than before. He only had to go through the contents briefly instead of reading them sentence by sentence. Under the smooth white light coming from a giant moonlight stone on the roof, Han Li's mood went up and down while flipping through the bamboo slips. After he went through all of the bamboo slips, Han Li put the bamboo slips back to where they came from and sighed softly. This time these bamboo slips really did contain formulas and reports for a few medicine pills, but unfortunately, judging from the ingredients, these medicines all had effects similar to the yellow dragon pellet and the gold essence pill. To Han Li, whose eternal spring arts was currently at 11th layer, they didn't have much effect on him anymore. Therefore Han Li's only hope was on those 2 jade cylinders that were the size of his fist. Hopefully what they recorded would not let him return empty-handed. Chapter 155 Depression. Chapter 155. Depression. Han Li picked up the jade cylinder and blew it, exposing its true emerald green glisten. He pressed the cylinder against his forehead and slowly submerged his mind within it. An astonishing medicine pill refining formula appeared in his head. Unexpectedly, it was the Foundation Establishment pill refining formula that Han Li had longingly yearned for. The process had quite a few steps, spanning from gathering raw materials to condensing the pill. This discovery gave him a delightful surprise. For a while he didn't go see the other jade cylinders. Then he hastily skimmed through its entirety. However, when his spirit read the words, "must be refined with innate true fire for success," Han Li stared blankly for a moment with a feeling of great foolishness. Innate true fire was a Taoist astral fire that only Foundation Establishment experts possessed. It was a basic magic that only one possessing the cultivation of Foundation Establishment could perform. Its power could be gradually strengthened when refining qi during meditation to the point where, after one achieves core formation, the true fire could become a samadhi fire from legend, capable of charring everything under the heavens. However, how could Han Li, a qi condensation cultivator, possibly draw out this innate true fire? Only after he entered Foundation Establishment would he be able to ignite it. However, if Foundation Establishment pills were required to become Foundation Establishment, and refining them required Foundation Establishment's innate true fire, then they were truly interlocked in a vicious, unbreakable circle. This made Han Li depressed to the point of wanting to knock his head against the wall. To find a Foundation Establishment expert to help him refine pills was completely unacceptable. This was equivalent to exposing the secret of the small bottle to them. That assistant he asked for help would be likely to become his very own murderer. Distraught, Han Li stood anxiously in front of the desk for a long while, before returning it to its original spot. Then he absent-mindedly picked up another jade cylinder and wiped it clean, exposing a fiery color. The matter of Foundation Establishment pill can only be reconsidered in the future. Let's first take a look at what's inside here. Perhaps there is a wondrous medicine pill formula within. Han Li was a bold and decisive person, having immediately put away the Foundation Establishment pill cylinder to the side. He then turned to examine the red-colored jade cylinder, hoping for a pleasant surprise. Face-setting pill. Just as Han Li pushed his consciousness into the jade cylinder, those 3 words entered his mind, causing him to immediately feel a trace of disappointment. However, Han Li reassured himself for a moment. Although this may be its name, this medicine pill effect might not necessarily be what I believe it to be. Perhaps it has some strange effect. However, the following words completely crushed Han Li's extravagant hopes. It can cause one's appearance to remain young forever. The descriptions of the pill's effect was of no use to him. Han Li stood there motionless and said nothing. His mind still continuously suppressed the scathing threads of an evil flame's smoke as he inwardly cursed without restraint. What kind of trashy book collection is this? It doesn't have any recipes that it should. It's actually just a hideous mess of a collection. How could they wrongfully treat us cultivators to these acupuncture needle secret technique, these face-setting pills and such? They even arrogantly arranged all this here. When Han Li felt that this trip was nearly a complete waste, that loathsome voice spoke. Your time has ended. If you want to extend, I am heading down. Han Li did not feel like wasting another spirit stone and prepared to leave, taking the jade cylinder containing the Foundation Establishment pill refining formula with him. However, just as he walked to the stairs, he hesitated. He felt that although the face-setting pill was of no use in progressing one's magic power, it could still be sold to other cultivators. Most importantly, this face-setting pill did not require the so-called innate true fire. It was something he could create right now. With this thought, Han Li returned to the front of the table and took the red jade cylinder. He then quickly returned to the stairs and climbed down. How was it, young friend? Have you made any gains? When the old man saw Han Li, he asked Han Li with a smile on his face. However, why did Han Li find those words so false? Elder Su, is the floor above truly the sex medicine pill formula storage? How could there be so much rubbish and trash? Is there some other collection room? Han Li didn't care about mocking the old man and instead asked the question he had been holding back for quite a long time with a depressed face. Seeing Han Li's expression, he could not help but laugh with an evil smile. Ever since this old man began taking care of this place, young friend was not the first to ask this question. Almost every disciple who arrives at Yulu Hall for the first time and looks upstairs asks this old man that same question. However, if you want to know the entirety of this matter, this elder Su deliberately dragged out his sentence, but the meaning of his words could not be more obvious. He had a rigid expression that demanded payment, truly rendering Han Li speechless. This person before him, a foundation establishment expert, was clearly a profiteer from the secular world with the appearance of stingy cheapskate. Currently, Han Li finally realized why he did not want him to call him Marshal Senior, and instead address him as Elder. If he were to perform those actions as a martial sect senior, then he would not be able to brazenly profit from these small tricks with his superiors pretending not to notice. Han Li's raised his eyebrows for a moment. Without saying anything further, he placed the 2 jade cylinders in front of the old man's table. This junior originally thought to copy these jade cylinders. However, it seems that I currently do not have enough spirit stones. Since it's like that, this junior will only copy one. As for the other, this junior will save it for the next trip. Having lived in the secular world for so long, Han Li slightly struck back to avoid his appetite from growing larger. Young friend wants to duplicate 2 of them? The elder Su greatly smiled and widely opened his eyes. Originally, yes. However, this junior wishes to learn the answer to the previous question, and he doesn't have enough. Since young friend is this frank and straightforward, I will naturally answer that previous question free of charge. Let this old man first give copies to this young friend. The old man hastily grabbed the 2 jade cylinders and took 2 white jade cylinders from the shelf behind him. He hastily duplicated them, fearful of Han Li going back on his word. The duplication is complete, take care of them well. The old man's movements were incomparably quick, leaving Han Li dumbstruck until he received the jade cylinder copies. After Han Li received the duplicates, the old man then looked at him with a, "Why are you still not quickly taking out the spirit stones?" expression. The corner of Han Li's mouth twitched, then he opened his mouth to say something. However, he didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, he neatly took out 20 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and wordlessly handed them over to the old man. The old man took the offered spirit stones with a happy grin, and for a short while he was unable to conceal his happiness. Only after he counted the spirit stones 3 to 4 times did he notice Han Li waiting to his side for a reply. At this moment, Elder Su was perfectly content with the spirit stones he received and sized Han Li up with a gaze like Han Li was a rich man. You truly cannot judge a person by their appearance. Young friend's background was unexpectedly this profound and was truly to this old man's surprise. Although this old man is greedy, he is a man who keeps his promises. Today, if young friend has a question, do not hesitate to ask. This old man will definitely satisfy and repay young friend. After the old man returned his gaze toward him, he solemnly said this with an unexpectedly serious and proper image. Han Li was slightly surprised, but without a trace of politeness, he requested the answer to the previous question. The answer is quite simple. The majority of medicine pill recipes were lost long ago. Not only for our Yellow Maple Valley sect but also for the other sects. Even the entire cultivation world is like this. The old man leisurely answered. When Han Li heard this, he was startled and looked at the old man with a puzzled gaze. Young friend, calm down. It will be clear once you think about it. Why are medicine pill recipes valuable? Naturally, it is because they are capable of using heavenly materials and earthly treasures to create medicine pills for us cultivators to consume. However, young friend did not think about this before. In this world, heavenly materials and earthly treasures are quite limited. In addition, each plant requires hundreds if not thousands years to mature and be of use. During this time, the amount of cultivators do not decrease but instead increase year after year. As a result, the materials used in these pill recipes gradually grow sparse, eventually becoming completely extinguished. By the time the people of the cultivation world took notice of this grave problem, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of this earth were long gone. Only a few particular regions still have a few of these ingredients remaining. These regions are incomparably dangerous even for us cultivators and are not easily braved. Thus, We were thoroughly severed from a source of raw materials, and the medicine formulas became worthless. Who would attach value to them? After an extremely long period and several great calamities upon the cultivation world, these medicine pill recipes gradually disappeared from history. The few that remain could be counted upon one's fingers, and the Foundation Establishment pill was merely one of those that remained. Chapter 156 Earth Lung Fire. Chapter 156. Earth Lung Fire. After Han Li heard the old man's reason, his face's expression did not change, appearing neither accepting nor denying those words. He nodded his head and said nothing. He picked up the jade cylinder duplicates and turned around, walking toward the passage. Since young friend wants to refine pills, would you like to come again and buy a few pill furnaces? I will sell them a bit cheaper. The old man saw Han Li leaving and hastily offered to sell his own goods. I do not need them. For the time being I cannot use them. Han Li did not turn around and simply waved his hand goodbye. That is truly unfortunate. This pill furnace of mine can bear the high temperatures of earth fire. Elder Su regretfully said, having seen that his business was not successful. Earth fire. Han Li stopped at the entrance of the passage. It is earth lung fire, a bit more impressive than innate true fire. The old man indifferently mentioned. Isn't it said that pill refinery requires innate true fire? Can this earth fire replace it when refining pills? Han Li tried his best to keep his voice calm. However, his heart was thumping greatly. He knew that he might have already found a solution out of his Foundation Establishment pill refinery predicament. He. It seems young friend is completely ignorant that earth fire has long replaced innate true fire in pill refinery. However, this is nothing serious. Basically, those who have learned a thing or two about pills should all know this. I will explain this to young friend free of charge. The old man saw Han Li's interest, causing his spirit to stir. He even deliberately added the words, free of charge, as an especially heavy bait. How could Han Li not hear the meaning in the other party's words? He could not help but bitterly smile. The old man clearly implied that although he would tell him free of charge, he would only speak a sentence for free. To say 7 or 8 sentences free of charge, the difference was far too great. However, this matter was of great importance, and Han Li would not be able to tangle with him once more. As a result, he directly walked back and instantly agreed. So long as Elder Su's words about earth fire are true, then I will select one of your pill furnaces. My pill furnaces are absolute top quality goods. They are certain to satisfy young friend. Elder Su saw that an agreement was smoothly met and could not help but smile with squinted eyes. At first, innate true fire was used to refine pills, but this was during an ancient time long ago. The current pill refinery of the cultivation world borrows the earth lung fire from profound young earth to temper and refine medicine pills. Long ago, our ancestors already discovered that earth fire not only had purer essence and higher temperatures than true fire, it was also longer lasting and more stable. Its success rate was usually much greater than when using true fire to refine pills. Furthermore, it was also equivalently effective when used to refine tools. That is the reason why, so long as cultivation sects and a few of the larger cultivation clans have the qualifications, they will all have their own profound yang fire earth to provide their younger generations with refined pills and refined tools. Only wild cultivators, those whose powers are truly alone and are unable to borrow earth fire, would use the more highly likely to fail true fire method to refine pills. The old man shook his head as he narrated a large speech that passed through his mind. Then this sect also has earth fire that can be borrowed for use? Elder Su should definitely know where. Han Li was elated, but he resisted the excitement in his mind and preserved his reason in order to ask about the crucial location. When the old man heard Han Li's question, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. He smiled at Han Li and blinked his eyes as if he were puzzled. When young friend had just entered Yulu Hall, didn't he see a passageway without any signs? That passage leads to the profound young earth fire. If you pay a few spirit stones, you will be able to borrow some earth fire for use. After an easy smile, the old man eventually told Han Li the truth. Is this really true? Han Li could not help but expose a happy expression, and the corner of his mouth slightly rose. This old man is already this old, how could he cheat a junior such as yourself? Elder Su replied, somewhat annoyed. It was this junior's slip of the mouth. Please forgive me, Elder Su. Although Han Li felt that the old man was greedy, he would not deceive a junior in this matter like that. He sincerely said this with a modest tone. Humph. Seeing that young friend's age is so young, this old man will forgive you this once. The old man's expression eased. However, his face stiffened immediately after. However, it would be favorable if you were to purchase a pill furnace. This old man might not offer them anymore. When Han Li heard this, Han Li could not help but bitterly smile. This elder truly won't neglect this advantageous moment of vulnerability. Are those the pill furnaces? Han Li asked, pointing to the shelves behind the old man. They held cauldron furnaces of various sizes. Obviously not. Those are simply common trash. They are only capable of refining some inferior medicine pills. How could they withstand the heat of earth fire? Genuine quality pill furnaces are all here. The old man recovered the true qualities of an unscrupulous businessman and gleefully patted the unremarkable gray pouch at his waist. The old man took off the gray pouch and lightly patted it as he looked to the ground beside him. Then an azure light swept out a row of interesting antique-styled unusual pill cauldrons on the floor. How about it? This is the old man's collection of pill furnaces. Every single one is a work of quality, absolutely not some common trash. The old man said somewhat complacently. He picked up the nearest cauldron furnace and lightly struck it. They are truly quite good. Once the cauldron furnaces appeared, Han Li sensed that they emitted traces of spiritual qi. He couldn't help but let out a soft "ee." However, this actually made him more interested in the old man's unremarkable pouch. This was absolutely a high-grade storage pouch that exceeded the capabilities of his own storage pouch. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hold such a great volume of goods. Hee. This old man wasn't boasting. Su Mao is truly an expert at refining cauldron magic tools. Most of the sect's low-level disciples' cauldron furnaces come from this old man's hand. These few are the finest of the finest. The old man saw Han Li become somewhat moved and was unable to contain his joy. Han Li faintly smiled and did not speak any words of retort. He calmly walked next to the cauldron furnaces and looked down, beginning to choose. This is a cauldron. It is capable of absorbing a flame's high temperature, generally increasing the success rate of medicine pills. It can also. Every time Han Li picked up a cauldron furnace to examine it, Elder Su would stand to the side and jabber incessantly praises, wishing he could talk about each one of these rare and incomparable treasures all day long. If Han Li didn't immediately buy one, it would be as if he would be wronging the heavens. Han Li could not help but bitterly smile. It's this one. Han Li took every cauldron furnace and examined them all once through. After he muttered to himself for a moment, he pointed to the smallest silvery cauldron furnace. Clicks tongue. Young friend truly has a good eye. This silver-threaded cauldron is the best among the pill cauldrons, a rarely produced magic tool. Among all of my pill cauldrons, this treasure is the best among them. When Elder Su saw Han Li raise the smallest cauldron, he was somewhat astonished. However, he immediately resumed his normal expression and rambled a mouthful of praises. What does this have to do with a good eye? I have to think about the limited space in my storage pouch. It can only hold this cauldron. Han Li unhappily thought when he heard the old man's noisy words. Finally, after haggling over the price with the old man, Han Li settled on the price of 32 low-grade spirit stones and purchased the object. Then he departed without the slightest hesitation. Although the time Han Li was in contact with Elder Su was short, he had already spent over 50 spirit stones. Even though it could be said that he was considerably wealthy, it still greatly caused his heart to ache. As a result, he was truly unwilling to stay here any longer, even if the old man were to passionately urge him to stay. After exiting Elder Su's room, Han Li returned to the hall with the transportation formation. However, he didn't immediately leave the palace hall, but after a moment of consideration he instead walked through the passageway that wasn't marked with a character. At the end of the passageway appeared a huge stone door barring the way. A rainbow luster continuously circulated through the stone door. With just a look, one would know that it had an extremely impressive restrictive spell so that one wouldn't dare to act without thinking. To the side of the stone door there was another small stone room. Within the room was an ugly man with lumps across his face. This ugly man was merely at the peak of qi condensation. However, he looked at Han Li with a proud and cold gaze, leaving Han Li in a bad mood. But what kind of person was Han Li? Although there was hatred in his heart, his appearance was relaxed as he inquired 3 times, only to be met with an unwillingness to reply to any of his requests. However, this allowed Han Li to clearly understand the circumstances of this situation and what was going on. Afterwards, Han Li didn't pay attention to the other party's rudeness. He courteously said goodbye and took his leave. But before he left the room, he heard the ugly man muttering. A destitute, low-level wretch of a disciple also wishes to learn pill refining? Did you already refine your brains into mush? A guy with all talk and no action, vainly wasting so much of this uncle's saliva. When Han Li heard the other party's words, his figure didn't change the slightest. However, he hid the coldness he felt toward the ugly man, a coldness capable of scraping frost. A flash of murderous desire flashed through his eyes. Chapter 157. Murong Brothers. After Han Li left the Yulu Hall, he said goodbye to the 2 people in red and flew towards the 100 Medicine Garden with his magic tool. In the air, Han Li kept thinking about refining the Foundation Establishment pill, while looking down at the continuous hills with indifference. Suddenly, a loud, rumbling burst came from beneath and surprised him. He couldn't help but take a closer look, only to see lightning flickering on one of the hills, and there were some faint applause coming from there. It brought up Han Li's curiosity. He landed from his magic tool nearby and automatically started to get close to the source. Murong Brothers, another one, show us what you've got. That's right. This is the first time I saw the shape of lightning that closely. It's so frightening. As soon as he arrived at the top of the hill, Han Li heard a noise coming from the front, and the name, Murong Brothers, moved his heart. The genius brothers with thunder spiritual roots who just entered the sect. Isn't their last name, Murong? The loud burst from before. Are these brothers the focus of so much attention demonstrating their skills? At this moment he saw clearly that there were about 30 to 40 disciples of varying ages on a hilltop, huddled in a loose circle and pointing to 2 11 or 12-year-old youngsters in the middle of the circle while talking excitingly. There were several charred pits within the circle. The edges of the pits were melted because of the high temperature, and they released light cyan blue smoke. After a breeze blew by, the burnt smell was everywhere. Seeing this scene, Han Li hastily went over and looked carefully at the youngsters. The 2 of them had delicate features, fair and tender skin, and they looked very similar. However, when they blinked their eyes, they looked like little elves. At this moment, because of the crowd's attention and praise, the 2 of them were blushing with excitement. After they looked at each other, they chanted a spell at the same time, and lightning flashed in the hands of the 2, followed by 2 thin bolts of lightning flying out. They landed on the ground nearby with 2 loud bangs and a burst of bright white light, creating 2 more pits in the ground. This is the Thunder Attribute's Thunder Palm? Regardless of its power or sound, this was more powerful than the Fireball technique, Icicle technique, or other magic techniques that are of the same level. Thunder Attribute magic techniques are indeed the most destructive magic techniques. Han Li was astonished and also envious of the brothers' spiritual roots attribute. Obviously, Han Li wasn't the only one with this mentality. The other disciples who were watching them were also looking at the 2 with envious looks, while hating themselves for not being blessed by the heavens with this kind of high-grade attribute that made everyone jealous. The brothers demonstrated their thunder spell a few more times among the crowd of applause, but their strength were clearly starting to fall behind their will. After all, they were still too young. That's it? It seems the power of thunder spiritual roots is merely this. I say it's probably not even as good as my wind spiritual roots. Just then, a lousy man's voice sounded from the crowd across where Han Li stood, and the surrounding people couldn't help but look in that direction. A young man and woman were standing together side by side. The man was tall and handsome and the woman was beautiful like a flower. They were obviously a pair of couple who were madly in love. That man looked proud and seemed to be dismissive of the Murong brothers' thunder palm, and the woman was blushing because so many people were looking at her. Her reddish face was even more charming. Who is this man? He's so wild. Wind spiritual roots? Isn't that also a type of mutated spiritual roots? This man has mutated spiritual roots? I know this man. He is senior martial brother Lu, and he indeed has mutated spiritual roots. His wind spells can be very powerful. Even if he also has mutated spiritual roots, why is he saying things like this? Maybe it's out of jealousy. After all, back then among the low-level disciples he was the only one who had mutated spiritual roots. But now there are suddenly two more who are even more qualified than he is. Of course he would feel unbalanced. What? So narrow-minded. Hush. Be quiet, don't let him hear this. He's very vengeful. Being targeted by him would be very terrible. Because of the young man's appearance, everyone around were whispering together. It appeared that this person wasn't that popular around here. Little fellow, I will show you what real mutated spiritual roots are. The young man's face sank when he saw people discussing him like this. He walked into the circle and declared proudly, "The two of you feel free to attack me with your thunder spells. If I dodge for even a half step I will kowtow and admit my wrongs to you two little demons." Seeing senior martial brother Lu being so arrogant and looking down on them for no reason, the Murong brothers were so mad that their faces became pale. You're not gonna dodge? Of course. And no magic tools allowed? Yes. The two brothers were indeed biological brothers. They each added a rule favoring them and finalized it. The young man was also arrogant, so he didn't even take the two brothers seriously and accepted their conditions without any objections. Good. Then us two brothers will take care of senior martial brother. The two teenagers said angrily in unison. Senior martial brother Lu, will you be okay like this? The young man's female companion started to worry. Hee. What's there to worry about dealing with two kids? Martial sister Qing can rest assured. The young man waved his hand indifferently and stood in front of the Murong brothers in an ostentatious manner. The two youngsters looked at each other and suddenly came close together. They each held out their hand and took each other's hand, while the other finger pointed to the sky. Together they chanted the same exact spell. Seeing this, the young man sneered and casted a defensive spell onto himself. A cyan blue mask immediately surrounded him and wrapped him tightly inside. Thunder Chain Strike. The biological brothers finally finished casting their spell, and they pointed their finger at the top of the young man's head. A dark cloud about the size of 10 meters appeared above him. A white light flashed in the cloud and a lightning bolt as wide as a finger landed on the cyan blue shield. The lightning hit the shield so hard that the shield shook violently, and the young man's expression changed. Apparently the power of the lightning was out of his expectations. But this lightning shock was just the beginning. From the dark cloud that was floating in the air, more of the same lightning attack fell and hit the shield until it flickered and grew dark on the edge of breaking apart. The young man's expression darkened again as he suddenly made some complicated, dazzling finger gestures, growled deeply, and pressed his hands tightly against the light shield wall. The light mask suddenly glowed in blue. Not only was it repaired but it also seemed to be even thicker than before. But the Murong brothers naturally wouldn't give up the advantages that they possessed, so they also sent a variety of spells up into the air and made the dark cloud expand until its diameter was about 10 meters. The falling lightning grew thicker and more frequent. Faced with the two brothers' fierce attack, this senior martial brother Lu was even more surprised and angry, and he didn't know what to do. He never expected them to grasp the elementary mid-grade thunder chain technique at such a young age. He was hit so hard he couldn't withdraw from the fight and he could only cast counterattack spells. He suffered at such a disadvantage in front of so many people. Just like that, the youngsters on one side were using all their strengths to support the dark cloud's lightning attack, and on the other side, the young man was struggling to keep casting defensive spells to reinforce the cyan blue shield. This competition turned into an unexpected tug-of-war. Normally, if one side attacked and the other defended, the attacker would naturally have a greater advantage and they could save a lot more magic than the defender. However, the Murong brothers who were attacking had already used up a lot of magic power during the demonstrations just now, and they didn't have enough magic power from the beginning. Also, the young man surnamed Lu was a lot older after all, so the maturity of his magic power couldn't be compared to those that had just entered the sect like them. By fighting a battle of attrition, they had their backs against a wall. Under everyone's sight, that dark cloud released the last few bolts of lightning and then dispersed, leaving a clear sky. Depleted of magic power, the youngsters were forced to first stop the lightning. So it was junior martial sister Nya. I was actually asking who has such magic power. After seeing the blue-clothed woman, the young man surnamed Lu, who was originally in a rage, immediately changed his expression and warmly saluted her with elegant poise. "Elder Martial Brother Lu, look at my face. Is this competition over?" the royally dressed woman coldly asked while stepping on a magic tool. "Hee, since it is Junior Martial Sister Nye's desire, then I will comply with the rules," the young man replied with a smiling expression. The royally dressed woman nodded and did not speak any further. She dropped from the sky and walked over to the Murong brothers. "Elder Martial Sister Nye, your arrival was truly timely. Otherwise we would have faced a disastrous end." The youngster who had just escaped calamity immediately ran over to the blue-clothed woman as soon as he saw her, grinning ear from ear. The other brother also grinned and hurried over from the earth wall. "Return. Face the wall and ponder about your misdeeds. You are not allowed outside until after you've trained to the 9th layer in your cultivation art," the woman lightly said without a trace of anger. The slightest change in emotion could not be detected. When the Murong brothers heard this, they immediately became crestfallen. They both agreed and drooped their heads. After the blue-clothed woman finished taking care of the two brothers, she turned her head toward the coarse, short youth and unexpectedly burst into a smile, overshadowing all nearby life in an instant. She opened her small almond lips and said, "Many thanks for Senior Martial Brother's assistance. Else this junior martial disciple Murong's mishap would have brought shame to this little sister's teacher." It was nothing. When the coarse, short youth saw the other party's gorgeous smile, he was stunned, foolishly giggling and stuttering between his words. When the males all around saw this preferential treatment, they could not help but be fiercely envious of this man's encounter with a beautiful woman. They all greatly regretted why they did not act a moment ago. As a result, they all gazed at the man with piercing gazes of envy. When the young man surnamed Lu saw this, malice flashed through his eyes, but he quickly concealed it and maintained his cultured and refined appearance. Apart from the female companion besides him, only Han Li, who was coldly looking on, seemed to notice this peculiarity. Although that junior martial sister Chen was an exquisite and ravishing beauty, dainty as a flower, her looks were far inferior to the woman surnamed Nye. Thus, when junior martial sister Chen saw the blue-clothed woman appear, she feared that senior martial brother Lu would become infatuated with her and immediately ran to senior martial brother Lu's side, grabbing the young man's arm. Afterwards she shot a hostile stare at the other party. The blue-clothed woman naturally felt the other party's ill will, but she didn't mind in the least. Instead, when she was about to leave with the Murong brothers, she faintly shot a glance at Han Li. Her beautiful voice immediately rang through his ear. "Although the magic of your esteemed self is not weak, this kind of chivalric behavior is truly disagreeable to this young woman. I hope that the next time I see you, junior martial disciple will somewhat change his ways." TL. Chivalry, lone righteousness, to be righteous regardless of one's surroundings. After Han Li heard the blue-clothed woman's words, he slightly wrinkled his brow. It seemed that she had completely seen through his evasive action. It did not leave this woman with a favorable impression and even left a rather bad impression. However, he wasn't a saint. To know fully well that someone was trying to exploit you and do not try avoid it, was that not idiocy? The coarse, short youth actually didn't have chivalry. However, he was currently being stared at by the fellow surnamed Lu. Perhaps the fellow would kill him in the future. If that moment came, would that beautiful woman even avenge him? Han Li thought this with a scoff. He did not know why, but Han Li absolutely couldn't stand this peerlessly talented beauty. He found pretty daughters of humble families to be much more pleasing to the eye. Thus he didn't care even the slightest what this senior martial sister Nye thought. He only hoped that she would not pay attention to him. At this moment, there was no trace of the beautiful blue-clothed woman and her company. After senior martial brother Lu took a fierce glance at the coarse, short youth and departed from the mountaintop with his female companion, the remaining people had nothing left worth seeing and disorderly dispersed. Han Li departed on the flying magic tool and returned to the 100 Medicine Garden. After he entered his room, Han Li impatiently took out the 2 jade cylinders and looked at the duplicate containing the method to refine the foundation establishment pill. He began to carefully study it word by word. Although Han Li's mind was lively, his expression didn't change in the slightest. Several hours later, Han Li let out a long breath and put the jade cylinder down. Closely afterwards he sunk into deep thought and reflection. After a long moment he let out a deep breath and stood tightly wrinkling his breath. He then walked into the medicine garden. He began to sweep his gaze over the plants within the garden, muttering to himself. 1,000 knotted flower, black peony grass, gold essence ginseng and the 31 other complementary drug ingredients are of no problem. They are all in the garden. Only a few need to aged considerably, requiring several hundred years of maturity. However, the most important medicines, chalcedony mushrooms, violet monkey flowers and sky spirit fruit, are quite troublesome. They are unexpectedly not here. Furthermore, I've never heard of them before. Han Li hesitated for half a day before deciding to ask others. Naturally, couldn't he just ask the small old man, a medicine master? When Han Li arrived at the low-level disciple area of the Cultivation Guidance Pavilion, Wu Feng happened to be giving a few youngsters an explanation of low-grade magic techniques. When he saw Han Li, he simply gave a faint gesture before proceeding with his work. Han Li did not mind. He knew Wu Feng simply had a strong sense of responsibility and didn't mean anything rude. With regards to senior martial brother Wu, Han Li truly felt some admiration toward him. Even after this cultivation guidance, senior martial brother took the foundation establishment pill and remained at the peak of qi condensation. His comprehension of low-grade magic techniques had truly reached perfection. He was able to deduce many things from one look, causing Han Li to exclaim in astonishment. Furthermore, the benefits he himself received were not shallow. If it were just this, Han Li would have merely had a good impression of him and not at all be filled with this kind of deep respect. What astounded him was that when this senior martial brother fulfilled his responsibility to guide cultivation, he treated all fellow apprentices who asked for guidance in magic techniques equally favorably without exception. He put his heart and soul into imparting his understandings and insights. He seemed to never conceal any selfishness. This truly amazed Han Li to a great degree. In truth, Han Li initially did not trust the person to be of this character. However, he believed that the effort put in for a mere appearance was particularly excessive for a hypocrite he happened to meet. Thus he treated him neither coldly nor warmly and showed respect at a distance. But after truly being in contact with him over a year, each and every action he commonly treated people with truly confirmed to Han Li that he was no fraud. He genuinely and sincerely aided his fellow apprentices. This left Han Li at a loss for words for a long while. Although he was unwilling to follow senior martial brother Wu's ways, he naturally no longer had any suspicions against his character. Thus he intended to become acquainted with him. Although they still hadn't reached the level of familiarity to the degree of best friends, their relationship was on far better terms than that of ordinary disciples. Thus he patiently waited to the side. This senior martial Wu's explanation was truly attentive. The mid-grade elementary fire serpent technique was actually explained no less than 2 full times. In addition, he demonstrated it several times, letting multiple people learn from experience. Apart from the techniques Han Li originally learned, he truly didn't not learn any of the other 5 elements magic techniques. In the period of these past 2 years, he merely pieced together the techniques he had yet to learn. This caused Han Li be completely disappointed in his aptitude, and greatly increased his desire for the foundation establishment pill. After the guidance had finished, the several youngsters departed and took their leave. Wu Feng then asked Han Li with a smile, "Junior martial brother Han, you haven't come here for quite a while. Have you decided to begin learning mid-grade magic techniques?" When Han Li heard this, he bitterly smiled. Dispirited, he replied, "Senior martial brother should know about my aptitudes. I already wasted 2 years learning those lower elementary magic techniques. To learn even more difficult mid-grade magic techniques would require at least 7 to 8 years to complete. The way I see it, it would be better to leave it be." When Wu Feng heard this, he wrinkled his brow. He said somewhat reproachfully, "How can junior martial brother be so dejected? It should be known that even if your aptitudes are a bit inferior, diligence can fill the difference. There is still a great chance of success." After Han Li heard his well-meaning advice, he could not help but casually agree. Afterwards he asked about the foundation establishment pill medicine ingredients. Junior Marshall Brother Han wants to know the source of chalcedony mushrooms and other spiritual medicines? Wu Feng asked, astonished. That's right, Senior Marshall Brother has already been at the sect for many years. He should know something about this. Han Li asked expectantly. After Wu Feng heard this, he murmured to himself for a moment and said, Naturally, I know a bit. However, I urge Junior Marshall Brother to bury this thought. Not only is the place incomparably dangerous, but it is also fundamentally impossible to approach. Only during a specific time and place and with the assistance of the sect elders would you be able to enter. When Han Li initially heard that Wu Feng knew something, Han Li was delighted. But the following words alarmed him and caused him to question it closely. So it turned out that these spiritual medicines had been scarce in the cultivation world for a long time. They simply disappeared from common regions. The sole places where they could currently be found were those so-called forbidden areas. Since they were capable of being called forbidden areas by cultivators, these regions must naturally be extremely dangerous. They were generally vile environments located in desolate places. Some were demon lairs and could only be reached by a journey of slaughter. There were also locations with a few ancient restrictive spells that required a great deal of effort to break through them. For Yellow Maple Valley and the other cultivation sects, all of their foundation establishment pill medicine ingredients previously came from one forbidden area. That location was continuously sealed by an ancient wind attribute restriction. The restrictive spell was quite impressive. Originally, no matter how much strength the cultivator sects used, they had no hope of opening it. However, though it was unknown how, someone had actually later discovered that this restrictive spell had a 5-day period of weakness every 5 years. During this time, if several core formation experts simultaneously used force against the restriction, they could create a temporary opening and let a certain amount of people inside. However, once the opening appeared and the cultivators tried to go in, something unexpected occurred. Those of foundation establishment and greater were all hindered by another eccentric restriction. But those of chi condensation were not obstructed in the least and were able to collect and bring back a great amount of rare spiritual medicines. This discovery caused a great commotion in the cultivation world of the state of Yu. As a result, the 7 great cultivator sects would dispatch disciples below foundation establishment into the forbidden area to gather a great amount of spiritual medicines. Naturally, the foundation establishment pill medicine ingredients were of the highest priority. At the start, the disciples of cultivation sects could harvest without assault. After the first harvest, the chosen disciples all said that this was a very comfortable task. However, with each passing harvest, the spiritual medicine within the forbidden area gradually grew more sparse, causing each sect to dispute over the wondrous medicines. Greater actions began to continuously occur until several hundred years ago, when a disciple lost his life in the struggle. The first loss of life caused each of the large sects to completely tear off their faces and bluntly fight. The weak were prey to the strong. The heavens and earth favored none, and the sects encouraged their disciples to pillage from others, causing the forbidden area to be thoroughly stained with the color of blood. Like that, the spiritual medicines gradually decreased, and the fights within the forbidden area grew increasingly fierce and bloody. In the last 100 years, due to the great brutality of close combat, less than 1/3 of the disciples who entered the forbidden area were able to come back alive. Each of the sect's loss of junior elite disciples was not small. This caused each of the sect's disciples to call the forbidden area the trial by blood and fire. One by one they began to avoid going. One time, there was even an awkward scene where not a single person wished to enter. As for forcing people, that was naturally out of the question. If the disciples didn't sincerely enter the forbidden area to search for medicines, then they were certain to work half-heartedly. A majority of them would hide and wait until it was safe before leaving. This hadn't previously happened before, causing the upper echelon to seethe with anger. However, they had no alternative. After all, these people were originally unwilling to go. Being forced to brave those strange dangers, how could they possibly be criticized for not being willing? As a result, each of the sects in the state of Yu steadily watched the spiritual medicines with increasing interest. However, the amount of disciples willing to accept the risks were very few, thus causing the sects to start using heavier rewards to recruit disciples to enter the forbidden area. Those who brought back spiritual medicines from the forbidden area would be given even greater rewards, attracting much attention. The other sects did not say this, only Yellow Maple Valley did. Several times after the tradition began, the sect directly stipulated in writing that so long as a disciple registered to participate, they would be bestowed a mid-grade spirit stone and spiritual tool beforehand to serve as encouragement. As for those who were truly capable of bringing spiritual medicines from the forbidden area, the sect would further reward them according to the quality and quantity of the medicines. From spirit stones and spiritual pills to magic tools, all that one could think of was possible, even secretive rewards as great as a foundation establishment pill. This was sufficient for low-level disciples to stake it all. These great rewards naturally caused the Cultivation sect to experience a great surge of registrations for a time. This surge was maintained for the next 2 to 3 times and then completely declined. The bloody reality caused the many disciples to wake to the realization that these great rewards did not come without cost. Because of the initial excitement over the great rewards, the original survival rate of those who fought in the forbidden area actually lowered from less than 1/3 to less than 1/4 after the introduction of greater rewards. Of those who survived, those capable of bringing out spiritual medicines were even fewer, and the majority of them were gravely injured. They fundamentally didn't reap any rewards, not to speak of even receiving a foundation establishment pill. This was what Han Li was told after asking Wu Feng about the source of the spiritual medicines. After hearing everything he had to say, Han Li felt nothing except depression. He didn't expect that gathering some medicine ingredients would require going to some forbidden area and, moreover, engaging in close combat with the disciples of other sections. Only by being the final victor would one be able to leave. Furthermore, the rate of survival was astonishing. Less than 1/4 of the disciples were able to leave this so-called trial by blood and fire. The hazards one would have to brave were far too great. Han Li wasn't some expert. Among the low-level disciples of Yellow Maple Valley, he was merely of medium strength. As a result, without profound magic power and no powerful magic techniques, he could only rely on their several magic tools and his mind's quick wit. Relying on just this, how could Han Li believe himself to be one of the 4 that survive? This caused Han Li to become angry, and he could not help but ask Wu Feng, why doesn't each immortal sect restrict their disciples and collaboratively divide the spiritual medicines? It should be known these medicines will inevitably be refined into foundation establishment pills. Isn't there no need to quarrel and tear into one another, thereby planting the seeds of hatred and revenge? After Wu Feng heard this, he immediately replied with a bitter laugh, Junior Marshall brother does not understand. Although they will all be used to refine foundation establishment pills, the distribution of the number of medicine pills would completely depend on the spiritual medicines available. Under these circumstances, how could they not do their utmost to fight for the spiritual medicines? After Han Li heard this, he remained silent for a long while. Finally, with a belly full of worry, he asked about the next trial by blood and fire, and found out that it was in half a year. After several warnings from Senior Marshal Brother Wu, Han Li left the Cultivation Guidance Pavilion and returned to 100 Medicine Garden. Over the course of the next few days, Han Li dispiritedly thought of this matter, repeatedly pondering about the stakes and risks involved. He attempted to compel himself to pick the more sensible option. It was clear that in the state of Yu, apart from this forbidden area, these 3 spiritual medicines would not be found. Otherwise, the 7 great immortal sects need not shed blood every 5 years and cripple themselves. If Han Li did not want to brave these strange dangers, he could only hope to find the spiritual medicines in regions outside the state of Yu. Else he would be completely without hope of achieving foundation establishment and become a pile of bones within 100 years. However, after a careful thought, he knew that leaving the country to look for spiritual medicines was even more hopeless. However, if he truly participated in the trial by blood and fire, the 3/4 death rate was far too large. At that point, his possibility of death was immense. This truly caused Han Li to feel bewildered. Chapter 161 Market City. Chapter 161. Market City. After several restless nights of troubled sleep, Han Li carefully mulled over his thoughts of self-preservation and the thought of forever losing the opportunity for his immortal path and his willingness to face unknown danger to reach foundation establishment. He gradually became inclined to the latter. After all, he had not resigned to have such an ordinary life. However, his cautious nature caused him to rush a trip to Yulu Hall. After he confirmed the bitter reality of the trial by blood and fire and the lack of heavenly spiritual medicines outside of the area with the greedy old man, he thoroughly abandoned his wishful thinking. Since he clearly understood that he had no path of retreat, Han Li was fiercely determined to give his all in the forbidden trial by blood and fire. He would either find the spiritual medicines within that would allow him to reach Foundation establishment or fall to his death in the struggle within the forbidden area. With the determination to either live or die, Han Li began his preparations to travel to the forbidden area in half a year. Within this short time he had to further his strength in order to improve his chances to survive. It was impossible for him to reach the 11th layer of the Eternal Spring Arts without the assistance of medicine pills. If he wanted to increase his strength, he could only learn a few new magic techniques and purchase a few powerful talismans and magic tools. New magic techniques were not much of a problem. In all likelihood, if he were to mention it to senior martial brother Wu, he wouldn't refuse to teach him. However, with his aptitude he would only be able to either learn 2 elementary low-grade magic techniques or a mid-grade magic technique in half a year. As for elementary high-grade magic techniques, it would be better not to think of them. Thus the quickest way to increase his strength would be by using talismans and magic tools. Regarding magic tools, Han Li currently had a few. As for magic tools that could be used in combat, apart from the ring and the small black flag that Martial Uncle Yi gave him, he also had the long saber capable of turning into a rope and the gourd that could release automatically attacking spheres that he got from the 2 yellow-clothed men who tried to kill and rob him. As for when he entered the sect, he received a fierce sun sword and cold moon saber. They were simply the lowest level of magic tools, capable of attacking with a bit of flames and cold chi. They were fundamentally unimpressive. As for talismans, Han Li was originally extremely lacking in them. Fortunately, from the goods that the shady Martial Uncle Yi didn't embezzle from him, he had quite a few talismans. He was truly given over 10 elementary mid-grade talismans and 2 rarely seen high-grade talismans, greatly increasing his confidence. Furthermore, Han Li still had the small sword talisman that he still didn't know what to do with. In fear, the yellow-clothed man he beheaded called this a talisman treasure. It should have a grand origin. It would simply be seen as stolen property, so he didn't dare to let others know of this talisman. He kept the 2 words treasure talisman in his head a secret and intended to find an opportunity to ask others about it. Naturally, when facing the extremely terrible forbidden trial by blood and fire, having only these objects was certainly not enough. As a result, Han Li planned to leave the sect mountains and make a trip to a nearby sect's market city to buy a few top-quality magic tools and talismans. However, he didn't have the backing of many spirit stones. This purchasing trip was certain to not go as one would wish. Although Han Li had quite a few spirit stones he could use in his future trip to the forbidden area, these spirit stones were important support in a prolonged fight, causing him to be quite reluctant about parting with them. A few thoughts later, Han Li decided to cultivate a few precious 1,000-year medicinal herbs in the little time he had to exchange for spirit stones or to simply barter. Actually, creating a few face-setting pills would probably be better, perhaps slightly increasing the value of the 1,000-year medicinal herbs. However, face-setting pills truly required too many medicinal ingredients. There was not enough time to actually collect all the materials. As a result, he could only directly use drug ingredients to exchange. But in order to not arouse suspicion from the sect, Han Li inwardly decided that he would only sell the cultivated medicine ingredients to cultivators outside the sect. Were he to directly use medicinal ingredients to do business in the sect, he was certain to arouse the attention of others. As a result, with a plan in mind, Han Li began to work. He first visited Wu Feng and picked the most practical elementary magic technique, Qi restraining technique. It was an auxiliary-type elementary mid-grade magic spell that could resist the Heaven's Eye technique. As long as this technique was used beforehand, one would not appear to the naked eye and one's qi would be completely restrained. Its purpose was to conceal one's self. Naturally, this magic technique was of no use against experts at Foundation establishment or above. It was, however, completely effective against the high-layer cultivators of qi condensation. This technique was far more practical compared to the body concealment technique. However, the reason why Han Li didn't pick any attack or defense-type magic techniques was completely due to his own true combat experience. Because of the time when he fought other cultivators in close combat, he discovered that in a fight between cultivators, There were far too few opportunities to completely execute the incantations of mid-grade magic techniques. There were far more opportunities to use magic tools and the low-grade magic techniques with the shortest execution time. Talisman methods were the next quickest in defending and attacking. That was why in a battle, it was more practical to use talismans rather than mid-grade magic techniques or higher. Naturally, if one had a companion that fought for time to cast a magic technique, that was a different argument. When Han Li obtained the cultivation incantation of this technique, he detailedly asked Wu Feng the specifics of cultivating this technique and then began to practice it with his heart and soul. However, as a mid-grade magic technique, this qi restraining technique was completely different compared to the auxiliary magic techniques he previously learned, such as the Imperial Flight technique and the Body Concealment technique. Its cultivation was extremely difficult. It seemed that completely mastering it within half a year was truly no small challenge. Chapter 162. Myriad Treasures Store. Yellow Maple Valley's market city looked like Han Li's hometown, Green Ox City. The entire market was only one street that pointed north and south. In the south there were dozens of houses of various sizes. Some were tall, some were short. Some were buildings while others were just huts. It was very inconsistent and uneven. These were all industries of the Yellow Maple Valley, but only less than half were personally managed by Yellow Maple Valley's disciples. The other large half was leased to the cultivator families and rogue cultivators who usually dealt business here. Most of these businesses were stores that traded raw materials, talismans, and magic tools. There was also a 5 Elements bookstore that specialized in selling elementary spells, and there were 2 restaurants and inns that were convenient for people to get food and rest. Aside from the lower-level disciples at the market city, there were also a number of Foundation establishment experts who stayed there regularly, keeping order in the city and preventing people from causing trouble. A large portion of the northern part of the street was empty. It was reserved for cultivators who wanted to set up a shop on the spur of the moment. As long as they paid the Yellow Maple Valley disciples with a low-grade spirit stone, foreigners could set up a shop for a whole day on the side of the empty street without any interference. They would even have the protection of the disciples during the time that they had set up a shop, enabling them to have no fear of any enemies who would want to take revenge. With these measures encouraging foreign cultivators to come here and do business, along with the special geographical location of the market city, the Yellow Maple Valley's market city had been prosperous for many years. There would even be rare items that would appear from time to time in the market city, attracting even more cultivators. However, because Han Li wanted to avoid arousing suspicion, he didn't enter the market city from the convenient South Street entrance. Instead, he circled around and entered from the north. Before setting foot into the street entrance, he covered his face with a blue cloak in case there was anyone here who could recognize him. It was already the afternoon. The street of the market city didn't seem to have many people at a first glance. However, this was normal. After all, this market city was not some secular world downtown market that would be noisy all day long. The people who were qualified to come here were unique cultivators. You would only find one cultivator in 10,000 people. It was already pretty good to have this many people. Han Li mocked himself a little after realizing this fact and walked towards the small shops on the side of the street. He decided to see if there was anything worthwhile in the small shops before going to the large stores. After going through all the small shops, Han Li's heart sank. The magic tools and talismans at these small shops were completely useless to him, with the exception of 3 or 4 items that could barely be considered passable. Buying them would only be a foolish expense, so he stopped wasting his time. He turned around and sprinted towards the large stores. 7 Opportunities Pavilion. Wind Guiding Study. Heavenly Craft Store. This time Han Li didn't recklessly find a random store to walk into. He took his time and slowly strolled along the street. After he familiarized himself with the name, size, and type of each store, he picked the one that looked the largest and frequently had cultivators streaming in and out. Myriad Treasures Store. He went inside. From simply hearing the store's name, one could tell that the owner of the store was confident of his goods. So Han Li hoped to find some rare treasures here and not leave empty-handed. Han Li slightly hesitated as soon as he entered. Han Li faintly smiled, fully aware of this shopkeeper Tian's intention. He knew this was the time that he should show the other party his own strength. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to easily see the treasure in the final brocade box. Before he came, apart from the 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs, he also brought along all of his spirit stones, comprising of 2 mid-grade spirit stones and nearly 100 low-grade spirit stones. However, Han Li was not likely to lightly make use of these spirit stones. He was only relying on those 2 spiritual herbs. Frankly, although Han Li knew that spiritual herbs of over 1,000 years of age were extremely rare in the cultivation world and that their value should be high, he didn't know the concrete cost in spiritual stones for these magic tools. He did not have a true estimate. However, he understood that by using the herbs to obtain that small shield and the gold beetle swarm knives, he should have some extra spirit stones left over. As for that heavenly lightning seed that he further wanted to acquire, he was not very hopeful. He didn't suddenly take out both of his spiritual herbs. Instead, he took out a small wooden box with something seemingly precious and exceptional inside. The reason why Han Li acted as such was because he was fully aware that a man wants to be adorned with clothes, but a Buddha wants to be adorned with gold. He knew that if this presentation went well, the value of his medicine herbs should somewhat increase, thereby making the chances that he would suffer losses unlikely. Han Li did not open the lid of the small box but rather passed the case to the man in front of him. Shopkeeper Tian had secretly paid close attention to Han Li's actions all along. When he saw this scene, he did not speak any objections and accepted the box. After a moment of careful observation, he carefully opened the lid. Once he clearly saw what was within the box, Shopkeeper Tian was somewhat amazed. However, his expression grew displeased soon after. Brother Li plans to use this yellow essence mushroom to exchange for this store's treasures? How is this rare? Unless it is a great item of 200 to 300 years or more, it fundamentally isn't worth anything, Shopkeeper Tian coldly uttered. Han Li coldly chuckled several times and didn't say anything else. He was studying the other party's recent appearance at his own pace while tasting the fragrant tea that had been poured for him a moment ago. Having seen Han Li's fearless actions, Shopkeeper Tian was somewhat doubtful. He mustered all of his spirit and lowered his head, carefully examining the spiritual herb in the box once more. Shopkeeper Tian took a good look at it and suddenly breathed in a cold breath of air. Immediately, he stood from his chair in excitement and moved the box to a more adequately lit portion of the room. He excessively examined it and then muttered to himself, "Impossible. Could it truly be over 1,000 years old? Or is it simply resembling it?" Han Li clearly saw the other party's expression and heard his words, causing his heart to finally grow calm. He was now certain that the value of his 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs was greater than his previous estimates, not lower. In addition, it seemed that he had a good chance of acquiring that lightning bead. After a moment of examination, Shopkeeper Tian suddenly became aware of his lack of manners and the fact that he revealed information about the true circumstances to the other party. However, he was unable to change anything now. The object before his eyes was completely embedded in his state of mind. So long as this object were truly that 1,000-year-old item of the highest quality, he would overpay to have this 1,000-year-old spiritual herb remain in the 10,000 treasures store. Doing so would give his 10,000 treasures store countless benefits. However, he was currently embarrassed as he had never seen a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb before. He only knew of its reputation and hence he was truly unable to give a certain estimation of the maturity of that herb inside the box. He only knew that if the yellow essence mushroom before him didn't have a medicinal potency of 1,000 years or more, it should absolutely be of 700 to 800 years or more. It would still be a very precious object, he was certain of least that much. "Come." After a long moment of inspection, Shopkeeper Tian called a young servant from downstairs. "Go and invite Elder Ding to come. Tell him there is a valuable object here that I need him to appraise," he solemnly ordered. Afterwards, Shopkeeper Tian took advantage of this chance to have a completely honest chat. However, they completely avoided talking about the medicine herb, as if the medicine herb in the small box had been forgotten for the moment. Not long after, a gray-haired old man escorted by a young servant slowly climbed up the stairs. When Shopkeeper Tian saw this, he immediately went to respectfully greet him and offered his seat to this elder before standing to the side. It seemed this elder Ding was truly a person of reputation. However, Han Li had already guessed that this person was like shopkeeper Tian, a common old man. He didn't have the slightest trace of cultivation. Shopkeeper Tian, you called this soon-to-be buried old man here. Could it be that there's something you couldn't call someone else for? Trembling, the old man asked after gasping several times. But before that he still wanted to see the item in the last brocade box. But it turned out that Han Li didn't even have to ask. Shopkeeper Tian had already opened the last brocade box and pushed it in front of Han Li as he said with a smile, "The item inside this box is this store's most precious treasure. However, whether you like it or not will depend on if brother has good taste." Hearing this, Han Li's curiosity increased. He looked inside the box and immediately he was stunned. Inside the brocade box, there was a single lone talisman inscribed with the image of a golden brick. The image shimmered with a golden light and looked realistic. After taking a good look at the item, Han Li's thoughts couldn't stop spinning. He immediately thought of his talisman, the one with a small gray sword drawn on it. Could it be the same thing? Treasure talisman? Han Li took a deep breath and asked in an uncertain tone. The shopkeeper showed an expression of astonishment. He exclaimed in surprise, "I did not expect that Brother Li would actually recognize this item. Usually very few cultivators know about this treasure. Brother is truly knowledgeable. I am impressed." After Han Li listened to what he said, he laughed bitterly and shook his head. With a sigh, he replied, "You look too highly upon this man surnamed Li. I merely heard about the treasure talisman. I actually don't know much about it. Since shopkeeper Tian was able to take this item out, you must know a bit about this treasure talisman. I hope you will teach me about it." Han Li's remarks were all spoken from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to take the opportunity to gain a thorough understanding of the treasure talisman and avoid being confused about it further down the road. Shopkeeper Tian was surprised as he looked at Han Li. He felt like this wasn't something that needed to be kept as a secret, it's just that not a lot of people knew about it. Even so, it wasn't worth the effort to offend the big customer in front of him, so he agreed very easily and explained everything he knew about the treasure talisman. The treasure talisman was an item with great background, a special item that could only be made by cultivators above core formation. The high-level cultivators who refined magic treasures would insert some of the magic treasure's power into special talisman paper so that other cultivators could temporarily use the power of the magic treasure from this special talisman. It had the characteristics of both a talisman and a magic treasure. Cultivators who were aware of their existence jokingly called them fake magic treasures. But even so, they still deeply coveted them. This type of fake magic treasure was very special. Even though it must be made by cultivators above core formation, any cultivator could use it regardless of skill level. Even Monk Golden Light, the cultivator whom Han Li had killed, could use it well despite having cultivated only 3 or 4 layers. However, cultivators below foundation establishment couldn't use condensation techniques, so they could only use 10 to 20% of the treasure talisman's power. Compared to top magic tools, this didn't seem to be much higher. After foundation establishment, however, cultivators would be able to use mind condensation arts and make full use of the treasure talisman's might. Even though its power didn't resemble the earth-shattering, sea-roaring, mountain-shattering might of a true magic treasure, it was enough to disdain any other magic tool. Hence, cultivators after foundation establishment all wished to have a treasure talisman. This would give them an advantage in battles and let them disregard other cultivators. Even though a treasure talisman's powers were astonishing, it would keep on consuming the magic treasure's power that was held within. If the powers were exhausted, then the treasure talisman would be completely useless. Therefore, the question of the treasure talisman's usage was something that could not be taken lightly. Furthermore, the creation of the treasure talisman was not a simple matter. Because magic treasures were objects that could inherently be refined only by core formation cultivators, they were incredibly rare. They also needed to be refined day and night within a cultivator's true essence to increase its power and could not lightly be shown to others. As a result, the same could be said as to which magic treasure the treasure talisman was created from. Creating a treasure talisman was equivalent to harming the magic treasure since it siphoned off a portion of its power, and the owner of the magic treasure must refine the magic treasure for a long time to recover its might. Such actions were typically self-harming. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no cultivator who was above core formation would do such foolish actions. But as the old saying went, the affairs of the world were in constant flux. The seemingly foolish action of refining a treasure talisman would be done continuously by most of the high-level cultivators when their times were almost up. It was for the sake of the younger generations and juniors, a small fortune in power and assistance. As for the magic treasures left behind by predecessors, after a long amount of time of being refined and inherited by successors, the magic treasure would no longer be completely compatible with the new owner's mind. In addition, half of the magic treasure's original power would be lost, so it required the user to also achieve core formation, or else the magic treasure would only be wasted and rendered unusable. Therefore, compared to keeping the magic treasures, refining treasure talismans for the younger generation was more suitable. But there were a lot of limitations to refining a treasure talisman. Firstly, each treasure talisman could seal the power of a magic treasure, but only 1/10 of the magic treasure's power, and it could only reduce, not increase. Hence, even if multiple treasure talismans sealed the same magic treasure, their strengths were uneven and could vary. Secondly, not only would refining treasure talismans reduce the power of the magic treasure, it would make the owner lose a lot of strength. So continuous refinement of treasure talismans was an impossible scenario. Every time a treasure talisman was refined, the magic treasure owner would have to recover for 3 to 5 years to regain his strength. And this was in the case that one would not waste true essence and would no longer intend to refine magic treasures ever again, or else the time would be even longer. Hence, in the cultivating world there often appeared scenarios like these. When high-level cultivators approach the end of their life, they would prepare to die while sitting proudly and without regrets. They would leave their most valuable items, usually a piece of magic treasure that had its power decreased greatly and several treasure talisman that sealed the same power. This must be said to be a helpless matter. Chapter 165. Night Encounter. After hearing shopkeeper Tian's explanation, Han Li had a better understanding about the treasure talisman. He couldn't help but look at the treasure talisman inside the brocade box once more. This store bought the golden light brick treasure talisman from a small family for a substantial price. It's a brand new treasure talisman, more than enough to exchange for Brother Li's 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. Shopkeeper Tian promptly said in a tone that suggested he was in an unfavorable position. Han Li sneered to himself. He did not believe the act the other party was putting on. At most, they were just fulfilling each other's needs. In shopkeeper Tian's eyes, Han Li's spiritual herb was certainly higher in value than this piece of treasure talisman. What do you think? Which item will Brother Li exchange for? Shopkeeper Tian finally asked with a smile. Hearing this, Han Li hesitated for a moment and couldn't make up his mind. He originally wanted to check out a few more stores and see if there were any better magic tools, but the items in front of him were pretty decent and satisfied him. He was reluctant to give up any of the items, especially that golden light brick treasure talisman. That would be of help to him in the future, so he absolutely had to get his hands on that item. These few items, I like them all. I am planning to have all of them. After considering for a while, Han Li made a decision. He felt like it might not be a bad thing if he just bought everything at the Myriad Treasures store. At least it would reduce the attention he would receive and limit the impact to only the Myriad Treasures store. All of them? Brother Li must be joking. After shopkeeper Tian heard what Han Li said, his face darkened. He thought Han Li was being greedy and unrealistically trying to exchange all of the treasures from the brocade boxes with one spiritual herb. Seeing this, Han Li smiled. He didn't offer an explanation, but rather took out an identical box from his storage pouch and put it on the table. I will use 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs to exchange for all of their treasures in your brocade boxes. Han Li unhurriedly said with control of the matter. Shopkeeper Tian was surprised and overjoyed. He couldn't bother to respond to Han Li's conditions and hastily checked the newly appeared spiritual medicine. When he made sure the new spiritual herb was indeed the same 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine as the first, he then looked at Han Li once again with a strange gaze. After all, a person who could bring out 2 rare spiritual medicines was worth his Myriad Treasure store's attention. Han Li was wearing a cloak, so shopkeeper Tian wasn't able to clearly see the other party's expression. Because of this, the other party felt even more mysterious. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, he said decisively, "Very well. Since Brother Li says so, I will take a step back and agree to your conditions. But this person surnamed Tian has a small attached request. In the future, if Brother Li possesses any more of such spiritual medicines, I hope Brother will prioritize this store. This person surnamed Tian will definitely offer a price that will satisfy you." Han Li gave a few dry laughs and nodded lightly without giving an actual response, but in his heart he was already sighing, knowing that the other party still became suspicious. It looked like he should limit these types of deals where he exchanged spiritual herbs for treasure as much as possible in the future, else he might attract a fatal disaster. Shopkeeper Tian didn't know Han Li's real thoughts, but seeing that Han Li nodded and agreed, he was overjoyed. If the person in front of him who was surnamed Li could really give him 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine, the price of taking a step back today would have been completely worth it. And so, shopkeeper Tian and Han Li exchanged, and after putting away each of their items, both of them were happy. Han Li left the Myriad Treasure store just like that. He didn't even dare to stay at the market city for even a second longer. He quickly walked past the market city's flying limit, and he immediately flew away from this place. Because he was afraid that the Myriad Treasure store would send some experts to secretly track him, he didn't blatantly fly directly towards Yellow Maple Valley. Instead, he flew straight away from the Taiyu mountain range. After traveling for 3 or 4 entire days, he was then at ease, turned around and flew back towards the Yellow Maple Valley. During an evening 3 days later, Han Li entered the outer ring of the Taiyu mountain range. Because the sky was about to darken, for the sake of his safety, he found a hidden cave to spend the night in and decided to head back to Yellow Maple Valley the following day. This cave happened to be located halfway up a certain hill. There was even a messy pile of rocks blocking the entrance of the cave. From the outside it was hard to discover the cave. Han Li just happened to be able to stay inside. After eating something, he changed his clothing, leaned against the stone wall and started meditating. It unknowingly passed to the second half of the night while Han Li seemed to be asleep, when he suddenly heard the sound of rustling clothes and moving wind. Bang! It seemed like someone outside the cave had landed on the ground on both feet. Han Li was startled and suddenly awoke. Could it be that people from the 1,000 Treasures store are coming after me? Han Li couldn't help but think of the worst possible scenario. Junior Marshal Sister, this is a good remote location. I think this place is it. A familiar male voice sounded outside the cave. Han Li was a bit shocked, but he was finally relieved. If it wasn't the Myriad Treasures store coming after him for the treasure, then the other party was just passing through. There was nothing for him to worry about. Junior Marshal Sister, there's no need to look at me like that. Since you have never enjoyed the feeling of Zul relationship between a man and a woman, this senior marshal brother will love you dearly so that Junior Marshal Sister will not waste her life as a woman. Your beauty will vanish at any moment, which would be a waste of your fair skin. The man's voice was neither fast nor slow. It was extremely tender, but the contents of his words were truly obscene and ruthless. Han Li breathed in a cold breath of air. Who was the person outside? How could he use this kind of tone and say these P first then kill words? It was really impressive. Outside there was only the sound of the man but not the sound of the woman. This meant that this Junior Marshal Sister had already been suppressed. She probably wasn't able to open her mouth right now. But the man's voice was so familiar. He should be someone whom Han Li had seen before. Thinking of this, Han Li's curiosity increased, and he couldn't help but quietly move towards the entrance of the cave. Rip! The sound of the woman's clothing cut through the air, along with the man's indecent laugh. Here, first take a joyful meeting pill. Otherwise it won't be pleasurable. Cough, Junior Marshal Sister. Why do you look at senior brother like that? Actually, didn't you really want to pair cultivate with me after reaching foundation establishment? This could be considered me fulfilling your wish. Huh. The man seemed to be carried away as he laughed hysterically. At this moment, Han Li carefully moved to the entrance of the cave and started peeking outside. A man in white was squatting by a young woman and recklessly caressing her delicate body, pulling down her clothing from time to time. The woman's hair was a mess, so Han Li wasn't able to see her face clearly. but her body was already like a tender white sheep, half-naked, revealing her white, bouncy skin, especially her half-hidden and half-revealed bosom. Her breasts were capable of elevating people's blood pressure and deeply evoking a man's natural instincts. So it was him. After clearly seeing the man's face, Han Li was somewhat surprised but also suddenly realized. The man was the narrow-minded martial brother Lu, who fought against the Murong brothers. He was a malicious, two-faced person. All Han Li wondered was exactly which poor martial sister had become the tiny white sheep underneath his claws. Han Li didn't know if it was because this martial brother Lu had heard what Han Li was thinking, but he unintentionally moved aside the messy hair in front of the woman's face. It revealed a beautiful yet extremely vicious face. How could it be her? After Han Li saw the woman's face clearly, he almost bit his tongue. Wasn't this the junior martial sister Qin, who had shown affection for martial brother Lu from the very beginning? She was already in a relationship with that martial brother Lu, so why would this martial brother Lu go out of his mind and play the act of raping and killing his own partner? But as Han Li examined junior martial sister Chen's glaring, fire-shooting eyes, it didn't seem like the normal teasing between couples. Han Li blinked his eyes and was feeling a bit confused. Found it. Suddenly, martial brother Lu stopped pawing the woman and yelled in glee. A tiny, delicate storage pouch appeared in one of his hands. Martial brother Lu stopped paying attention to junior martial sister Chen. Instead, he poured the storage pouch and out came a large pile of items such as magic tools, talismans, and private items like the woman's clothing and underwear. Martial brother Lu ignored everything else and instead went through the items among the jars, bottles, and boxes, as if he were searching for something. She was fundamentally incapable of moving in even the slightest and was even unable to open her mouth to rain curses. She could only move in accordance to his will. After she heard her former lover's words, her limbs became colder and her face grew pale. Sigh. If junior martial sister weren't the Qin clan leader's only daughter, I might have let junior martial sister go. But I am truly afraid of junior martial sister's love changing into hate, possibly drawing support from the Qin clan's power to retaliate against elder brother. They would also spread this matter to all places, causing elder brother's reputation to fall. In addition, I have also heard people say that martial aunt ancestor Hong Fu loathes fickle and unrighteous men the most. That is why for senior martial brother's wonderful opportunity and reputation, junior martial sister must disappear from this world. Surely no one would suspect me, after all, we were previously such a loving couple. Senior martial brother said this hypocritically. Still, his hands didn't stop in the slightest. Junior martial sister Chen's clothing was entirely torn apart in the blink of an eye, leaving her completely bare. Having seen the beautiful scene before his eyes, elder martial brother Lu's eyes became even more lustful. His fingers slowly began to slide across her smooth skin, wanting to carefully sample her appearance. He continued saying, however, what tempted me the most was that junior martial sister, just like me, had actually yet to consume her foundation establishment pill. She probably also wished to wait until after a great success in her foundation cultivation technique to take the pill. After all, if it is taken like that, the odds of achieving foundation establishment are slightly increased. As he spouted this out, he clicked his tongue. Regardless, since junior martial sister wishes to hand it over to elder brother along with her untouched and innocent body, it can be seen that she does not hate to part with this foundation establishment pill. I am also somewhat worried that taking one foundation establishment pill truly is not enough. I fear that I may fail at becoming foundation establishment. After all, even if I have mutated spiritual roots, there is still a chance I may fail at achieving foundation establishment. However, now that I have junior martial sister's pill, achieving foundation establishment isn't a problem at all. With this said, senior martial brother Lu withdrew his hands and took out the wooden box he just put away and an azure porcelain bottle. He looked to his left and right hands with a complacent appearance. Having stealthily heard everything while concealed behind a stone, Han Li was lost in thought. All of a sudden, 2 foundation establishment pills had appeared before his eyes. This was far too great a temptation. After all, did he not plan to participate in the trial of blood and fire for foundation establishment pills? If he wasn't required to brave that strange danger to obtain Foundation establishment pills, he would naturally be eager to give it a try. With this thought, Han Li attentively observed Senior Marshal Brother Lu's every movement. If the other party exposed an opening, he would not hesitate to immediately act and kill this person, seizing the 2 Foundation establishment pills. Presently, that junior marshal sister Qin appeared peculiarly ill. Her bitterly resentful expression had gradually faded away, replaced by an intoxicated expression. Her bare skin appeared pink, and her sweet lips trembled without letting out a sound. Hee. It seems the joyful meeting pills effects have appeared. Currently, Junior Marshal Sister is surely feeling extremely unwell. To repay Junior Marshal Sister's great kindness, Elder Brother can only thank you for a moment and let Junior Marshal Sister experience the feeling of wanting to live and die. This can be regarded as paying back Junior Marshal Sister's affections in the past. Without the slightest shame, Senior Marshal Brother Lu thought this out loud and put away the objects in his hand. He began to move his hands toward his belt, seemingly intending to undress so that he may fornicate her as he pleased. With this scene, Han Li's heart beat. If he could take advantage of Senior Marshal Brother Lu, after he stripped naked and attack him, then the other party would surely be confused, enabling him to finish it in one fell swoop. Han Li thought more and more, feeling that his certainty of success was great. Then he paid greater attention to Senior Marshal Brother Lu and subconsciously looked several times at his face. Something's wrong. After Han Li looked several times more, he immediately discovered the problem. Although this Senior Marshal Brother Lu was flusteredly removing his belt, the time he took was rather far too long. Until now, his belt was still properly connected and hadn't loosened one bit. What was even more strange was that Senior Marshal Brother Lu's face wore a hurried expression, but his eyes were calm and sober without the slightest disarray. There was even the intention of a sneer concealed within. Thump. Han Li's heart beat. This was far too abnormal. His heart grew vigilant and he hastily widened his spiritual sense. He then took out a water barrier talisman and slapped it onto his palm. Just as he finished this, Han Li suddenly felt something flying towards him from his left without a sound. Had he not previously opened his spiritual sense, he may have simply been unable to perceive it. This caused him to be frightened and furious. Han Li didn't think any further and hastily slapped the talisman onto his body. A deep blue barrier immediately wrapped around him. At the same time, an azure rope flew toward him and wound around him. The blue light interrupted it just in time. Humph. Senior Marshal Brother Lu and Han Li let out a sound at the same time. However, Senior Marshal Brother Lu was somewhat surprised that his sneak attack had failed, while Han Li was startled and furious from nearly falling into his sinister, cunning trap. Good. You've reacted quite quickly. It seems your esteemed self is truly not simple. However, my dear friend has spectated for such a long time. Shouldn't you come out and have a chat with Senior Marshal Brother Lu? Senior Marshal Brother Lu retracted the azure rope to his hand. He coldly and calmly said these words towards where Han Li was hiding. It seemed that he had discovered a trace of him earlier. Chapter 167 Fierce Battle 1. Chapter 167 Fierce Battle 1. Since he was already exposed, there was no point in further hiding. Han Li took a deep breath. With the dazzling protective barrier activated and a magic tool in each hand, he walked away from behind the rock. It's you. After he clearly saw Han Li's appearance, this Senior Marshal Brother Lu shouted with surprise. He actually recognized Han Li. Han Li was slightly startled by his shout and his heart sunk a bit. This Senior Marshal Brother Lu had merely seen him once from that time on the hill in the midst of a chaotic fight. Several months had already passed and yet he actually still recognized him. Not only did this man have great memory, but he also had outstanding shrewdness and a careful mind. Regardless of the circumstances, Han Li could not consider this good news. In fact, he already faintly felt that the Senior Marshal Brother before him could be considered a similar kind of person as himself, equivalently merciless and good at scheming. The particular arrogance he showed off in front of others was absolutely a similar smokescreen like Han Li's low-key profile. However, Han Li had unexpectedly aroused another person's attention, while Senior Marshal Brother Lu was able to conceal his true colors, deliberately having others look upon him with scorn. Regardless, Han Li believed that he himself was incapable of being as shameless or as cruel and savage as him. From the beginning, he had only pursued his ordinary path of self-improvement. During the time that Han Li's heart was apprehensive, martial brother Lu's expression grew solemn. He seemed to have also come to some sort of realization and looked at Han Li with an ominous gaze, not concealing his killing intent in the slightest. Han Li let out a sigh. He originally wished to spout out a few misunderstandings and see whether he could fool him. But currently, seeing his appearance and knowing his shrewdness, he didn't have the slightest chance to deceive him. He was certain only one of them could be left alive. He shouldn't waste energy to create a misunderstanding, as he could not longer strike first and gain the upper hand. With this thought, Han Li remained silent and raised the fine steel ring in his left hand, producing a strange whistle. It then charged straight towards senior martial brother Lu. Soon after, the dark green gourd in his right hand lit up, and 5 or 6 dark indistinct spheres spouted from its mouth and followed after the steel ring. Han Li was not done, however. He made a slight gesture with his empty left hand, and several red fireballs appeared in an instant. He slightly moved his sleeve and lined up the fireballs. He then suddenly threw them towards senior martial brother Lu, whispering the word, "Go." Carrying a blazing hot chi, the fireballs separated into 4 different directions like a swarm of bees and attacked senior martial brother Lu from distinct angles. In this move, Han Li had nearly utilized all of his previously acquired magic tools. He didn't use the treasure talisman in an all-out attack, since it would have been made complicated by the fireball's movement. In addition, it would have wasted the great effort Han Li put into learning this technique from Wu Feng as an instant kill move against an unprepared opponent. Actually, if Han Li had been familiar with the new magic tools and could have quickly mastered them, he would have already used all of them at an earlier time without restraint. After all, the strength of his new magic tools was far greater than that of his old magic tools. However, senior martial brother Lu did not remain idle while Han Li acted. He brought out a large azure flag on a pole about a zhang long. The banner had a long-clawed, dancing, ferocious azure flood dragon embroidered in an azure light. At this time, senior martial brother Lu saw Han Li's successive attacks and was surprised. He couldn't help but be extremely flustered. Although the opponent waved that banner, nothing unusual had yet to happen, but from looking at the opponent's imposing appearance, he knew that this senior brother Lu's counterattack would absolutely be nothing to scoff at. "It seems I have no choice but to use the talisman treasure," Han Li coldly thought. However, he was currently unable to make full use of the talisman treasure with the condensation technique. As a result, every time he used the talisman treasure, he would need to fight for a certain amount of time to execute the spell that would propel the talisman treasure to vanquish the enemy. For this reason, his defense must be absolute. With this thought, Han Li took a look at his opponent. He only saw senior martial brother Lu waving his azure banner. The banner gradually grew brighter and started emitting a blinding azure light, causing the azure flood dragon to become even more sinister and frightening. It seemed the opponent was on the verge of starting his assault. Han Li no longer hesitated and moved his hand. "Hoo!" The ring flew back and stopped several feet away above his head and began to hover above. "Grow!" With this soft shout, the steel ring let out a large yellow light and hurriedly expanded. It stopped growing larger when it reached the size of a small table. "Fall!" That steel ring obediently fell with Han Li at the center of the circle. Then it began to swivel around, forming a large protective barrier. Han Li hadn't stopped there. After he put away the gourd, he took out his newly acquired shield as an offering. It grew several times larger outside the blue light barrier and softly floated in front of him, emitting a black light. Like that, Han Li had 3 layers of defense. His outermost layer was the large and fine steel ring. In the middle was the flying dark iron shield. The innermost layer was the blue light barrier he had used at the very beginning. He was simply unwilling to meet his end in the wilderness against this unknown person. With this in mind, he thought no further. He gave up on the wind blade and wildly channeled all of his magic power toward the azure flood dragon and summoned it toward him. That azure flood dragon banner was truly an amazing wind attribute magic tool. With the entirety of senior martial brother Lu's strength, it met Han Li's huge sword halfway and once again entered a struggle. Seeing this, senior martial brother Lu let out a sigh of relief, his body covered in cold sweat. Thus, in the following period of time, senior martial brother Lu attempted to cast magic techniques several more times, wanting to attack Han Li. However, Han Li used the same technique every time, forcing him to withdraw. Although Han Li hadn't the least bit of protection, he was unable to act against him. Senior martial brother Lu was incomparably sullen and was forced to rely on his deeper magic power, thereby continuing to deplete it. At this moment, Han Li took out various small herbs and such from his storage pouch and stuffed them into his mouth. As he chewed the large mouthfuls, senior martial brother Lu was dumbstruck. He didn't know what other sinister plot his opponent was planning. He could not guess what his opponent was planning and was baffled, causing senior martial brother Lu to feel bleak. He had a bad premonition. However, he cherished his life far too much. Although he was far more shrewd than normal people, he had been at his wits' end for a while. As more time passed by, senior martial brother Lu's heart gradually grew heavier. At last, the azure dragon's light began to dim, but the huge gray streak was as dazzling as before. Senior martial brother Lu could not help but be frightened. He shouted out hoarsely, "Impossible! My magic power far exceeds yours. Even if you've been replenished by a mid-grade spirit stone, it is impossible for you to currently have energy remaining. You should have exhausted your magic power before I did." Soon the azure flood dragon was on the verge of collapse. Senior martial brother Lu yelled out. His shout was like the last bark of a wild dog that fell into a well full of objection. When Han Li saw his plan completely realized, he could not help but smile. After he heard the opponent's words, his mouth slightly slanted, causing his smile to become a sneer. He didn't have the leisure to explain all of this to a dead man, as killing him was the most urgent affair. He was also almost entirely out of magic power, so how could he afford to waste that effort on the enemy? With that thought, Han Li paid no attention to the opponent's question. He pointed at the huge sword, causing its radiance to become even more magnificent. It gradually whittled away at the azure flood dragon until it was only about 3 meters long. Its azure light was so dim that it could nearly no longer be seen. When senior martial brother saw this, he became completely desperate. Thus, the desire to stake it all rose in his heart, and his eyes gradually shone with madness. Without speaking, he gradually retrieved the little magic power remaining in the azure flood dragon banner, causing it to return to its original form in an instant and fall from the sky. Then, without regard for the huge sword rushing forth to execute him, he used his remaining magic power to condense a huge wind blade and ruthlessly throw it toward Han Li without the slightest hesitation. When Han Li saw this, his heart trembled. While the opponent rushed to throw the wind blade, he directed the huge sword to behead the opponent. Then, without staying to look at the aftermath, Han Li fled, already rushing out about 10 meters away. After previously receiving the wind blades, Han Li knew of their frightening speed. If he didn't immediately use shifting smoke steps to avoid it, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. He would have been caught unprepared and be cut into two, dying with grievances and unable to rest in peace. The wind blade was truly extraordinarily fast. It already reached the location where Han Li had just fled from. However, it unexpectedly followed the direction Han Li was fleeing in and fiercely shot out once more. Han Li did not think any further and used shifting smoke steps to its greatest extent. In a small area, he continuously shifted left and right, transforming into several afterimages, causing the wind blade that was closely chasing him to be unable to catch up. Han Li clearly understood that if he fled in a straight line, he would certainly be cut down by the wind blade. By using fine and delicate movements, he would be able to defend himself without worry. This was the reason why he dared to abandon his defensive magic technique. The wind blade suddenly lost control and disappeared into the earth, leaving a deep groove. Han Li let out a long breath. At this moment, he calmed his panicked heart. Using a movement technique from the mortal world to evade a cultivator's attack was truly a frightening affair. Han Li sat on the ground and then looked across from him. He saw that the wind wall had already disappeared and that Senior Marshal Lu, who had been hiding behind it, was cut into two pieces. The two-pieced corpse laid there motionlessly. Next to it was a huge sword with a dimming radiance. In reality, the moment the talisman was activated, it continued to use a sliver of magic power from its connection to its user, allowing the user to conveniently control the magic technique. If the magic technique did not disappear, the user would continue to be drained of magic power to preserve the spiritual connection. Because Qi condensation disciples were unable to see or interact with these sorts of spiritual threads, in addition to the minuscule amount of magic power used in the short term, a majority of the disciples overlooked this, resulting in false understandings. Although there were several disciples who knew the truth, they felt that this matter was insignificant. As a result, this information was not actively spread among low-level disciples. Wu Feng was one of those few who knew. When he told Han Li this during a casual chat, Han Li deliberately kept it in mind. After several personal tests later, he verified it to be true. As a result, in the middle of that fierce battle of attrition, Han Li remembered this and decisively revoked his defensive magic technique, saving quite a bit of magic power. Although it seemed to be a negligent amount at first, the magic power it would consume was not insignificant after a long period of time. Like that, Han Li relied on this bit of preserved magic power to persevere a bit longer against the opponent. Had he not relied on those two advantages, he might have not been the one who lasted longer. Thus, Han Li undoubtedly felt that this victory had been exceedingly dangerous to have exhausted all of his means simply to save his life. The opponent's strength was truly greater than his own. However, regardless of how the story was told, the one left alive was him. After Han Li felt this pain slightly lessen, he forced himself to stand and started to slowly move, eventually reaching where the Azure Flood Dragon banner had fallen down. He forced himself to pick up the magic tool and delightfully examined it before finally putting it away in his storage pouch. Then he walked over to Senior Marshal Brother Lu's corpse. After he looked at the extremely bloody scene with slight disgust, he waddled around to look for loot. His storage pouch was easily found on the upper half of the corpse. Han Li impolitely took out the items from the storage pouch and emptied them all out. Soon enough, he saw the case and bottle containing the Foundation Establishment pills. Feeling elated, he could not help but look at these items. He hastily lowered his body to pick up the case and bottle. Then he opened them, finding a lustrous blue medicine pill in each container. Although the scent was somewhat pungent, the pills contained formidable spiritual power. Han Li wore a strong smile on his face. He was immediately certain that the Foundation Establishment pills were genuine. Even so, he currently had no mind to look through the other goods. After all, this place was where a battle had just occurred. He did not stay there for long and hurried to slip away. Han Li swiftly put away the items and carefully concealed Senior Marshal Brother Lu's storage pouch. He felt a bit of relief and could not help but straighten out and stretch his body. At this moment, he heard the sound of wind behind him as if something was charging over. Han Li was startled and immediately thought to escape, but he suddenly felt a violent burst of pain from his dantian, causing his body to suddenly become sluggish. Then a fragrant, smooth woman's body energetically embraced him from behind. Han Li was stunned and struggled to get free. However, because of the stabbing pain from his dantian and the fact that his limbs were lacking strength from having just fought, he could not free himself. Under these circumstances, although Han Li already faintly guessed the identity of the person behind him, he could not help but glance behind him. But just as he turned his head halfway, a beautiful and gentle face was already intimately pressed up against him and was incessantly using her sweet lips to madly kiss Han Li. As expected, it was Junior Marshal Sister Chen, who originally could not move a single step. It turned out that this Junior Marshal Sister Chen previously couldn't move because of the wind binding technique. However, Han Li and Senior Marshal Brother Lu's battle didn't reach her location, so she was able to entirely avoid the battle while lying down. After the fight, she actually hadn't the slightest injury. Before the battle started, the effects of the joyful meeting pill had already flared out, causing Junior Marshal Sister Chen to be delirious with a burning passion. Her eyes were filled with delusion, completely wanting to join together with another person. However, she was bound by a magic technique and was unable to budge in the slightest, still appearing quite innocent. But deep in her heart she was tormented by greater and greater lustful desires. A moment ago the wind-binding technique's effects expired and junior martial sister Chen, who had just obtained her freedom, was brimming with the excitement of lust. Thus she instantly charged toward the sole male nearby, Han Li, and tensely embraced him. From above this appeared to be an extremely romantic scene. However, Han Li was a genuine virgin. After the frenzy of kisses from junior martial sister Chen, Han Li felt his mind shake as a peculiar feeling surged forth. Since Han Li had never flaunted himself as a gentleman of honor, Han Li did not feel it beneath him to experience having this woman in his lap. As a result, the passionate Han Li with no trace of politeness reached out from behind him and embraced junior martial sister Chen. Feeling Han Li's response, junior martial sister Chen felt even more unbearable. Although she never experienced the affair between males and females, her natural carnal instincts still caused her to begin to tear away at Han Li's clothes. Junior martial sister Chen's actions caused the infatuated Han Li to sober up. He didn't dare to tangle with fire once more and hastily felt for a soul lock talisman with his right hand. Then with some difficulty he aroused the few strands of magic power he had just recovered and used the soul lock technique to restrain junior martial sister Chen. Afterwards, he softly struggled to free himself of junior martial sister Chen's alluring bosom and gently placed the woman on the ground. Chapter 171 Return. Chapter 171. Return. Han Li half-squatted next to junior martial sister Chen in passing and lowered his head to look carefully at the soft and captivating appearance of this lustful woman. That curvaceous, plump body had naughtily exposed the abdomen, even slightly exposing a few mysterious areas, causing Han Li to become dry at the mouth and grow somewhat dizzy. He clearly understood that so long as he wished, the extraordinary beauty before him would immediately allow him to experience ecstasy that would seep into his very bones and allow him to become a true man. But after he blankly looked for a long while, Han Li reluctantly shifted his eyes away, returning his gaze towards the woman's face. He wrinkled his brow and suddenly extended his forefinger toward her almond lips, softly wiping them. After he felt that moist smoothness, he quickly retracted his hand and softly sniffed it. It truly is the joyful meeting pill. It seems he didn't lie, Han Li said to himself. A short moment after, it seemed he completely regained calmness. Great beauty, it seems your luck is quite good. Had you consumed some other aphrodisiac, I fear I would have truly ended your life early. However, since it is the joyful meeting pill, I don't necessarily have to. It can be assumed that you have already sunk into a hallucination and fundamentally cannot remember my appearance, Han Li softly said as he lifted the woman's chin with his hand and looked into her beautiful, bewitching eyes. In truth, the safest method would be to have you to disappear from this world. After all, even if you are hallucinating, you still might have a somewhat indistinct impression. Although this probability is very low, you should rejoice. Even though I am not a good person, I am not so vicious and fond of killing. I am also soft-hearted towards women. If you were a man, I would have cut you down without hesitation. Han Li continued to talk to himself, helplessly and bitterly smiling. Once this was said, Han Li became silent for a moment. After rigidly staring at the woman's dainty appearance for a good while, he lowered his head and suddenly kissed the woman's beautifully soft and alluring almond lips. Feeling him somewhat clumsily sucking on her lips, the woman passionately responded. After a long moment of ecstasy, Han Li reluctantly parted with the woman's alluring lips. The affair between males and females is truly wonderful. Although I cannot truly experience ecstasy, this intimate mouthful could be considered a reward for the kindness of saving your life. Han Li muttered, appearing absolutely reluctant to suffer a loss. As for this woman's foundation establishment pill, because he had seized it from the hands of senior martial brother Lu, Han Li would not return it. Sigh. Your current appearance can truly tempt men. Had I not heard from old man Ma that men and women who lose their virginity have a reduced chance at reaching foundation establishment, how could I possibly reject such a fine occasion and be forced to throw away my heart's desires? Han Li's complexion began to return to tranquility. However, he lightly shook his head, exposing a deeply regretful appearance. After all, between the pleasures of the night and the undertaking of cultivation, which was more important? Han Li immediately reined in his lust and cleared his mind. As for why that senior martial brother Lu didn't mind drugging and raping this woman, Han Li didn't need to think deeply to arrive at a conclusion. Seeing such an outstanding pretty boy, he had probably lost his virginity long ago, so he had no qualms about doing so. As a result, lacking the confidence to attempt reaching Foundation establishment and delaying in taking the Foundation establishment pill, he convenienced Han Li. Since Han Li's decision was already set, he did not intend to waste any time. First, he used fireballs to smash a large hole not far away and threw senior martial brother Lu's corpse inside. Then he burned the corpse to ashes and filled the hole until it was flat with dirt, thoroughly exterminating traces of the corpse. At the location of the battle, he felt that there were a few extremely distinct landmarks and used the long saber in his storage pouch to thoroughly slash and ruin the area, removing the slightest visible trail. Then, after he draped his own clothes on junior martial sister Chen, he carried her, hurriedly flying away from that place. After he flew west for more than 100 li, he found a rather large concealed cliff and descended. After he placed the woman down beneath the large rock, Han Li thought to immediately fly away, but he turned his head to glance at this woman's blushing appearance and couldn't help but sigh. Then he turned around and moved closer to junior martial sister Chen. He fished out a white porcelain bottle from his bosom and poured some white medicine powder into his palm. Then he used a finger from his other hand to scoop some of it into the woman's almond lips. He helplessly said to himself, although this joyful meeting pill's lustful poison cannot take a person's life, it will not be dissolved for a long period of time, greatly injuring a person's strength. I suppose doing this good deed won't take much effort. This pure spirit powder will be enough to dissolve the poison. As Han Li said this, he saw the woman unconsciously lick the medicine. With the lovely appearance of her breathing on his finger, Han Li saw her lose her vigor. Han Li didn't dare to stay here much longer. He hastily put away the medicine bottle and hurriedly sailed his magic tool far away from there. He knew that it wouldn't be long before the woman would become clear-headed. If he did not depart, he could encounter great trouble. Han Li flew in the middle of the night on the shortest route toward Yellow Maple Valley before resting for a short moment. After the sky brightened, he entered the valley with an air of confidence and returned to the 100 Medicine Garden. After he entered the garden, he immediately shut himself away. For 3 days and 3 nights he cleared away the majority of the impurities from his dantian. After there weren't enough remaining impurities to hinder him, he slowly recovered his lost true essence. Despite this, the aftermath of the great battle still left Han Li's strength greatly depleted. He reckoned that after a couple of months of recuperation he would return to his peak state. This caused Han Li to feel that this entire event had been very much worth it. At this time Han Li was sitting at his desk, admiring the greatest spoils of the battle, the 2 blue Foundation establishment pills the size of a broad bean. After he carefully scrutinized them for 2 hours, he returned the Foundation establishment pills to a copper bottle, an auxiliary magic tool, so that their spiritual qi would not dissipate. As for the azure bottle and the wooden box, he naturally destroyed them to prevent anyone from discovering what he wished to remain concealed. With this said, it was already several days after that battle. His losses had truly been not small. Not only was his flying sword treasure talisman destroyed, that high-quality magic tool, the fine steel ring, was also sacrificed. With regards to this, Han Li felt somewhat regretful. However, his spoils were also great. Apart from the azure flood dragon banner, Han Li found 2 other notable magic tools from senior martial brother Lu's storage pouch. The azure rope he used to launch a sneak attack on him, as well as a silver white hook. They seemed to both be high-quality magic tools. This was sufficient enough to make up for his loss of magic tools. Not to mention the several tens of low to mid-grade talismans and over 20 low-grade spirit stones. It was unfortunate that there were no elementary high-grade talismans. There was only the wind wall technique talisman that Han Li had turned to scrap during the battle. Han Li took advantage of this opportunity to arrange all of his loot once through. Apart from the items he would personally use and the very precious items, he destroyed the rest to avoid future troubles. After that, he started to impatiently think about the matter of the Foundation establishment pills. Han Li was completely ignorant of how to consume the Foundation establishment pill. Was it as simple as swallowing the Foundation establishment by itself? Or was he required to prepare other medicines in advance and perform other actions? Should he even draw support from some external power? Common conventions say that such a rare medicine pill should truly have some specific qualities. Because Han Li hadn't acquired the Foundation establishment pill beforehand, there was nothing he previously had to pay attention to. He planned to wait until after the trial by blood and fire to ask around. After all, failure in the trial by fire would render everything else worthless. He didn't expect to possess the Foundation establishment pill now and moreover have two of them at that. This was a pressing matter. Half a day later, Han Li arrived at the Cultivation Guidance Pavilion. He returned to his residence, blankly resting his upper body on the table. After being lost in thought for quite a few hours, he suddenly smashed his fist against the corner of the table, causing his fist to turn completely red. He ignored the pain as if it wasn't there. Not long before, on the pretext of wanting to learn new magic techniques, he made a few indirect inquiries toward Wu Feng for the majority of the day. Eventually, he uncovered the method of taking the Foundation establishment pill. However, this did not result in good news for him in the slightest. It turned out that to take the Foundation establishment pill and pass the barrier to Foundation establishment, it did not require consuming any medicine beforehand or external aid. Unexpectedly, it merely required direct consumption. It was reasonable to say that this news couldn't be better for Han Li. However, Wu Feng's next words struck Han Li in the head. There would be a new problem that arose after taking the medicine, causing Han Li to feel greatly perplexed. Once again, Han Li found himself facing a dilemma. Chapter 172 Choice. Chapter 172. Choice. At the northern region of the Jian province, at some desert mountain at the border of the state of Yu and the state of Yuanwu, stood several tens of yellow-clothed people of various height. Their clothes were fluttering with the wind, and their ages had nothing in common. There were some who were old and gray-haired with a face full of wrinkles, near the end of their lives, as well as smooth-skinned, white-teethed and red-lipped juveniles who had yet to enter adulthood. They all stood silently in rows. At the front was naturally an imposing old man. With his hands behind his back, he motionlessly looked toward the sky, lost in thought. There were 4 men and 1 woman behind him, each with a respectful bearing. Among them was that martial Uncle Wang who had brought Han Li to enter the sect. He currently had a solemn expression. Behind those 5 people, there were 2 orderly rows of yellow-clothed disciples, all with different expressions. A few were nervous, others were either ill at ease, unconcerned, or even glancing all around. There were a few smiling silently, not showing their true intentions. At the end of the last row, there was a common dark-skinned youth with lowered eyes. He had been looking at the edge of his feet from the very beginning. He didn't dare to shift his gaze in the slightest, seeming unusually shy. However, none of these people knew that this yellow boy was silently cursing with resentment. This youth who was different from the others was Han Li. The group of yellow-clothed individuals were the Yellow Maple Valley's disciples who were about to join the trial by blood and fire. Han Li ultimately decided to participate in this almost certain death excursion. The matter of the 2 Foundation establishment pills was a hapless joke. A month before, after Han Li found the method to take the Foundation establishment pill from Wu Feng, he was greatly shocked. It turned out that those taking the Foundation establishment pill must enter seclusion for 3 months and must use up all of the medicinal power before exiting. Otherwise, the medicinal power would scatter, greatly reducing the pill's efficacy. That was why finding out whether or not one succeeded in reaching Foundation establishment required several months. Having to wait for such a long time greatly discouraged Han Li. His original plan after acquiring the 2 Foundation establishment pills was to first take the pills and then see whether or not he had to participate in the trial by fire. If he were lucky enough to reach Foundation establishment, then he definitely wouldn't go to such a dangerous region. After all, only 1 in 4 survived. It was truly too frightening. If he failed after taking the pills, then it would be imperative that he would enter the forbidden area. If 2 or 3 Foundation establishment pills wouldn't do, then he would refine 3, 4 or even more pills. He was convinced that his aptitude was far too lacking, and only by taking several Foundation establishment pills would he be certain to enter Foundation establishment. However, with the restriction that he must be secluded for 3 months after taking the pill, Han Li's plan was thrown into disarray, causing him to face an awkward situation where he couldn't get everything he wanted. TL. Literal meaning: you can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. Now he had to either take the Foundation Establishment pill and completely give up on entering the forbidden area, or he could temporarily put away the Foundation Establishment pill and wait until after the trial by blood and fire to consume the pills. It was impossible to have the best of both worlds. Chapter 173. The gathering. Hanli responded with, "I don't know," to all of the questions, insisting that his cultivation today was all because of his hard work. As for how he was able to cultivate and improve at this alarming rate, Hanli used a mysterious story that he had previously prepared about how he mistakenly ate a magical fruit when he was a child. He told this to Martial Uncle Wang, then blamed everything onto the magical fruit. He prepared this excuse specifically to handle this kind of situation. Hanli knew that a believable lie should consist of 70% truth and 30% falsehood, so the magical fruit that he described wasn't solely from his imagination. It was a fruit that had been rumored for thousands of years, the Immortal Clan's dragon scale fruit. It was said that people who ate it could be reborn and could soar in the sky. As for whether or not it truly existed, there was no way for Hanli to find out, but regardless, no one had ever actually eaten it. As soon as this Martial Uncle Wang, who had read many books, heard Hanli's description of the magical fruit, his eyes brightened up. He actually found an ancient book from somewhere called The Record of Wondrous Objects, and found an article regarding the dragon scale fruit for Hanli to identify. As things had gotten to this point, Hanli would naturally admit it with ease. Amazed, Martial Uncle Wang made a tisk-tisk sound. Hanli also told him that once he picked the fruit, the plant's original roots immediately withered away and died. That way, there would absolutely be no more of this fruit even if they went back to the original location. This was to make sure the other party would not try asking around in an attempt to find more of the fruit for himself, thereby completely putting an end to the story. As for whether or not this person would be greedy, believed it to be true, or tried to go elsewhere to find another such fruit, it was none of his business. Let him busy himself with it. Hanli knew very clearly that even though Martial Uncle Wang acted as if he completely believed him, and even though Hanli had answered all of his questions, there was no way of knowing how much he actually believed him. The other party was probably in half belief and half doubt, in between trusting and not trusting. So with this Martial Uncle Wang, Hanli should avoid and hide from him if possible in the future, as well as pay more attention in case the other party got suspicious. But Hanli believed that as long as he could successfully enter Foundation Establishment, then his identity would be quite different. Even if Martial Uncle Wang still had doubts in his heart, he wouldn't provoke him that easily. After all, the cultivation world spoke with strength. Finally, Hanli brushed off the questions about his own cultivation. As for Martial Uncle Wang, it was unclear whether or not he was apologetic about all the questionings from before, but he didn't make things difficult for Hanli at the registration. He helped him through all the paperwork very easily, and warned him about some precautions he should prepare prior to entering the forbidden area. Hanli gave a mouthful of thanks, then said goodbye and left. After he returned, he greeted the little old man and temporarily stopped his work at the medicinal herb garden so that he could prepare for the trial by blood and fire without any distractions. Hearing this, the little old man was silent for a while. He used a strange expression that said, "You're already dead," and kept on staring at Hanli. This made Hanli's heart uneasy for a long time. But what surprised him was that before this senior Martial Uncle Ma left, he gave Hanli 2 bottles of medicine without any hesitation. He said coldly, "One bottle for internal use and the other for external use." He then flew away on his flying magic tool with an indifferent expression. This gesture slightly warmed Hanli's heart. After the past 2 years of spending time together, he understood that although the little old man's temperament was eccentric, he was a person with a cold appearance and a warm heart. He was just somewhat absorbed in the art of medicine creation. He was being treated with warmth now, which meant that senior Martial Uncle Ma already saw him as his nephew, making Hanli feel moved. 3 days before entering the forbidden area, Martial Uncle Wang finally sent Hanli a letter, urging him to gather at the meeting hall to get ready to go. When Hanli arrived, the disciples who registered for the trial by fire and blood were all gathered there, silently judging each other. There were more than 10,000 disciples from the whole Yellow Maple Valley that were of qi condensation. Han Li naturally wouldn't know all of them, but there was still one woman that Han Li couldn't be more familiar with. Not only did Han Li know this woman, he had seen and even touched her whole body. The junior martial sister Qin who got drugged and almost raped by martial brother Lu. Speaking of which, after martial brother Lu had been killed by Han Li, it caused a small commotion in the Yellow Maple Valley. Even though this person hadn't even reached foundation establishment, he was after all an owner of mutated spiritual roots, making him a low-level disciple that the sect's upper echelon paid close attention to. As for junior martial sister Qin, after she came back for an unknown reason, she didn't discuss what had happened on that night to anyone and refused to speak of the matter. As a result, the martial brother Lu, who had disappeared for a long time, was treated as a missing person. After contacting different disciples and searching within the sect without getting any results, this matter was slowly dropped. These types of people disappeared from the valley all the time. It's not like similar situations had never occurred before. Martial brother Lu wasn't the first and he definitely wouldn't be the last. After the initial reaction period had passed, no one in Yellow Maple Valley ever mentioned martial brother Lu again, as if he never even existed. This situation put Han Li at ease, but he also felt a cold chill. It was expected that most cultivators were people who restrained their desires. If one day Han Li himself disappeared, the reactions within the sect would presumably be not as overwhelmed by the reactions they were having now. Most likely in the blink of an eye he would be completely forgotten, and no one would waste their time or energy trying to inquire about his whereabouts. Ever since he entered the sect, he had absolutely made the right decision by maintaining a low profile and a cautious attitude. After all, the road of cultivation was very long, so there was a high possibility for accidents to happen. If Han Li attracted more attention to himself or did stupid things to show off, then a low-level cultivator who didn't even have a background and support like him would be squashed to death by a stronger existence at any moment on the long road of cultivation. The possibility of stepping on the road of cultivation in another life would be so low it was almost non-existent. Han Li originally didn't believe in reincarnation that much, but ever since he had come in contact with the cultivation world, he had become less doubtful. The attitude of junior martial sister Qin was obviously different from before. Han Li was not sure if it was because she was affected by her lover's betrayal, but she didn't have any makeup on. She seemed cold but elegant, and her whole body was emitting an atmosphere that demanded strangers to stay away. During this time a few young guys tried to talk to her because they were attracted by her beauty, but they were all shot down in defeat. It wasn't because the men were cheap. This woman's cold and arrogant expression not only did not reduce her beauty, but it also added a bit more mysterious charm to it. It made all the surrounding male disciples try to sneak a peek at her. This kind of charm was even more attractive than the image of a timid, lovable little woman that she had when she was with that martial brother Lu before. But after Han Li saw this, he was annoyed. There was no question that another woman who despised men was born into this world. After experiencing the betrayal of her lover, it probably won't be easy for this woman to open her heart to another man. He probably even decided to grow old and die alone. This junior martial sister Qin didn't recognize Han Li. Han Li deliberately walked in front of her a few times, but he only received a cold expression in response. She obviously saw him as one of the people who was trying to show off to her. Han Li was relieved. The psychedelic power of the joyful meeting pill really was strong. This woman didn't remember him at all. Because of this, the last thing for him to worry about was completely eliminated. But when he thought about how passionate and desirable her naked body looked that night, and then saw how cold and frozen junior martial sister Qin looked now, Han Li's heart was filled with desire and regrets. Speaking of which, the reason she would participate in the trial by blood and fire was likely thanks to him. After losing the foundation establishment pill, if this woman wanted to achieve foundation establishment, she would have to gamble for it just like him. After all, this trip to the forbidden area was the only fast path to getting a foundation establishment pill. The disciples who were participating in the trip to the forbidden area in the Yellow Maple Valley were truly the sect's elite, all of them strong and muscular. Just counting the disciples who reached the peak of 13th layer, there were as much as 5 or 6 of them. Most of the other disciples were at the 12th layer. Junior martial sister Qin was at the middle of the 12th layer. The rest of the disciples were in the 11th layer and there were only 3 of them. Besides Han Li, there was an old man whose hair was all white and a young fellow who looked 16 or 17. Seeing them made Han Li feel an uneasy chill in his heart. The 3 of them were probably only there to make up for the numbers and to be cannon fodder. Following past customs, the low-level disciples who could enter the forbidden area in the 7 great sect could not exceed 25 people. The number could only be less but not more. For the past few times they couldn't get enough people at all. Usually they only got about 10 people to participate in the trial by blood and fire. But this time, not only did the maximum number get reached, many elite disciples appeared here. This proved that this trip to the forbidden area for gathering medicinal herbs would definitely exceed the normal standards of the past, and the number of people who could survive would certainly be less than a quarter. Seeing this expected scenario, Han Li, aside from cursing in his mind, was feeling completely helpless. It was no question that these elite disciples must have each been given extra incentives by the higher powers within the sect, otherwise they wouldn't have appeared here. Chapter 174 Martial Ancestor Li. Chapter 174. Martial Ancestor Li. After they heard Sect Master Zhong Lingdao's encouragements, 2 honored disciples entered the halls with trays in their hands. One of the trays had a gold-threaded storage pouch. The other tray had a small pile of multicolored mid-grade spirit stones. It seemed it was time to fulfill what was previously agreed. This could be considered the encouragement to fight. Han Li thought this slightly maliciously. The mid-grade spirit stones were basically free for everyone to choose. Han Li already had an earth attribute and a fire attribute mid-grade spirit stone, so he picked a blue water attribute spirit stone. Nobody fought him over this. However, when spiritual tools were extracted from the storage pouch, the disciples gave cautious glances. This storage pouch was unlike common storage pouches. It only required spiritual sense to store items instead of spiritual power. In addition, any spiritual power that was injected could later be absorbed by the items stored within. This bag also interrupted a cultivator's spiritual sense inspection. So long as one extended their hand, they would be able to take out any stored spiritual tool. As for what item they would take out in the end, it would be hard to say. They could only determine it with the feel of their hand. This storage pouch was specialized to extract spiritual tools and had been refined precisely for this purpose. Otherwise its practicality couldn't be compared to that of common storage pouches, of which case who would use it? Although it was completely filled with high-quality magic tools, defensive magic tools were rarer than offensive magic tools. Furthermore, as high-quality defensive and offensive magic tools, their characteristics were greatly different. If one could take out a suitable magic tool, their odds of surviving the trial by blood and fire were sure to slightly increase. For those disciples lacking magic tools, they would be even more meticulous. However, Han Li did not care. On his previous trip to the city market, he swept clean the entire treasure collection that the 10,000 treasure store had accumulated for many years and was able to obtain 2 magic tools of the finest quality. Not to mention the Azure Flood Dragon banner as well as other high-quality magic tools he acquired afterwards. To receive just another high-quality magic tool did not excite him. When it was Han Li's turn to step forward, most of the people had already drawn a magic tool from the bag. As for what magic tool they drew, they naturally did not say and did not take them out for others to see. Han Li extended his hand toward the pouch and randomly made a blind grab, acquiring a peculiar-looking object. His heart grew excited and he instantly put it into his storage pouch while taking a stealthy glance. After a moment of slight distraction, he immediately put it away. At this moment, the person behind him already impatiently moved forward. When Han Li saw this, he tactfully left and returned to the place where he originally stood. With the magic tool selection concluded, a few people came in from outside the hall. They were the many stewards Han Li saw when he first entered the sect. Martial Uncle Wang and that old man Yi whom Han Li truly despised were included among them. These people all had an unusual expression. They all respectfully escorted a square-faced old man at their center. There wasn't even a single person who dared to whisper to one another. The old man appeared 50 to 60 years old with his hair somewhat gray. However, he had a healthy red face and a spirited complexion with a pair of naturally imposing tiger eyes. With a single look, one could tell that this person was of a resolute disposition. After his gaze swept past the disciples, Han Li immediately felt that his had been clearly seen by this person, causing him to be overwhelmed with amazement. The moment Great Sect Master Zhong saw this man walk in, he hastily welcomed him as Martial Uncle Li, with a faint trace of flattery. Seeing this, the disciples were greatly stunned. However, the other stewards' expressions were as usual. Not only did they lack any contempt, but they also showed great envy when they saw this elder respond to Zhong Lingdao with a few words. It seemed that to have this elder respond to the words "Martial Uncle" was a seldom held honor. As Han Li and the other unknowing young disciples were astonished at the sight before them, Sect Master Zhang introduced this elder to the crowd of disciples. The name of this Martial Uncle Li was a name Han Li and company had long heard of. He was one of the core formation martial ancestors that they had never seen. Martial Ancestor Li. This trip to the Forbidden Area would be led by Martial Ancestor Li along with a squad of stewards, including Martial Uncle Wang. After Sect Master Zhong's introduction, Martial Ancestor Li very clearly and concisely said the two words, "set off," concluding Han Li's and the other juniors' first encounter with him. Then he took the lead, departing from the hall. Han Li and company were completely dumbfounded. However, they hurriedly followed closely at the steward's urging. As the disciples left the hall, they inhaled a breath of cold air. Just as they left the hall, they saw a huge brilliant silver monster over 20 zhang long, suspended in midair. Its enormous body produced an oppressive grandeur, bringing about a feeling of suffocation. That Martial Ancestor Li was standing on top of the head of the monster and watching them with indifference. Han Li rubbed his eyes and then carefully looked several times as his heart continued to jump. What he clearly saw was unexpectedly a seldom-seen silver python. However, this python was truly extraordinary. Its head had an additional jet-black horn, causing it to appear ever more terrifying and malevolent. This is the strength of a core formation expert. He's even able to cause this demonic beast to yield and follow his orders as he pleases. This is far too incredible. Han Li was completely convinced by this martial ancestor's method. If he were to reach core formation, then he would also hold such great magic power. Han Li felt all the blood in his body flow backwards from excitement. Before he saw Martial Ancestor Li, Han Li felt that his vague and muddled path of cultivation was not clear. But after this moment of shock, the might of this martial ancestor's profoundly amazing magic gave him a clear figure to pursue on the path of cultivation, greatly securing his confidence to cultivate the path of immortality. Everyone come up and stand well behaved. My horned silver python's flight speed is far faster than your magic tools. It will only require 2 days to reach the destination. It was as if Martial Ancestor Li did not see the chaotic circumstances below him. After he lightly stroked the silver python's huge horn, he gave this instruction with a tranquil expression. Like that, Han Li and company stood on the python with fear and trepidation and rushed through their journey for 2 days and 2 nights. Eventually they arrived at some nameless desert mountain. This martial ancestor truly did not speak falsely. The speed of this monster's flight was truly astonishing, far greater than what the disciples' flying tools were capable of. It was only natural as none of them had a good flying tool. When they arrived, the crowd of disciples received a few bits of information from the stewards. This was where the sects agreed to assemble. The 7 great sects would assemble there and set off together to the Forbidden Area, since the power of a sole sect or clan was not enough to enter the Forbidden Area. The appointed time was tomorrow morning. However, because the Forbidden Area was within the borders of the Jing province, Yellow Maple Valley was considered to be half a host. As a result, the sect arrived a day earlier and would wait for the other sects at this mountain. Right now, the crowd of disciples could freely move. Tomorrow they would have to meet together and move in an orderly fashion. Since the stewards have said as such, Han Li and the others naturally dispersed. They went about the mountain doing their own things, making a few final preparations on the eve of a great battle. Thus, among the 20+ yellow-clothed disciples, there were those who sat cross-legged and honed their spirit, and others who took out their magic tools and continuously wiped them clean. There were also those who were blankly lost in thought with an appearance of deep worry. But there were even several people who chatted as usual, filled with ease. They were completely relaxed as if they were on a sightseeing trip. Han Li paid particular attention to these few people. At this moment Han Li heard the sounds of footsteps behind him, and he slightly wrinkled his brow. In order to remain inconspicuous, he deliberately chose to sit alone at an unremarkable corner. Why would someone come here? Junior Marshal Brother Han. My humble self named Xiang salutes you. I wish to speak to Junior Marshal Disciple about tomorrow's early trip to the Forbidden Area. This concerns Junior Marshal Brother's life or death. Could we have a chat? The aged but smooth voice caused Han Li's brows to become even more tense. Although Han Li had not yet seen the voice's owner, Han Li could already tell that this man was crafty and could be considered untrustworthy. He immediately assumed that trouble had come to find him. However, Han Li understood that it would be better to offend a gentleman than to offend a villain. Although he was completely unwilling, he reluctantly turned around and saw two people behind him, one old and one short. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.